happens is correct. I'm giving myself to the moral. And he believed that, like, let's say God communicated with him, he heard the voice or whatever, and he was convinced it was really God. And the voice said, kill your mother. At that point, you either have two options. Either your, like, sanity and your compassion and your humanism kicks in, and you'd be like, fuck no, I'm not killing my mom. Or you go, yes, this is a logical syllogism. God is real. I ought to do this. Like, those are the two options. I hope he would go for the first one, but the fact that he's saying he wishes he could go for the latter is just very disturbing. The latter being that he question God or go with which one? No. He wishes he could be a robot, and just when God says kill your mom, he could just carry it out instantly. But he admits he can't. And there's a greater good. And from it, I've got anecdotal evidence that when I feel uncomfortable, that in and of itself is not sufficient reason. If I truly...
You understand, it's not a contradiction.
By robot there, that you just do whatever you're told and you don't have a choice or you don't deliberate?
Yeah, like whatever God says.
It's clearly not that.
Since God is the moral arbiter or whatever, you don't have to think. Whatever God says, just do it immediately without thinking.
Well, you have to think that at least that God is speaking to you. And be like very convinced that's
right. I'm saying if you do that, and then whatever afterwards God says, you literally don't have to think about it. You can just follow through because He already did all the thinking for you.
Yeah, well, that's going to be better for a Christian, I guess. Especially if it violates their intuition. They're going to go, well, I don't want to think about this because now I might hesitate or whatever the case is.
Yeah, it's not like good grief. It's not like good grief. Like even if I believed in God and I believed God was all good. And he told me to kill my mom. At that point, I'd be like, well, no. Like, obviously, he's either making a mistake, or he's telling me something he knows I already can't do. Or either way.
Is that if you knew that God existed, let's suppose in some hypothetical, as convinced as you could as a human being, that God was, so there would be an intellectual problem on your end. Now, you could just hand wave that away, of course. Well, I'm just denying God here because he violates my intuitions or whatever. But there we would have a legitimate case to say, well, you're just being inconsistent. You can choose when it suits you.
No.
Just why God is your authority at all now.
Right. They have to be aware of that.
This is a game, remember, Sia. Let's say the person here is convinced they are of sound mind. No, okay. But in Dave's case, in his hypothetical, he's just being consistent. And I think it legitimately can challenge you and go, hang on a minute. You don't actually think God is the authority, except when it suits you, like you cherry pick it. So that scenario intellectually wouldn't work.
Catch me on that then.
But emotionally,
I don't know, again, I can't imagine, and especially, again, with this knowledge that all these crazy people have done atrocities in the name of God, thinking God told them to do it. If you don't have a pause with that, then, I guess you're just submitting, I don't know, you don't
agree with you. I agree that from our point of view, these are atrocities. The difficulty, and I said this to my child the other day, and I'll challenge you guys. If a person holds to their view, all you have at the end, as far as I think, when I've done this with many people, is you have grandstanding. Oh, but this guy's like a maniac. It's ridiculous. You don't have an intellectual argument. You just hit against a brick wall and you're done. And so then all you have left is like grandstanding. And when I realized that, I was like, okay. Unless I can get them to contradict themselves or, slave apologists who do the grandstanding thing, which I agree with, but it won't move him intellectually at all. He'll just be hearing you guys like giving. I can't remember. I'm sure you might have said it, and I just don't remember. You might have a view that's no longer applicable or something. And then you'd have to roll that God change his mind. If he did, like, what are you going to say? Because you're going to probably be reduced to like grandstanding. I realized this, when I was doing this with the Muslims. But they would challenge me on, hey, incest. And I said, look, I don't think it's good. I have a perversion or a preference against that. And unless there's scientific good external evidence to my opinion, I can't say that they're wrong. I need to appeal to something else. Now, maybe there is evidence of like, okay, there is good, but suppose there would. And then all they had to do is say, look, this, that, and the other thing. And all I heard was noise. And I recognized immediately at that point, hang on, they're not offering an intellectual, and so they're not going to be moved intellectually. And so what we do, which is what they do, is kind of mask it with grandstanding.
No, So I mean, no, because I admit that morality is subjective. So if you want to have sex with your siblings or whatever, like they're claiming it's
Yeah, we don't hold the moral realist view. But what we could do is motivate somebody else based on some other reasoning, right? Let's suppose we didn't have the science. If you've got the science here, if you can send that to me, very useful. I haven't had that conversation with Muslims for ages. Almost never get it with Christians, it's only with Muslims. But if you have got that evidence that shows that, absent my opinion, even if I didn't have an opinion one way or the other, here's the evidence to show that it's wrong. Even if those people self-reported that they had a great relationship. You want something that I
A lot of times it's because it's like kind of a taboo in their culture and their religion, so they use it to gain points from the audience.
That's correct.
Yeah, but
it's a propaganda tool. It's not an intellectual tool. And as long as you get them to admit that, well then they've got no intellectual ground. And that's the point I press heavily. But the same can happen to us.
No, I understand, but I'm just saying that I understand, but even if you steel man them, because like usually incest arguments are against the genetics. But you could take like homosexual incest.
Correct, that's what they do,
right? Yeah.
They want to bypass that stuff.
Yeah.
And then they want to get, hey, wrong, A, C, and why is it wrong? And we can tell them why it's wrong, you and I can tell them. But then they go, so you can't even tell those people it's wrong. Absolute science, right?
What Lawrence Krauss did, though, is he said, to Hamza, he said, assuming everything was like, not forced and everyone decides they're willing, and there's no, that he's talking about harm, not about their own presuppositions about what relationships are like okay and not. Yeah. So he's to the harm principle. I think that's the best way to kind of just,
Yeah, but then you've got to show that there is harm over and above their opinion. If they say no, it's not harmful, in fact, we love each other deeply and we can't think of a better relationship. Now, it's a case of you need something that overrides that. And your opinion on mine, or CM's, is not going to do that.
No, but just something kind of like, what I'm saying to press you, Rob. If let's say we steel man their argument, and we say to you there's absolutely no harm, then why would you still fight against it? Why not just
Look at my intuitions, I think it's intuitionally wrong. And I think humans do have intuitions.
Okay, hold on.
All cases.
Okay, so wait, let me actually push you on this one. Let's assume there's an incestuous relationship between two males, so it has nothing to do with any harm, nobody can get pregnant, and they love each other and it's willing and everything. Would you be against that, and if so, why?
Sorry, two homosexual people. Would I be against it? No, I wouldn't be.
Okay, so you're not against incest then?
No, well, incest here is a different category, right? Here it's sort of among family members. And for me, there I do have an intuitional preference.
Okay,
I don't have an intuitional preference against homosexuality.
Okay, hold on. But the incestuous relationship would be against two males, right? So no one's
Yeah.
So why are you against it? So why are you against it?
Yeah, because I just have an intuition that that's wrong. I can't go deeper than that.
You can't go deeper than that?
If we had the science, right, then I could point to the science, which CM says we have.
No, the
science is going to ultimately be my
science is going to talk about pregnancy.
It's for
No, that's not what I was looking for. See, you don't have the science just in general there. Because you always think that biology is easy to understand. I thought you were something against that in principle.
No.
Well, see, sorry, Ed. What some people have said is that there's like a power dynamic that is unhealthy, right? That's the one critique that I've heard. Absent being, the biological thing. So even if there was no biology, there's a power dynamic that's unhealthy that isn't even recognized by the participants. And they go, who are you to say not, right?
Okay,
you're going to point out psychology.
Psychology, right? First of all, psychology's been wrong on a billion different things. They used to think homosexuality was like a mental illness. So
I don't know about that.
Of course they did. Are you serious? I could give you the evidence. It's in the DSM.
Yeah, but again, right, psychology approves. So I mean, what we're going is sort of latest data. Otherwise, you're just saying we can't appeal to psychology for anything. It's going to be wrong in the future.
What I'm just saying is that, of course there's going to be things they were wrong in the past and things they're going to be wrong in the future. What I'm saying is, if you're only going to appeal to, quote, psychology, and when I say give me the mechanism, and all you can say is either my intuition or this is Stockholm Syndrome, like, that sounds crazy when it's two completely willing people in the same family, and you're saying, no, even though they're saying they love each other and this is non-exploitative, you're saying, no, there's a deeper principle that you think is exploitative, even though they're saying they're fine with it. So who are we going to listen to, the psychologists or them?
No, here we want to take the psychologist in the same way we would in the Stockholm syndrome. We're not going to take the two parties, are we? And go, oh, because the kidnapper and the kidnappee are now like tell each other they're in love. We're not going to say, well, that's no.
Are you really drawing an analogy between people who are like kidnapped with like extreme stress and pressure and like it can change their like kind of perception? You're saying that is equivalent to like two people in the same family who decide to have a sexual relationship?
It's equivalent in the sense that they are being sort of primed, because in the family there typically what's happening is the father-son type of thing, because I agree that's what the Muslims have presented to me. There the father has this dominance thing, he's right, it's like there's a submissive posture, and that happened pretty much from birth. And in the Stockholm case, the person then gets taken away against their will, whatever, and over time, kidnapped, and this is well documented actually, I can't remember the term for it, but there is a term for it, and then the kidnapper starts to be nicer and nicer, and because they've had this shitty experience, they now start to calibrate that this kidnapper is a good person. And so I think the same thing could happen with the son.
But this seems like a very steep like bullet to bite, where you're basically saying that you're going to make a blanket statement, whereby even if it's possible that like sometimes there's these like power problems, well, there are power dynamic problems in all relationships, not just incestuous ones.
Yeah,
so you could be
right to
ability. You would think it intuitively right to ban all incestuous relationships just because of that possibility. Well,
I think it's a possibility. If it was more than a possibility, which at least some people have read up, maybe I should actually chat GPT it and do a bit of research. But if it were the case, and it was exceptionally reliable, then yes, then I would be banning it. And that's not just my opinion. But remember that at the outset, Dave, I did say that it did just come down to like a preference or whatever the case may be. And then the Muslims go, the whole point of this discussion is more the case that Muslims will go, oh, look, you're disgusting, it's ridiculous. And I'm going, on what basis? They're not going to tell me by my lights, now they're going to tell me by their lights. And that's what we do to Andrew and others. And then they go, well, what I care, God knows all, he's good. It may seem bad at the moment, but God's got a greater plan. And CM, Rob, hey, your opinion, you haven't given me an intellectual reason to change my mind, so you're just grandstanding and telling me that your preference doesn't align with God's. Why would I care about that? So that's his defense, and I don't know what we could say against that, right? I think we're pretty much we've hit bedrock there and we can't proceed. And the same way the Muslim can't proceed with me. If all they're going to tell me is it's disgusting, if I say, hey, I can't say that it's wrong, I can tell you that it's my intuition, but I might not have a greater reason, which is what you were pressing me on.
So all I can do in that case, Rob, is point out how there's very real harm coming from Andrew murdering his mother. But there's not.
Dave's a big question, right? Because he doesn't think it's harm. So he's going to hear that word and go, but that's just your opinion, eh? So all you're doing is reinforcing your opinion with another opinion.
But Rob, look, when he goes to kill
you can prove it's harm. What do you mean?
Yeah, look, when he goes to kill his mom.
That's the point. If you do Andrew's lights on,
I know, but look. If we're talking about empirics, right? And he goes to kill his mom, and his mom is screaming, please don't kill me, and he like brutally murders her, right? That's a very different type of empirical harm than two people in an incestuous relationship who are saying, yeah, we're fine with this, there's no coercion, we're all happy and loving. They appear completely different to our senses, okay? If you're going to say that that's somehow similar.
No, I'm not saying it's similar in terms of the quality or quantity or whatever it is. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that there's a principle here. And if you say to Andrew, hey, you're going to kill your mom, let's not use Andrew's mom, I think we don't want to use family. Hey, you're going to kill a loved one, right? Someone you deeply love. And you're going to tell me it's okay, and I'm going to tell you it's wrong. And he's going to say, well, why is it wrong? Hey, Rob, see him. And we're going to go, because look at this harm here, what you're doing. He says, but hang on a moment. God has told me to do it. God knows everything. He knows that there'll be a greater good. Yes, it seems harmful, and even against my own intuitions. But if God is the authority, I have to abandon my intuitions in this case, and I have to go with what God says, because he's my authority. And I believe that he's good.
But the harm is also going to be that his loved one is protesting, saying they don't want to die.
Yes, but that's a lesser harm overall. That if he were to disobey God, that would end up being a greater harm. At least for himself, and probably even to his loved one, that he's currently unaware of.
Look how backwards and insane this is. You have someone pleading for their life, but he thinks that it's going to be a greater good if he carries it out. Versus the incest case, versus the incest case, which is two people saying we're completely happy and in love, and you're saying, oh, maybe there's some harm here. Like, these are complete opposites.
I'm not comparing them in the way you are. I'm not comparing there. All I'm saying is that we're not going to move him in the same way that the Muslim is not going to move you or me or Sia for us to go, do you know what? Because you said disgusting or wrong, now we have to condemn all of the incest. We're not going to move because they laughed or called us ridiculous or whatever. And in that sense, all you are doing, and maybe I am too, which is why I'm holding my hand up about this, is going, Andrew, it's ridiculous. But you're not showing him by his own rights why it's ridiculous and he should change his mind.
Yeah.
So you need an intellectual argument, right? That's the difference.
Right, and what's up, guys? Good to see you guys.
Hey,
it's good to see you. I appreciate what you're saying here. Assalamu alaikum, my brothers. I just wanted to say, just real quick, and I am listening. I appreciate what you guys are saying. Rob, you might point out too, as kind of much to my surprise, not necessarily to my chagrin, you have became more sympathetic to the death penalty. And I would just point out that when you're putting somebody to death, they might scream all kinds of stuff about how, hey, don't do this to me, please, blah, 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 blah. And if they're Hitler, you may just not really, that might not move you to think.
Your loved one's Hitler now, Andrew.
That's the difference, right?
That's a punishment.
The loved one hasn't done anything that you're aware of.
Yeah.
And if you were commanded by God, I think that's what Ada is saying. Then you're doing something that by his life is deeply harmful, even if they're shouting out. And I point out, you're just following your moral authority. And you believe that while there's apparent harm now, there's a greater good that comes from it.
Right. And if it's the innocence that's being appealed to there, obviously then we're going to have to talk about what we mean by innocence. Because, from the perspective of the theist, if it's the case that the person is an adult, namely it's someone's mother or aunt or whatever, the fact is they're going to have a whole litany of things that are probably capital crimes according to God. So it wouldn't really be, then it would just come down to, see, the problem is, Abe, I know you think that's funny, but the problem is you're appealing to your sense of justice. And
what has your poor grandmother done that requires her to have the death penalty? He said, when I said, Andrew, do you think your grandmother, whatever your mom, is Hitler? He's like, in the eyes of God, they have done things that warrant the death penalty.
No, I didn't say that they were comparable to Hitler. What I'm saying is that they've done a whole litany of things that God might
Name one that your poor old grandmother did that she deserves the death penalty. I want to know what she did. What did your grandmother or your mother do that requires God the death penalty?
Well, first of all, I wasn't talking about my family. I was making more distance. But my point is that I'm sure all kinds of family members have had, or people who have had family members who have committed adultery. Obviously,
everybody has sinned.
They deserve death because they committed adultery.
No, not by your lights, but that's the very thing Rob's pointing out. You're not understanding. Look, if it's the case that God has established a moral law, and it's the case that these people are in violation of that moral law, and God's like, look, they escaped the justice system because you don't have any laws against it. I'm just giving you an example here. He'd be like, you need to do this. Okay, well, there you go. Done deal.
Have you obeyed all of God's moral laws? And also, it's kind of strange that, he's telling you to break one of his own commandments.
That's not breaking one of his commandments. The commandment is thou shalt not murder, not thou shalt not kill.
You're murdering this person.
That's not what No. Murder is unjustified.
Your justification is that they broke one of God's moral laws or whatever. Then basically, you don't think you've sinned as well?
Of course I have, but that's not the point.
Okay.
If the supreme moral authority is telling me to do something, it doesn't matter if I've done it.
Turn it back around, Andrew. If God told your mother, if God told your mother to kill you, would you be okay with that?
You would just say yes.
I wouldn't exactly throw a party. Okay.
Would you fight back?
I think. Well,
but hey, you also get your
This is a good question.
it's not a good question.
It's
If
not.
God told your mother to kill you, would you resist?
Well, let's just follow through what you're saying here. If God, meaning I know that it's God, is telling my mother to kill me, then obviously.
That's it.
Okay, then so you're saying I wouldn't know. Then I obviously would try.
The other person.
No, if you
That's like you guys. It's so funny. It's so funny. Okay, if it is the case, God has told my mother to kill me, and I know that if I believe that, let's say, No. It's him. You both are saying two different things. You said I don't know it.
Yeah, let him answer mine first. Yeah, let him answer mine first.
Okay. You guys like,
I don't really want to know. Okay.
hold on. Wait, you can be convinced. You don't have to know with certainty. Obviously, you can be just convinced of it for whatever reason. Okay. The point is, if I'm convinced and have knowledge of, okay, that it is the case that at least I believe I have knowledge, even if it's fake knowledge.
God spoke to you when He spoke to her and said, "I'm trying to talk to you."
So the confidence I have is that God is the one who told me that. What I ought, first of all, I would ask God if they're supposed. I would feel like I want to fight it, right? Of course. But at the same point, you're so funny. At the same point in time, I would be morally obligated to do whatever God has said. Now she's morally obligated. Keep in mind, she's morally obligated to kill me. But that says nothing about what I'm supposed to do. So she is supposed to seek me out to kill me. So she's on her way to fulfill her moral duty. But God could have another plan for her, just in the same way He told Abraham to kill Isaac. Isaac didn't get killed. So God can tell somebody to do something, and the ultimate intent is not to finish it. Okay?
If He tells both of you, okay, thank you for the explanation, but look, if He talks to both of you, He says, Andrew, this is God.
Yeah.
I'm telling your mother to kill you. Stand still, don't move. Then He says to your mother, Andrew's mom, this is God. Go kill Andrew.
Yeah.
And then basically, and it's following through. You have to say your hand.
Yes. So what it would be, it's almost.
Would you sit or would you fight?
Yeah. It's almost trivially the case that I ought to stand still and not move and let her do that. Now, if you're asking me, would I? Well, I mean, obviously that's a pretty rough situation, and I'm not going to be like, yeah, this is great.
So you wouldn't listen to God?
No, I ought to, and hopefully I would, but my moral fortitude may not hold up, and I don't. That's obviously a crazy something.
Yeah, but I mean, you're not facing him intellectually, are you?
He's thinking himself in knots.
You guys think that they are?
I don't see how he's just himself in knots. Tell me, just explain the knot.
The knot is he's having to reframe saying I am having a moral failure by not being able to sit and do nothing while somebody murders me.
But how's that a knot? We all have moral failures. I mean, facing all
Because that's not a moral failing to defend yourself.
the moral failing is not to follow God's command, right? He's got an intuition not to. That intuition is mistaken. If God exists and has already told his mother to take his life, then it is a failing. I mean, I don't see the knot there. He's just going, hey, I've got an internal tension, but we all have that. Then we can't have the point of order. If you want to, I'm listening carefully, but at the moment you're not making progress that by his lights, if he was like a rational being, he would go, do you know what, Andy made a good point, by my lights, I've got to reconsider. All you point out is the tension, which he's going to acknowledge, which we're all going to acknowledge if we were in that position or indeed in other positions. So it's not like you've caught him out. You haven't done that. He's just going to go, yeah, I've got this tension where I don't want to die. Typically, my intuition is to try and live. God has commanded my life.
Hold on.
Maybe I'll sit there, I'd be good if I could. I'd hold on to the trigger, say, I'm doing quick or whatever, right?
Even if you're right that it's not like an out-and-out contradiction, at the very least, I can show how his view of, quote, morals are complete fucking mirror images of what your average person would call moral. Most people would say defending your life when someone attacks you and tries to kill you is a moral thing. In his God belief, it's the fucking opposite. So I agree with that. Point out the inconsistency. Yeah.
Well, it's not inconsistent because what you have to show inconsistency can't be from your point of view. It has to be from his, because he's going to reject that it's inconsistent.
Well, it's inconsistent compared to
the rest of the people are right and he's wrong, right? If you point to it, he's going to judge a moral failing.
What would you say?
I don't think you can make progress here. That's my point. I'll listen, but I'll point out how if you make it intellectual progress by his lights, or you get him to abandon his view and take on yours, then of course you could motivate that. But absent that, it's unclear to me entirely how you can make intellectual progress such that Andrew reconsiders. Not that we all go with you, hey, yes, I agree. It's not going to move Andrew. Yeah. It's in the opposite way. If one of the said to you, hey, it's wrong to kill any human being even when it's conception. And they go, hey, that's wrong. You and I are not going to change our mind. Go, look at all these people that say, we shouldn't abort a blastocyst. Let's listen to them. We're not going to be moved, are we? Same way Andrew's not going to be moved. We need something by his lights, or we need to convert into our view of thinking. Both of those are extremely hefty tasks.
Yeah, well, all I could do is point out how, his conception of what is ethical the reason he's having a difficult time sitting around and letting someone murder him is for this very fucking reason. It is unnatural, and not the word unnatural, but it is going against his own personal feelings and biology to sit there and let someone kill him.
No.
And you should listen to your own feelings.
Okay, but even if that is the case, yeah, so he's got a moral failing.
Yeah,
It's not saying to him, hey, you should change your view.
Right.
He's a so I've got a moral failing, God doesn't. I acknowledge my failing.
Right.
I mean, I don't know.
That's right. Right.
And you and I have got it too, by the way. With the trolley example, you and I have got it.
Right.
If we pull the lever, we probably don't have a problem. Push the fat guy off the bridge, you and I probably have a problem. We're just being consistent because the same result happens, but somehow pushing the guy is like much worse for you and I than pushing a lever which doesn't entail making contact with another human.
Yeah.
And it's going, look, you rob, you aim, you're inconsistent.
Yeah.
If you're going to save 5 to sacrifice 1, you've got to do it in every case.
That's right.
You guys are just inconsistent. We probably have to go, yeah, probably we are. But there's some underlying reason why the push feels different than pulling a lever.
That's exactly right, Rob. And you're underlining, because what you're underlining the issue, because what's happening here is Abe thinks that he's showing some sort of internal consistency or inconsistency issue or inconsistency, right, within my view, because if God says to my mother, or we'll just say whoever, to kill me, and then tells me to stand still, that themselves are going to be in the exact same situation. It can be the case that and what I mean by exact same situation is a moral tension. It can be and their desire to stay alive. For example, if somebody's trying to harm one of their family members or somebody that they care about, not to use them, but somebody they care about, let's say, okay, and they're in a situation where they have to fight that person. Well, part of them might, let's say the person's huge, the person has weapons, whatever, and Abe and CM do not, okay? They're going to have some concerns about their well-being in doing that. They're going to have this tension of like, I don't really want to do this. This is going to be tough. This is going to be, I might get hurt. This might be really sucky. But at the same point in time, they're going to feel morally obligated to defend the people that they care about. So that tension is also going to be there. It does nothing to move me, Abe, by you saying that I'm going to be like wanting to fight for my life potentially or have that desire, right? I mean, hopefully I could be as calm as a Hindu cow, let's say, if God tells me to stand still.
Hindus don't kill Hindu cows, they degrade the tree.
That's the point. I'm saying I wouldn't move. Hopefully I could just stand there and that my mother could just come up or whoever could come up and just kill me, right? That's what I'm saying. That's what I would hope for. But my point is, likely, I'm going to have that internal struggle, that fight for life, to
I'm glad you admit that you have some healthy instincts of survival.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's all you're getting. That's the W. So get the W out of this discussion, and then I'm glad I see some signs of healthy instincts in you. I mean, okay, you got
some healthy humanity. That's good. Yes, I'll consider that small.
But I just want to say now. Yeah, go ahead, brother.
This is not the point of contradiction in your worldview,
and it should. That's all I'm saying.
This is not the point of some contradiction in your worldview. If your worldview is already diluted, and internally consistent or whatever, it's not to point that out. It's to show how it's completely contrary to your own intuition.
Wait, it's not. No.
I mean, I know what you're going to say. You're going to be like, but my intuition is already God's intuition.
It's not an intuition. No, it's not.
It's fine. No. I mean, I'm not trying to point out the contradiction.
Well, let me just point out, my intuition and my acknowledgement of who God is and his existence is way stronger than my confidence that my wanting to live should outweigh that. And that is crazy. Like if God said to me, and God said to my whoever that, there's this mutual understanding that they ought to kill me. Okay, well, I mean, I'm not going to be like...
Let's break down. Wait. Let's just break down all the BS. If God commanded you to kill yourself, bro, let's go straight to that. God commanded you to kill yourself.
I think that's well, I don't think that's doing any better for your case, but just...
No, I know. It's just we're taking
God out of it. So what you're asking me is... Well, just to be clear, I think that's a counter. I don't think God asked... I don't think that God asked people to kill themselves.
Oh, wait. Why not?
Isn't it against Bible teaching or something, or some interpretation?
Yeah, I think the point is it's just going to be like, I'm going to go off the precedents in Scripture, and there's nowhere where God ever endorsed that, as far as I know, and I don't think that in the Christian church is just hell, which I'm going to say that the Holy Spirit has influenced the Christian church for the last 2 millennia. I do not think that it is. If the idea is, I don't think that it's consistent with who God is for him to say, just do this so that you get killed. But there can be a purpose in what he's telling you to do that ends up in me getting killed. And that's fine. Yeah, I think that's completely acceptable. And if it's the case, I do think that's possible, that is possible for God to do that in the actual world. So, yeah.
You said God could command you to kill someone, but not to rape someone?
Correct. I don't think that that's something God can do.
No, that's correct. But in the Bible, God told people to rape people, so that's a...
Give one example.
One example, when he told the Israelites, when he said, keep women and young girls for yourself, and the men...
You're assuming no consent there. Now, obviously, we can argue about the context, but you're not going to be able to show that it's... You just said, here's what your statement was. God commands people to rape people. Okay?
Yeah, why didn't he say keep the women and girls?
Because obviously they're going to probably procreate with them. But you're assuming that these women wouldn't be voluntarily doing it. Now, you might say there's some sort of power differential there, or whatever. We can argue about it.
Dude, you just murdered their whole town and
offenses they want to willingly procreate.
I agree. But if the alternative is they just stay there in the desert with under no safety net, no place to go, no DHS or EBT or anything else, I'm pretty sure they might say, I'd rather do this. Now, you might say, that doesn't seem like a fair setup, and there's a power differential, etc. But when you just make this bold, truncated claim that God commands people to rape people, I just think nobody is going to be able to show that.
It's just so funny and God would tell you to murder people, but not rape them.
You're just baiting the question. It isn't going to be the case that God is telling people to murder people.
To kill them.
Yes, some people will come on to kill, right? But rape is inherently bad. It's like murder. God can't come on, right? Maybe he can't come on murder. That's what.
Yeah, because God can't command.
So it's impossible for the relationship. God can't do. That's like go against or do or command something. God treats you as
the death in a relationship.
This is not God. You let me point out, you guys laughing. What are you not commanded? Hold on, can I respond to it?
Let him respond.
See, please, because it's hard. I don't mind you guys both going at the same time, but it is a little difficult. Okay.
I apologize, but when I've been in your room for 6-on-1, this is just a
No. This is not a condemnation that I go through and prove. Not by you. I'm just saying, to try to engage with you guys.
Yeah, sure. That's fine.
But so what you're saying here is you kind of laugh at what I'm saying, like God commands you to get into a relationship. Well, no, I'm just thinking about this. It's pretty easy, right? God knows everything. God's the ultimate matchmaker. God's going to know what is best for you more than you know what's best for you. So if it's the case that God says, hey, you should go be with this person and procreate, you should be like, andale. There's nothing about that.
God, you just murdered my family, and now you're forcing me to have sex with the guys who did it.
Well, that's a separate thing, because I was just talking about, first of all, the rape thing you were saying is God commands. But then we moved on, and I said, look, God's not going to be commanding people to rape people. And then I moved it to, but he can.
If you have a brick wall and you're trying to skirt around it, so you're not trying to go over it or through it, you're trying to go around it. So I'm listening. If you guys acknowledge that this is a brick wall, I can't go any further. No. That's not what you're trying to do. We're assuming that in his view, God exists, or he at least believes it. We're not at this moment in time trying to show him God doesn't exist.
That's
what you were trying to do is say, if God exists and he's good, and these other things are saying,
I can't refute if you start off with a delusion and then you have an unfalsifiable belief. I can't refute it. Yeah.
But then when you do, if you're going to forget that truth, then you should never be talking about the morals, ever, with Andrew. What you should be doing always is saying, hey, I'm going to challenge you whether God exists.
Yeah, okay.
Because when you do the moral, it's just hitting a brick wall. Because now you say, hey, it's all you can do. Hopefully you agree. Say, Andrew, by your life, do you think this is wrong? I mean, if he says, right, where you can't reach, I think you've got to just go off a white flag. Yeah, I can't go any further.
That's true. We're discussing divine command theory, and yes, under divine command theory, there's literally no way to falsify it.
So what do you do?
conversation for people in the audience to point out how his view leads to absurdity.
Hey, this is what I want you to do. Go to the Muslim room and it'll be put back on you. And if you think that it's funny or amusing or you want to do it for a long time, cool. But I don't think you will. You'll get to, hey, you're just not making any progress. All I'm hearing is blah, 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 blah. And I'm not making progress. I think we have to sort of reflect on ourselves and say we're doing the same.
That's fair. That's fair. Look, and you realize that if I'm in a room with a bunch of atheists, it could still be useful for the other atheists to hear. So
it's not like the other atheists are going to go, ooh, hey, we disagree with you. They're going to agree with you at the outset. So then it does sound like you're grandstanding. And there's no intellectual weight behind it.
That's right.
And you can go, no, man, this is just like propagandizing.
Precisely right. That's actually a manipulation tactic. You're doing actually kind of what you think the filthy preachers are doing. Hey, we need that. That's actually it's really it really is. Let me explain something to you guys. These guys do you twist. No. The whole point is if you're trying to show an internal inconsistency, okay, that's fine. That's a fair enough. But if what you're trying to do, if what you're trying to do is just make everybody in the audience think, oh, look at the idiot theist who's saying this crazy stuff about his moral view. Well, the point is that can easily be flipped on you. Your moral views are going to be held abhorrent by the majority of people around the planet who hold to a theistic view. So you're silenced.
I'm not claiming
You should ever care that, see it?
Jeepers.
I don't claim my
Then Andrew shouldn't care either, right?
I'm saying, but I don't claim my morality is
That's
terrible
right.
to you, but from
Look, hold on, Rob. I kind of agree with you foundationally, but I still think that Sam made a really good point here, which is that he's pointing out how if you ask us about our subjective atheistic beliefs, if let's say you ask me would I defend myself someone trying to kill me, I would say yes. I wouldn't say, I would try, but I feel uncomfortable when I'm doing what I know, the perfect arbiter, versus his moral failings that he's unable to just go like a sheep to the slaughter,
Yes, but he's acknowledging that you're going to feel differently about pushing a man off a bridge than pulling.
Yeah, I'll tell you why. It's a logical reason. It's because with the lever, right? The lever is something like by omission. By pushing the man's body, you are actually doing something. That's the difference in the trolley problem. It's not difficult.
Do you think Andrew's going to give you a why as well?
No, he's just gonna say I'm failing listening to obedience
that's
to
a
God or something.
Yes, he's telling you the why. The why is, I've got a moral failure. This is on me, Andrew. In a perfect world, I would follow God perfectly. I'm a fallen, sinful
Look,
being. I don't do what I want to do.
I'm not confused about the trolley problem. This is the difference.
He's not confused. He's just
If
acknowledging.
you said to me, look, ask me the trolley problem.
Yeah, the trolley problem. Hey, if you've got 5 men on a track and you've got one working on a track where the track splits, you're standing at a lever. If you don't do anything, the trolley will come along and kill 5 people. If you push the lever to the other direction, the trolley will veer off and only kill 1 person. What do you do?
You know what I would do, honestly? I would not do anything. Because if you do the lever, everyone's going to say, why did you kill 1 person? Whereas if you just sit there and watch it, you can make the excuse and say, look, I wanted to do it. I couldn't do anything. So you didn't do
I think
anything by omission.
that's not the intuition most people have. We can go from the trolley problem if you want. I'm just pointing out the trolley problem as an example. You gave a why, no problem. I'm fine with whatever why. Andrew gave a why. His why is, hey, I'm a failed person. I should do what God says without question, and it should line up. But hey, it's my problem, not God's. That's his why as to why he's like there's a tension there. But that tension doesn't undercut his view. In fact,
The one thing I agree with you, Rob, the one thing I agree with you is that the deeper foundational thing is we should just ask him why he thinks God exists. That is true.
Yeah, but what we often do is say, hey, Andrew, that's a terrible view. By terrible, you presumably mean like it ought not happen.
We're trying to show the absurdity, yes. I mean, it's the point of absurdity.
That's where the problem of evil works, or other sort of critiques that you and I sometimes do, like, and I've tried not to do anymore, don't work. They just butt up against a brick wall.
Yeah,
Right, where the problem of evil goes like over the brick wall, or it shatters it in my view at least.
I did see Andrew say that. Andrew's actually pretty open to the problem of suffering, so I think we should push on that more. It's a really good one.
Yeah, there's no contradiction on the problem of evil. There's no contradiction.
I'm not talking about that. Look, but the point is, that we're doing the same thing to them, and I think we just got to acknowledge that. And he's given you a why, and that's all he needs to do. He doesn't need to say any more than, hey, I'm a failed human being. I wish I could do exactly what God wants all the time and feel like it's the right thing to do and just do it automatically. I just can't.
We can't show a contradiction to what Abe said, to an all-encompassing worldview that's unfalsifiable. We're not going to be able to show contradiction. That's fine.
Yeah, but that's our worldview for survival as well.
What you're saying about the like kind of what do you call it? It's not as opposed to it's different to like showing that God probably doesn't exist, whatever. Is that we're talking about the moral question, and we're not claiming moral objectivity. We're just showing how this is just I don't know. It's just
It's what?
The only thing to from these two is it doesn't show that it's a contradictory, but it does show an absurdity, and that's why I was trying to
say absurdity by your words, right?
Intuition's not trying to
most people like that thing.
Why would it be?
Saying to you, hey, on these occasions, your intuitions sort of is in contrast with God's study. He's going to go, yes, and the reason why is because I'm a failed human being. That is true, and everybody's
oh my God, I'm feeling
beings. Wouldn't you expect there to be some cases where intuition violates God's? My lights, and Andrew's going, well, why would I care about what your lights are? And that's where you can't motivate it.
His own intuition. Again, it contradicts his own intuition.
Yes, you would expect there to be some divergence. Now, if there was a lot of divergence, that might be a reason. But if half of Andrew's intuitions violated God's intuitions, we might now say, well, that seems unlikely. But if one or two do, and he's a fallen being, and he's doing his best to be like in God's light or whatever. Well, I think that's the reason I'm going this way, guys, is to show you how hard this is to do, to actually show the other side that they're actually wrong by their lights. Because we can say they're wrong. If I'm wrong, show me intellectuality.
No, we're trying to, yes, again, this is not a logical kind of debate or whatever. We're not trying to show some contradiction. We're trying to show him that, again, it contradicts not even my intuition, his own intuition. I'm up later.
Yeah, but you're not doing anything. The point is, he already knows this. You're not bringing anything new, and you're not showing him that he ought to change his mind about something. That's what you're not doing currently. As long as you acknowledge that, then anything else you're going to do is going to be grandstanding to the fellow atheists. Which I agree, this is important, but then go do the same in the Christian rooms. You're going to see how infuriating it becomes after a while.
This is the moral question. Again, we're not trying to show the contradiction in his worldview.
You're not doing anything morally that moves him. And if that's your intention, then you have failed.
Dude, I'm trying to.
And that's what I realized. I'm like, I'm failing here. Somebody's showing me how to do it.
Just like he's a slave and a fucking fallible and all. I'm talking to him. I don't know why you're being like this lawyer here. Like, this is not.
The reason is because you're not going to move it.
Proof thing.
Nothing that you're saying so far, Sian, is moving the dial.
How do you?
So it's washing up against it.
How do you know? Because you're saying that
because I was on the other side of the fence.
It's not an intellectual argument, right? I agree. It's not a perfect intellectual argument. I'm trying to get him to realize how this whole divine command theory is fucking like weird. It's wrong. Yes, it's not. I can't.
Weird. It's just your opinion about it.
Okay, well, yes, he got it.
Yeah, but that's
okay, well, then it's a good move on to something else, guys. Because I want to do the intellectual along with you guys. If we agree this is non-intellectual, let's move on to something intellectual. There's plenty we can critique Andrew on that is intellectual. Let's take out the non-intellectual grandson.
Yeah, that's totally fine. I just want to point out, you kind of straw man there what Rob's doing, like he's being my lawyer. No, he actually asked you guys. He said,
well, he's just claiming that whole move. He's claiming. He's claiming a wrong move.
No, it's not.
How the fuck does he know? I want to hear from you,
Dude, he's saying it ought not. If I'm being consistent with my own views, I'm not going to be moved by that intellectually. As far as I'm
not true either.
Hold on. I'm not going to be moved by it intellectually. And if you're trying to show some moral tension, I pretty well have those hammered out. You're not going to make something. You're not going to be showing me something here.
Like yes, I'm going to show you how you're contorting your own morality, your own intuition.
How on earth are you going to do that?
Again, it's not an intellectual argument, so it's fine.
I know, but give me an example of what you're even talking about. Look, God is the moral authority. Okay, yes, I am a slave to Christ.
What now? When you start saying, oh, but you know what God would command and what He wouldn't command, that's already like a big problem for you. You know He wouldn't command you to rape. Other divine commands, if He commanded you to rape, that would be correct.
No, do you understand the way we come to hold on. The way that I come to my conclusions, if I come to a conclusion, which can be based on intuition and precedent set on scripture, what I've seen him do, the character that I know he has, if I come to a conclusion based on that, who are you to tell me that I have to believe that it's possible for God to command contradictory things? I have an intuition and a conviction and a belief based on various different points of data that it is the case that God is not going to command certain things. And you just saying, well, you believe divine command theory, so if God commands a contradiction,
It's a definition of divine command theory.
What?
The definition of divine
The
command.
definition is that God is the moral authority, and if he commands something, that constitutes your obligation. The problem is,
I'm telling you that if you brainwash,
no. But what you're saying is, you're basically saying,
not brainwash, that's you reading the
hold on, brother. You're saying God can command square circles, and I'm just saying, no, he can't.
Yeah, this entire idea of saying that God is the first moral authority. First of all, nobody can be
contradiction.
Nobody can be a moral authority on everything all the time, because that would imply.
They think God is.
Yeah. But the point is, right. So,
Oh my goodness. Okay, go ahead.
yeah, the point is that this is the Kitover dilemma. So, if things are bad, right, then they're bad regardless of God saying them or not. And if they're not, if it's only because God says so, then why the fuck are you saying God wouldn't say to raise someone? He could literally command it and it would be correct.
Because it's
So
not
this is another fucking weird, inconsistency in your view.
It's not at all. Look, it's not great.
No, it's very bad because God said so, or because it's bad in and of itself.
What constitutes our duties is what God commands. So he tells us no rape. That means no rape. Great.
Okay, so it's only bad because he said so, right?
Injunctions.
Oh my God, Andrew, you are just God's lawyer.
Injunctions.
Oh my God, Andrew, you are just God's lawyer.
Just being your lawyer.
When you just said God doesn't change.
Let's just assume the Father's God here. Okay? He's telling his son, don't jump out the window. That's an objective command for him to follow. He's telling his son, don't jump out the window. That's an objective command for him to follow. That is a law that he ought not break. Great. He says, one hand, don't jump out the window because it's going to hurt you. But in the other hand, when you're about ready to get burned to death, he'll say, jump out. He'll say, jump out that window. And yes, you're going to get hurt, but it's better than being in the house and burning to death. Both of those commands are contrary to one another, but they're consistent with his love. So the point is, he doesn't change. He loves you in both cases, but his law changed. That's the point. Thank you.
Yeah, but this analogy doesn't work.
It does work. God's character does not change. His eternal attributes do not change. The way he deals with temporal beings changes. Yes. That's
He's in control, right? So he controlled the temporality.
What does that have to do with anything?
Meaning he made it in one time that he knows he'll talk to them in way number A, or letter A. And then in the second time he knows he's going to talk to them in B. So why would he do that?
Well, just think about how bizarre what you're saying is. You have libertarian free creatures walking around doing their own thing all over the world, right? And God's like, hey, I'm going to tell this group of people, don't do this because it's conducive to the ends that I have that are godly, they're good ends, they're loving, they're serving justice, whatever. But then he's going to tell this other group of people, you do this. They can be completely different commands, but they're commands that are consistent with God's nature. And so he can have different commands to different people, and they can be completely consistent, even though they're contrary to one another. And that doesn't indicate a change in God. He stays the same during all of it. That's the point. God doesn't change. As the scripture teaches, God doesn't change. Christian theologians and philosophers throughout the last two millennia of the Christian church, believe God doesn't change, and I believe God doesn't change. It just depends on what you're talking about. It doesn't mean that he doesn't say different things. He's an agent. He interacts with people that are also agents, that are doing things that are different throughout history. So of course he's going to have different injunctions at different times to serve different purposes. It's bizarre to think he would tell one person to the next the same exact thing. Now there are things that are universalized in some sense that it just don't change because there isn't a reason for them to change. They're just always the case. There's a few of these, you can say whatever you want, but there's a few of these that just don't change. I think one of those is rape. But the whole idea of not murdering, when that's appropriate and when it's not. And God can tell you when to do that because it's conducive to the good. That's the point. God doesn't change.
Why can't you say it's conducive to the good for God to tell you to rape someone?
I don't believe that it is based on, there's several things. One is the precedence in Scripture, which is going to be huge for me. There's nowhere throughout the Old or New Testament that I believe that God has commanded in any way that you can show any kind of persuasive way to rape somebody. He just hasn't done it. Secondly, I have an intuition that that is an issue. Thirdly, there's this passages all about union between two people and the kind of spiritual bonding that happens on those kinds of relationships. So God is telling you to do that. It's going against something that seems to be very significant to God. It's a huge thing, that whole being union or uniting with another person. So I don't think God's just going to flippantly say that, because it's telling you to become union or united with somebody spiritually. And it's a very strange thing, because you're supposed to be marrying people. So that doesn't
Also
make
a
sense.
strange thing when God said, "Do not kill."
You're saying that, and when he didn't say that, he said, "Do not murder." Ask any Jew, ask anybody that understands the Old Testament, ask anybody who understands the Bible.
I know the fucking Old Testament.
It's not do not
It's in the Ten
kill.
Commandments.
You're wrong. It is not do not kill. You're wrong. Look at any translation. Hold on. Look at any translation worth its freaking salt, and it's not going to say do not kill. You're wrong.
It's not murder, right? I'll grant you. Then you're affirming divine command here. It's so then murder is wrong because he says it's wrong.
Murder is wrong. No, our duty is constituted by what he commands. So he says, "Do not murder." That's our duty. That's what we need to follow. The reason it's wrong is because God has commanded it. The command is consistent. The command is consistent with his nature, which is objective, and it is something that does not change.
And can I ask you about the murder thing? I think that's problematic though.
Yeah.
Because if murder is inherently wrong, then it just cashes out to don't do the wrong. But in the other cases, they're not inherently wrong. All of the other commands are not inherently wrong. They're wrong because God has commanded it. But in the case of murder, it is definitionally wrong. So there seems to be a difference. That's why I think it probably is don't kill in maybe a special way, or don't kill in an unjustified way or something. But if you're just going to say don't murder, then it's not because God says it's definition, right? Whereas the others are not.
Yeah, so, I mean, we can talk about that, and that's an interesting point. I mean, you almost might say that it's like redundant to say, do not murder. Yeah, I think that's a redundant thing to say. But the point is it's supposed to be, don't kill in an unlawful way. Now, the question is,
That's fine, yes.
right. And then it's going to be, well, which laws are we to follow and which ones aren't? And those are outlined by case law in the Old Testament. There's going to be various cases that you can say under those cases, at least as far as the Old Covenant goes, you could kill under. And that's going to be laid out. So when he says do not kill,
yes, under certain circumstances can be justified, in these cases it's not.
Sure. Most people, and most people are going to be at least sympathetic to the reasoning if they're not in favor of capital punishment. They can understand that at least there's some reasoning they can be sympathetic. Now, they're not going to agree if they're, atheists, particularly, or people that are opposed to Christianity. They're not going to agree with the cases that God says it's acceptable, right?
I mean, there's going to be disagreement in this case. And what I was pointing out is that saying don't murder is either superfluous, redundant, because it's not done by God's command. It's rather that it's in all the other cases, it's because God said it's wrong. In some cases, maybe you may think it's inherent, but in other cases not, which is why he's telling you whatever the case is. But with murder, it's always wrong.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point, and I think that can be brought out. And I appreciate you saying that. But let me just say, I think what you did was good there, Rob. I think it's good.
So it's not an intellectual argument to say, oh, Andrew, this is ridiculous or this is bad. That's just like a hyperbole, or it's like grandstanding. That's progress, right? Because I'm looking for the intellectual argument. Because I realize when people do that to me, it's useless. So I can imagine it's going to be useless to you. Everybody in the audience that's on our side is going to cheer. The others are going to go, what's all this noise going on?
Yeah, and I kind of, like I said, I do agree that technically, if we don't want to waste time, or not waste time, but if we want to be purely logical, we should just go to why he thinks God exists in the first place. I do think there was some merit to doing what we're doing, like Sam said, and I agree with that, but yeah, I can
He's a man.
everyone. One thing, Andrew, if you look up the word in Hebrew where it says the Ten Commandments, it says lo tirtzak, which basically means do not spill blood. Okay, that's what it says. Do not spill blood. Now you can say from dawn to dusk that like this is about murder, not killing, but that is your own little interpretation. That is not what the Hebrew says.
Well, I'm just going to tell you that the scholarship on this is roundly against you. Now, we can go ahead and I'll just get some material on this and we can go over it. But there's a reason the people who translate the Bible have translated it, and you can try to argue, oh, they're all biased, which is an insane view, because there's people who are atheists that are part of these translations at times. But the translators render it, do not murder. There's a reason that they do that. Because do not kill would obviously present a massive issue. And I don't think that it is due to biases that they're doing that. I think it's just due to, that's not what was written down. That's not consistent with what is actually being expressed by the Jews or the authors of the Old Testament.
I'm saying that best case scenario, it's unclear. My best case scenario is a word that has multiple meanings.
You're not a translator. I mean, you're just reading what it says.
I kind of am.
Well, okay. I mean, what's your understanding of Hebrew? I mean, what are you saying?
I know Hebrew.
Like, you know Hebrew like you have a degree, or you actually understand it in such a way
Like I can read Hebrew.
You can, okay. Well, fine. Okay, cool. So, are you fluent?
So the point, basically.
Okay.
That's fine. Basically.
Okay.
So the point is, at your best, if I'm steelmanning your argument, the word has multiple meanings. It has something to do with taking blood.
Well, of course it's about shedding blood. The question is it saying that you just can't shed blood ever, which is an insane thing to say, because obviously within the context, there's all kinds of bloodshed going on that God is not only endorsing, but he's telling people to take animals and do it. Now, if you want to just say, oh yeah, the authors, hold on. If you want to say that the authors are so myopic in their understanding that when they're writing things within the same paragraphs, or within the same 2 or 3 chapters, they're going to be writing things like,
that's what I'm saying. That's 100% what I'm saying.
This is what you're arguing for. Well, I just want to point out, you're just, this is where
I'll tell you why.
Well, let me say this. I'm going to hear you, but I just want to say this. Dr. Josh points out, and I think rightly, people have this very weird deal of like a bunch of idiot sheep herders riding them. It's like you have no idea what you're talking about. These people are not dumb. But these come out with they're this dumb, they're going to contradict themselves within one chapter to the next. I think it's pretty ridiculous. But go ahead.
First of all, multiple authors. The reason that they're completely inconsistent is because they'll write like "do not steal," which is another one of the 10 Commandments.
Amazing, Abe. So,
yeah. Like, of course there are contradictions. So yeah, they could say don't steal.
Let's see. So when you say it says "do not," yeah, God owns the land too, but
God does not own the people. What the fuck?
Really? And how do you define ownership, Abe? Go ahead. Yeah.
Well,
exactly.
I know they just because it says in the Bible, your slaves are your property. That doesn't make it true.
Ownership. Define ownership.
About humans and their rights. They realize that all humans.
Appealing to what you, by your own rights, is a subjective thing. You're appealing to a subjective thing that comes way later that Christians are not going to agree with. And people who affirm an objective moral law and understanding of theism and what the scripture lays out, they're not going to agree with what you just said. And so I don't know why you think that's some kind of counter to say, well, because of the Enlightenment, you can't own somebody. God owns the earth and all of the inhabitants of it.
So you're cool with God being a slave owner, basically. You're okay with slavery.
And that's on why?
Yeah, you're okay with slavery. They do the same stuff.
They do the same stuff. Hey, toss a cut open red fish to all the people listening. Throw some red meat. Go ahead.
Oh, you're okay with slavery? You're the one that's saying, you're the one that's denied what he was saying about, he says, not steal, but then go steal people, basically.
That's not denying it. Listen, God says do not steal. He's telling humans do not steal. God owns everything. If God says this land, I promised you by way of a covenant, and these people that are on it are sacrificing babies and doing horrific things, go up and clean up shop. Or take the land from them. However it is that he wants to say it. It's his. Of course he can do that. And if you tell me that's wrong, by what standard?
It's only consistent, right? Like, it's not wrong, it doesn't sound only consistent.
It makes sense, but that's why it's the illusion that finds them out of it. I don't know.
Also, when you say that you have objective morality, you realize that is your own subjective assessment.
Oh my goodness.
That you have an objective morality.
Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, how do you determine something? I think we talked about this before, but what statements can you make that are objective? Go ahead.
I don't make objective statements.
They're not moral. That's the negative and you don't believe in the statement. So I can make moral opinion. I can make objective.
You don't think that a statement, did we just lose that guy?
I'm in the audience, and you
Oh, let me bring him up. I do it to you, but I just want to say, if you just say something, hold on. If the statement that you make is directly corresponding to reality, to just say that that's a subjective statement, I think is kind of silly. Obviously, if I say the sun exists, I'm making the, yeah, sure, but it is a subject, i.e. me, who's making a statement. And to say that that's merely a subjective claim, I think is kind of silly. Anyway, on you. It's good.
Well, yeah, I mean, even though you pulled the guys on, that was kind of the point, is that it's not internally consistent, really, even within the Bible. Unless you just, I don't know, just do these mental gymnastics to just talk your way out of it. Whatever. I don't know, I was trying to type some stuff in the comments. You want to go?
Hey, just a quick point for you. You probably don't want to say that you don't believe anything's objective, because if Andrew asks you, is that statement objective, and you said no, then, you know, it seems like it's sort of undermining your view. And presumably by objective you mean some fact of the matter that's not subject to our opinion or something like that. So just a small thing. I think you probably have to consider there are those things. Maybe you don't label it objective, but there are some facts of the matter. And that's typically
You're talking about moral objective?
No, just statements. I don't think there are moral facts.
No, exactly.
I was basically talking about moral, but even if I wasn't, there are facts about the universe, but my assessment of them is subjective, yes.
No, that's not what's being meant there, right? You're just repeating to a fact. There are facts in the world, whether you have epistemic access or not, there are facts, and those things are what we mean by objective. I think you agree with that.
I don't even like the word facts, because it like people are like all philosophical, they're gonna start like talking about Platonism or whatever. I'm talking about there are facts of the world, meaning there is matter in motion. And sometimes it's at point A, sometimes it's at point B. That is not up for debate. However, my ability, but that's what we call a fact. Yeah. Don't in that sense.
Objectively true.
Yeah. There is a taste of what actually is existing at any moment in time. But my ability to figure that out is completely subjective. And I don't think there's a problem with saying that.
Yes, but that's not what's being asked of you, I think. What they're asking is, do you believe that there are those mind-independent, quote-unquote, facts out there?
No.
You say yes, like
No, I don't.
But their fact is not, the fact is referring to something, right? Matter in motion.
You take yourself in a corner when you say yes, and he's going to say, oh, you do it too. You can't concede that point. He's just going to say you do it too, then, so I'm allowed to be delusional. I'm not delusional. I don't believe in objective, you know, like anything you're sensing through your senses is going to be subjective. We do our best when CM uses words like we're doing math and science. These are human tools that we developed that attempt to be as objective as possible, and they do a really fucking good job of it. But they are still human tools, and that's okay. That's completely okay.
What I think Andrew's referring to is ontology, not the epistemology, not, you know, do we have access to it? But rather, is there some state of affairs that is the case, independent of our opinion or our preferences or whatever? And you and I are going to say, yes, there are things like that. And I'm going to say that for every descriptive fact, even if I don't have access to it, but I'm going to deny it for the prescriptive case, i.e. the normative case. And you probably are too. And that's fine. If we say that, there's no problem. And he's not going to go, oh, you're inconsistent, you can't say that. So we could deny prescriptive facts and accept descriptive facts, and it's not a problem.
Well, to be clear though, Rob, when Abe and I spoke about this before, I think he might be kind of walking it out. You gotta be careful, because as CM says, Abe's a little slippery salamander at times.
You worry, not him.
I know.
I just see the corners with some fact outside there in the world. That's what we mean.
Yeah, so Abe's saying, yeah, everything he's saying is subjective. That's not really saying much, because, yeah, he's a subject. You know,
that's what he means, yeah.
Yeah, right, but that's not really what's big. But what he means is, which I think
it's important. It's important when you claim that you have objective, you know, access to objective truth. That's why it's important to bring down.
What do you think?
Andrew, hold on. As much as Andrew would like to make it look otherwise, Andrew, you are a human being, just like a primate on the planet Earth. You have become convinced that you have access to a God who has objective knowledge.
All kinds of things that you think are true.
But become convinced that I have access to like objective truth.
What?
That's the difference.
See, that's the thing, Rob. There it is. There it
Okay,
is.
I think that's kind of mistaken. You do think that you exist. You do think that there's a sun, a solar system. You think those are objective truths, i.e., that they refer to things in the actual world that's independent of your preferences.
Yeah, and I use my own senses to make the case that they're like.
Yes, so then you can still refer to them as objective, though. Your epistemic access to it doesn't change the fact that something out there is the case. It just changes that what your amount of access to that thing. But still, the sun is still going to be quote unquote objective in the sense that most people talk about. And you're not agreeing.
Yeah, but I can prove that. Andrew can't prove this.
Yeah, but that's the thing. So then going back to the epistemics, right? All that the question is whether there's something in the world that we can call a fact. The sun, the stars, whatever it is. And you and I are going to agree, yes, those are facts in the sense that they're independent of us and there are something out there that is the case. We're going to agree on that. And that's all Andrew needs. Then if you go, but I can show mine and you can't show yours, completely different question.
Well,
That's fine.
that's the point. Yeah.
Well, it sounded like your point was that we can't call anything an objective fact. There's no ontology out there that we can appeal to that is objective. That's what I thought you were saying. But if you're not, then okay.
No, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm going to say that just for the sake of the argument, that I do think there's a case of reality out there existing. And the difference is I can show your senses to your subjective senses that the sun is there. And I don't think Andrew can do the same for his God. So.
Okay, that's fine, but that's just like an epistemic, disagreement with the ontology. We agree with Andrew that there's some state of affairs that's out there. He just thinks there's a different state of affairs to us. But now we're not arguing that there is some state of affairs out there. Rather, it says which one of those is the correct one and how do we assess that, right? That's fine. But I thought you made the case that, at least I thought you were saying, that there's no objective facts. That's fine. All right, so I think hopefully we've cleared that up. And does think there's objective facts. You think there's objective facts. He thinks he's got access, epistemic access to the facts that are true, yours are false.
Here's a reason that facts that he views them through his subjective, first person experience. Which is technically true. And again, it's so he doesn't get cornered into some platonic discussion or whatever, which Andrew, not coincidentally, Andrew loves to do.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll go back on as soon as he comes on, you'll hear it. He thinks that's objective.
I was thinking that if God is a subject and morality is dependent on the subject, that you can view it as divine command, there can be ultimately subject.
Yeah, it's very true too. What they want to say, I want before.
Yeah, what they want to say, and I think there's an objection, so I don't accept it, but what they want to say is that it's his nature. It's not just his opinion. It's not like he's just going, how's the wind blow today, or how do I, what do I feel about this today? No,
Rob, this is the Kitover dilemma. You can trap them really easily. When they say that, say, is it bad because God said so or because of his nature? If they say it's because God said so, then you say, okay, so then you could just literally say otherwise. And if they say it's because of his nature, then say, so God doesn't fucking need to say anything. We already know it because of the nature.
Okay, that's what they want to say. So that's the sense in which they mean it's objective. I'm just explaining to the other fellow that it's not just his opinion, but rather he's informed by his nature, and that itself is some fact of the matter that couldn't be otherwise. Like the sun is not, couldn't be not the sun floating up there. Anything, right?
If we say
the attributes of God, that grounds it as objective, right? In the same way that the sun, that's what they want to say.
But if God is almighty and all-powerful, then that means that he can change his nature, and that his nature is so.
His nature.
Well, that's not what they're going to say. I would say
he's not going to say God can have a different nature. He's going to have one divine, perfectly good nature, and that's going to inform all of his actions that go right. It's not like he could totally have a different nature.
I think that I would say, well, he hasn't been responding if he's there. He's a necessary being that has attributes that do not change. It's the same.
Andrew, let me ask you a question.
I think that the relevant point that I would make about his attributes are that does not change and not capable of changing are two different things. So like God, I would say if God is almighty and all powerful, the fact that he does not change his nature does not mean that he cannot change his nature. So even then his nature is just what he is allowing it or willing it to be. And therefore morality is the same. Right? So he could change his nature and he could therefore change morality. You're saying he does not. Not you. Andrew's saying it.
Yes,
I'm not,
you're saying can't.
he's right here. Let him say what he thinks, sir. So, like, do you agree that God could change his nature, Andrew?
No, of course not. He can't. He can't even want to. He can't even want to. I mean,
Do you think that he's powerful enough to?
no, it's not about
God's
his
a
power.
slave to his nature.
No, you guys are being weird. Look, God can't do an impossible thing. God can't do things that are impossible. You're
So
basically
you're saying that, like, it would be some sort of logical contradiction for God to change
or
his
something
nature.
like that. Yeah, you're going to be ultimately boiling down to saying A, not A. And God is not doing that. He cannot do that. So you're
It's not doing and cannot doing are two different distinctions that I'm trying to get you to understand.
What I'm saying is God does not do. It's also true that he cannot do, but he does not do.
Okay, so I'm more interested in the cannot, right? So, but then, so the why he
There's no possible world in which God can make a square circle. There's no possible world in which God can make a married bachelor. There's no possible world in which God can change his nature.
And so how is that a contradiction? How would that be? How would God be? I understand. Now, I'm not saying for God to change his nature contradiction. So how is that P and not P?
Yeah, because you're basically saying a being who is by definition.
You're saying that if God changed his nature, he would no longer be God, right? Which I can agree with that, right? Now, I'm saying God, a contradiction of P and not P. But I've not heard you introduce the P and not P.
I think that you're just holding a position that. So what you're trying to. That's fine. So let's work on this. Okay. So let's picture what we're talking about here. Okay. Definitionally, God is the greatest conceivable being, or he's a perfect being. Okay, something like that, right? Now, if a perfect being could change, it's either going to be the case that he's becoming worse or better. Okay. There's going to be some difference about who he is. Because we're talking about the greatest conceivable being. If you're going to say that he becomes worse, then he's no longer perfect. That's a problem.
Right.
If you say that he becomes better, then you're saying he wasn't perfect. That's a problem. So you can't have a perfect being becoming better, and you can't have a perfect being becoming worse. So the
What I'm saying is a perfect being, I'm saying to you, Andrew, I believe a perfect being would be capable of making itself imperfect, although it chooses not to do so. That's why I'm saying.
But he's told you what's
No, I'm
wrong
saying
with God. I don't understand how you keep pushing this point. He's
It's
just
not
always
this can't be
possible. Yes, it's contradiction. He's God and not God. God can't be.
No, I'm not saying that he does. So wait. I'm not saying so I can be alive or dead, and I can kill myself. I have the capability of killing myself, but I'm not going to. Right? So God can be in a state of perfection, and in that state, has the ability to become imperfect, but he does not do that.
It's Schrodinger's God. He's only perfect when you're not looking at him.
Do you see what I'm saying? Okay? Do you see that he is not being? That's it.
I'm just saying
Do you see
he's
it not being?
not God. Come on now.
I'm saying that he can change into
This
the
is
state of not being.
philosophical shit, so whoever you ask, you're gonna get a different answer.
No, it's not true.
I don't think any theist is going to accept that.
I don't see the P and not P. I don't
God
see the
and
P
not
and
God.
not P.
Like how difficult is this, my friend? God and
Am I
not
telling you that he is God and not? So do you think that I'm saying that he is God and not God? Is that what you think I'm saying?
You're asking for the contradiction, and Andrew's saying to you that if his nature changes from a perfect nature to something that is not perfect, which must be the case for change, that's what Andrew's saying to you, then he's not God. So then you have God and not God. God cannot be not God. Very simple.
So God cannot change himself from being God. But God cannot be God.
God is a slave.
I'm saying God can make the
God
world.
is a slave.
God can make the place. God can delete himself, right? God can make the world a place where there is no God.
Is God an essential being that cannot fail to exist? That's what the Christians think. And there, the part cannot fail to exist is part of being God.
I'm not saying God can be God and God cannot be God. I'm saying God can make the world a place where God does not exist by not existing. He can choose to not exist.
And Andrew and I are saying that is impossible.
You have to understand something, Alessandro.
I appreciate your patience because I know that doesn't seem like I'm trying to argue. I'm trying to walk you in. I appreciate your patience.
Wait. Alessandro. Yeah, Alessandro, look, the point is this. that Christianity and religion in general are ancient belief systems passed down. They're not interested in logic or truth or nuance. But let me finish. They're interested in conformity. What they do is they give you syllogisms that are internally consistent to get you to just drop the first domino, and after a billion more dominoes where they gaslight you to death, it's going to end with go to church and like tithes and give us money. Like that's all it is, okay? This first gaslighting is just your first taste into the cult. Many cults do it. It's the same as all of them.
You sound like a pastor for a shady pastor for atheism, maybe.
I'd like to get careful here because I think there is a depth of what the definition of God entails existence in such a way that God is a being that exists at all times.
Yeah, that's what it's a creation being.
So yes, so I can understand that. I can understand that the act of doing that. I'm sorry, an entailment of that is that he cannot stop himself from existing. Is that what you're saying, man?
Yes, and in the same way, he's a prolific being. His nature is one of moral perfection. I should up whatever words you want to use. He cannot fail to be that. Anything else, and he's not God. And
I appreciate your patience in helping me get to that point.
Evil or whatever, right? To undermine the goodness aspect. And if you undermine that, then it follows that God doesn't exist. So
I
my endeavor.
totally see that. I appreciate you pointing that out.
This idea that God can do impossible things.
What
is impossible? No problem. We can talk about things.
No, yeah, man. I think that was a misunderstanding on my part. I was not familiar with that entailment, so I appreciate you clarifying that. On the whole, though, I think that I think the original burden would really just be help us, please help us with compelling arguments for why we should believe in this God, right? So like if you're internally consistent under the frameworks that you have, that's great. What would be like, Andrew, I guess I'm curious, what would be your method for trying to get someone who's skeptical to believe in your God?
Yeah, Andrew, demonstrate that God exists, please. That's a good question.
I love you, Abe. Obviously, that's going to be a long conversation. We're going to have a lot of different things to go down. You can start with things that you don't think are compelling. I can start with things that I think are compelling. We can just do a comparison of our particular commitments about our worldviews and see if we can give something that has the same strength and explanatory scope or depth or whatever about the various data points that we want to point to in the world. We talk about consciousness and all kinds of other things. And I do think that there's a case that people should be able to reasonably, rationally work their way to God. I think that there is a case to be made there. But there's more than I can probably do right now. But I'll just do this. Alessandro, I just wanted to help with that last thing that we were talking about. And we can talk more for sure. And I'll be listening. But I just want to say this. A necessary being cannot be contingent. If it's the case that God could have the power to eliminate himself, he would be contingent. It's a contradiction. So it's built in. God is a necessary being. So that means there's no possible world in which he doesn't exist. So to say that he can make himself not exist is just saying that there's a possible world in which he doesn't exist. And therefore, he's a contingent being. Therefore, he's not God. That's it.
Right. So I think I was talking about like maybe all powerful, all knowing and stuff, but then also he is a necessary being. That's an important part to include in the definition. I think engage in evangelism, dude. That's what we're trying to get to. Because I think that ultimately, like the internal consistency of your worldview and stuff is probably going to hold up because you're a very thoughtful person. But I think that like the internal consistency of a worldview is only.
Oh, I agree.
It's just in your
out. Right. You just said the consistency. Yeah, that's not all the work is before me. I get you, but that's why we have these conversations and whatnot. But I want it to be relational too. I do want to be able to give arguments and the best I can, but I'm not really the argument type person. Like the premise one, premise two. Although I like arguments, but it's more just like dialoguing over reasons why you don't believe. I'll give you reasons why I think God does exist, and it's a conversation we have there. And hopefully in good spirit and good nature, good faith. Hopefully we both can see where the other person makes good points. I think that's generally should be the aim. Should be endeavor to get to truth. Now, obviously, I think that Christ, I'm quite convinced, is the truth. But I'm open to at least hearing your objections and trying to engage. And if there is something I think that has teeth, I'll just be honest and say, yeah, I think it has teeth. I think the problem of evil has some teeth. I do. Certainly, from an emotional standpoint, it's powerful. And I think the fact that it is emotionally powerful can be an argument that can be used against the goodness of God or against his existence altogether, or maybe even just the power of God, right? Something's got to give, or maybe his omniscience, right? That's what it works towards anyway. So yeah, I think we can have good faith dialogue and kind of give and take and see where we go. But yeah, for now I'm going to mute up a bit. But I was going to say I really want to hear what Albedo's new arguments are, because I don't know if you know this, Alessandro, and I know you are. You're a man of many names, but Albedo is now a Christian, believe it or not.
Me too, man. I actually am.
You became a Christian?
I sincerely am. Now the thing is, I don't believe that Jesus is the only pathway towards. I don't believe that you're going to burn in hell if you don't worship Jesus. Right?
Well, wait, but you believe that he died and rose from the dead?
No, I do not believe in the resurrection.
Wait a second. I mean, not to be tribalistic, but we're really talking about the base. This is like a. I mean, you can do a Dawkins thing.
That's so. The way that I view it is okay, I've been an atheist, right? I've been an agnostic, and then I think about what do I think about the nature of divinity? Can divinity can you be expressed divinity? We can define divinity, right? I think that's going to be a term that's hard to whatever, right? I believe in the divinity of Christ, right? I believe that I've had divine experiences. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? This is just so I do believe that Christ is operating in accordance with the will of the creator of the universe, called by God, or even the conduit through which, yes, Jesus is. I do believe in the power and effect of Jesus on this world today. I do believe in. Well, I'm not convinced that it would be an interesting conversation if someone could convince me of the annihilation of consciousness upon death. That would be an interesting conversation. So I'm not persuaded that is the case. So yeah, I believe in Jesus. I believe that he was divine. I believe that he even was a vessel through which the highest level of divine energy did flow, right? And so you should try to be like Jesus. And you should try to follow Jesus. Is this a recent thing? I'm sorry. For me, this is a quite recent thing. I mean, I've been a theist for a second, but I think that for me, this is, the divine. I think that also when I look at the compilation of the Bible, there are multiple versions. There are multiple church fathers who believe in different versions. You have Apocrypha, right? And so I think that the church itself is not a unified body with explicit beliefs. You even have many churches that don't even believe in the Trinity, that don't even believe in the divinity of Jesus, and all of them would say they're Christians. So yeah,
bro. Well, first of all, I just want to say that's awesome, man. I mean, obviously, I'm happy to hear that. Why wouldn't I be? I think that's awesome. But I would just say there are people here on stage that don't believe they're naturalists, or whatever, and they're going to say they don't think anything supernatural is true at all. So I'm very curious. I would love to hear, and I'm going to mute, and until Albedo comes up or whatever, I would love to hear you say what it is that convinced you or what brought you into, let's say, theism, because I didn't even know you were a theist. I always thought you were an atheist. And then what brought you even more specifically to say that you think Jesus is divine or was divine. I would love to hear that, and I'll listen, brother. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I have a question. Alessandro, what makes you think you're still going to be conscious after you die?
So, I believe in the block universe, right? And some of the implications of which means I also subscribe to the tenseless theories of time, which means that causation, even in just a physical sense, at point A from from point A in time to point B in time, causation would be illusory, right? Like, do you follow?
Not illusory, but it's not like the direct causation like an A point there to time.
It's not a causation in the sense that we mean when we say cause.
Yeah,
Right?
it's all existing. It's all existing, at the same time. But just being aware of it. Yeah.
I mean, it's not kind of so in sense, but it's like emergent kind of causation. It's not the same exact causation, but even I know the B theory of time. Okay,
So cool, like the tenseless theories of time, you got B and C theory, right? So there's not a moment in space-time that you would say, this moment in space-time exists. I think that consciousness exists because things are happening in space-time causing consciousness to exist. It seems to be the case that we are just conscious of various moments in space-time from the perspective of the organism that we call our body, right? And so since I don't believe, like I look at space-time as a place where nothing is happening. There's nothing happening in space-time. So it doesn't really make sense to say things are happening in space-time that are causing our consciousness to exist. Right? So I don't believe consciousness is dependent upon things that are happening. Right? And so since for me, okay, you see what I'm saying? Like for me, consciousness is not even dependent, or it's not emerging due to processes. Because like processes in that emergent sense of a sequence of events with an outcome, that's not the most advanced understanding of the configuration of space and time, right? So
but you think are you like a panpsychist? Do you think you have consciousness without your brain?
no, I think it seems to be the case that like our consciousness is just peering into time and space from the perspective of our bodies. And I don't know what the cause of that is, but I know
that you're not dualist.
I would say I'm not an emergent dualist. So like an emergent dualist is going to say consciousness exists because like a thing happened and now consciousness exists. Right? I don't look at causality like that.
Okay, but you are a dualist, I guess. Just not emerging from your
Do you
brain.
think consciousness is physical or non-physical?
I believe that everything is probably physical. We just don't know what to call it yet.
So why can't you just say consciousness is emergent?
Well, because emergent, for something to emerge, you're saying like a thing happens and then causes a thing to exist, right? But I'm
Are you saying you think consciousness is uncaused?
I'm saying I don't know the cause of consciousness, but I don't believe that consciousness exists due to any of the physical processes that we're observing.
Then why wouldn't you just say that you probably think it's not physical? If you're saying you don't think it's caused physical, just call it non-physical.
Well, I think so. Whatever we would call non-physical now is probably something that like for instance, people used to think light was non-physical, but we just had to discover photons. Do you see what I'm saying? So
yeah, that's true.
Things that people will call super. Sure, I mean that may be the case, but I think that I don't make vast assertions about the nature of consciousness. I just look at like what we know about space and time, and I'm going to say causality is not a thing. Straight up, full stop. Causality, according to the laws of physics, in accordance with like the Flock universe theory, the relativity of time and space, and the passage of time, and the arrow of time, and all of that, all moments in time already exist, right? So it's not like your consciousness exists because there's this thing happening. I don't know if you see what I'm saying, but
I know what you're saying. I don't think the conclusions you're drawing are actually correct.
So what is incorrect?
No, just because
what is more questionable?
You see, even in a B theory universe, I know it's just again the problem is you're mistaking the word, like you're using the two things. So okay, if you don't want to call it this causation, the same type of causation as you have in like A models. Then we can invent a new word, or you can just put a prefix in front of it, like call it emergent causation or something. But something like emergent causation still exists in the B models. I mean, things don't happen for no reason.
Of course not. I think that okay. So here's what I'm saying.
Still are separated, even though they might not be like CM said. They might not be like cause A to B to C, but they are still spaced out in a way that is sequential. It's the reason it's the reason why your experience right now is not like you as a child, you as an old man, you as a middle-aged person. Like it's the reason it goes in order.
Of course. Now I think that we may disagree on the implications of that. And maybe we can come to agreement. I think that like, okay, there's a sequence of reels on a movie strip, right? And each let's say sequences of a book, of a pages within a book, right? Page 3, we can say like page 2 caused page 3 to exist, but also page 3 and page 2 exist at the same time, right? So no moment is privileged, right? So for instance, say event B must happen, then event C happens, and then consciousness exists. Like that's something that you guys are trying to say, right? Like event B happens, event C happens, and that's why consciousness exists. That's what you're saying, right?
Oh, well, it didn't really.
Because or do you see what I'm saying? It's like if event B and event C exist simultaneously and consciousness exists simultaneously, then yes, I appreciate your reference to sequence. But it means it's causality only in the sense that there is a sequence. It's not like true causality. Do you see what I'm saying?
I may go for the sequence thing, and because you might be able to like play with kind of sequences in B models, but again, there's still some kind of we agree that things don't happen for no reason. There's of course some kind of emergent causality. Like it's just.
What do you mean when you say emergent? Because maybe I'll give you what I think, and then correct me. Because when you say emerge, it seems like you're saying did not exist, now does exist. Emerge.
No. So right? there are two forms. Yeah, there are two forms of emergence. Like But let's just go with like the basic emergence, right? You have one water molecule, right? There's nothing there. It's just the water molecule. But when you get billions of water molecules together, then you have like temperature because they're hitting each other. So temperature emerged out of what was not there before. There was no temperature with one molecule.
I love that example right now. Let's say in one moment in time, you have one molecule. In another moment in time, you have all the molecules and temperature. The second moment didn't wait for the first moment to happen before the second moment existed in space-time, right? So yes, there is this sequence and there is this order, but there's no causation in the colloquial sense. So the temperature was not caused, right?
I kind of understand what you're doing, but I'm kind of feeling a little bit confused about how it affects your main conclusion. So what is your conclusion, I guess? That's what I'm trying to say. What's the conclusion?
So even in space-time, each state of affairs is an eternal attribute of space-time in its own right? We can't even say that like for instance, this moment where we're talking on the phone has always is a clumsy word, but it's an eternal attribute of the universe, this moment, right? It doesn't exist because I got up and chose to one day do some shit.
No, I follow you. I'm just saying, so what's the point though?
So then I'm saying it wouldn't make sense. We can't even say things are the way they are because things happened. Like we can't say because things took place, things are the way they are.
How do you get from this to God?
He asked me about consciousness. So I was saying like, why do you?
The consciousness, yeah.
So I would say I don't believe in emergent consciousness because I don't believe like
events
You
are
just don't
taking
believe in
place.
emergence, period. Yeah, it's not
I
like
mean,
Or
but then that's me saying too, though, like consciousness. That's why I'm saying I don't believe our consciousness is being created by our bodies.
But you shouldn't word it that way because it completely throws people off the trail. It makes them think that you think that consciousness is special. But you're not even saying that. You're saying you don't even believe that, like, me kicking a rock is some type of, like, causation. You don't even believe that. So
I don't get it.
Right. So that's separate. So you just don't believe in causation, period.
Yeah.
So that's why I don't believe in emergent dualism. Like I don't believe like I wouldn't like if you were to say your consciousness exists because like the thing had to happen and now you got like you see what I'm saying?
So then what does this imply for your worldview? If you don't believe in causation, then what?
Well, I guess if he was to say, why do you believe that your consciousness can exist without your body? And that's because I'm saying it seems to be the case that my consciousness is just aware of different moments in space.
Because you believe that every moment in space time exists without something else. So yeah, okay, fine.
No, but that's fine. Like, fine. Do you think were you conscious before you were born?
Probably not.
Okay, exactly. So then,
I mean,
because what he's doing is he's just equating his consciousness to moments in time. Literally, that's exactly what he's doing.
No, I would say that it's awareness. So, like for instance, I would say my consciousness would be what I consider me, and my body is like this organism that there are at different points in space and time. There's this organism that I seem to be aware of. You know what I'm saying? So, like, but I seem to constantly be shifting through moments in time, even though my body isn't.
Maybe I'm right.
How's your body now?
No, because like go ahead.
I'm just trying to clarify, kind of like, what was the reason you think God exists?
Okay, God exists. Yeah, and that's just gonna be like my own through experiences I can't explain. I believe that I cannot compel another man to believe in God. I don't believe that you have to believe in God. You know what I mean? I'm just being honest. Even though if we're just going to start talking about my faith claims, like, I do believe. I believe that, well, you were saying,
How was it to tell you where you were born? You don't think
I said I don't think so.
You obviously
I didn't say no.
You don't. So it's just, why do you think after you die, it's going to be any different?
Well, I think that there is a purpose to our existence right now. These are just faith-based claims.
Yeah.
I do believe there's a purpose to our existence. I do believe, and I believe reincarnation of our minds could be it. Now, I would never advocate for any of my beliefs, right? I would never like you guys have to know your mind. Maybe not reincarnation, but like our minds could have existed in other ways, and this is another way that we're existing, experiencing space and time this way. Then we may do something else after this shit is done. You know what I mean? Like, it seems to be like I'm just aware of different moments in space and time.
Oh, shit.
And I don't know why I couldn't become aware of other things after this. Like, if there's other things for my awareness to explore.
I'm glad you know some like philosophy and like relativity and stuff, but you might want to look into some of the latest developments in neuroscience, which actually tell you about your mind and your brain and stuff like that. Because for that, I mean, it's actually quite common.
You're gonna talk about causality, dog. Like they would have to discover and
sure, but it's
for me that's gonna be irrelevant. Because like you're gonna describe
your mind, you're just saying, oh, all bets are off, basically. For your mind, you don't need anything for your mind to exist.
No, I think you need anything. No, I'm saying I hold that for all moments in time. You don't like.
I know this is the most like fascinating worldview I've ever heard. That's like, it's the most like mushy worldview. Like you don't believe in causation. You don't believe in physical like things. You don't believe in consciousness that emerges.
I do believe in consciousness. Well, I disagree on.
At this point, why are you just not a solipsist?
I do believe. I'm not saying
You said it's not emerging from the brain.
No, so
I
again,
don't think I don't believe in emergence, period.
I know you don't believe in causation, so I'm saying why would not use the solipsis?
causation or emergence, you believe you're conscious because you're conscious now. Like I said, I heard you Max a bunch of times. I was picking up on this, that you're kind of almost equating your consciousness to the moments in time in which you are conscious.
You know, consciousness is my awareness. Consciousness is my awareness.
No,
My consciousness.
you're tying it to moments in time. Like you're conscious now. Like it's not because you're conscious now because you're conscious now, not because you were conscious before or yesterday, but because you're conscious. So like it actually sounds more, I guess philosophically like a presentist, but whatever. Regardless, if you're tying consciousness to moments of time, then like
Right. So what I'm saying is, what it looks like to me is happening, right? Is like there's this thing called. I don't think there's any like ceasing to be, right? Because the biological organism is an eternal feature of space time, right? Across all the moments and times of its life. So it's like, no, like okay, like what you're saying is like it's not the case that the past, the present, and the future are all real. I'm telling you that it is, right?
it can all be
We can dispute.
Yeah, but then why are you not conscious right now of like when you were a baby?
Right, because I don't think that my consciousness and my body are the same thing. That's one of the things I'm trying to point out.
Why is it that you're not conscious right now in this moment of you being a baby?
That's a great question. Because I believe we're only conscious of one moment at a time. Similar to like reading a book.
Why?
Maybe that's more of like that's a question I cannot answer. But it seems to be the case that I'm only aware
Okay,
of
hold on. I appreciate your honesty. The reason I'm going to press on this point very strongly is because it's pointing out that there are highlighted moments, whether there's no causation, whether your consciousness is not emergent, whether anything. But if you acknowledge that you do not have access to you being a baby right now, and your consciousness is only aware of you right now, it follows logically that there will be a moment in the future or in the whatever time slice where it is highlighted that you are dead and you will not be conscious.
Oh, the way that I view that, right? So I view that as like reaching the end of a book, right? It's like
Okay, when you reach the end of the book, you will not be conscious of any more words, right?
no, but like I'll just be looking at something else. Because also like I think that it seems to me that like if these are literally like
If you say there'll be something else, then why aren't you conscious of before you were born?
because I'm not in that, like I'm not in those moments. Like the problem what I'm saying is
You don't even remember them. Why not?
I think that it seems to be the case, like, okay, I think that what's happening is something like this, and this is going to be my faith, right? Space-time is something that consciousness can peer into. While we're doing that, we experience what it's like to be these organisms. When it dies, we go back to wherever we were. Like, that's what it seems to be. It seems like this is like some book that's already written, where all these moments already exist, and we're just reading one page at a
Somehow
time.
the pages are turning. So if you acknowledge that the pages are turning and you're only aware of the page you're on, it stands to reason that in the same way you were not conscious before you were born, and then you became conscious and you can't remember anything before that, it stands to reason that after you die, it's going to be almost the same thing. Like you just
The only reason why, I think that like,
he's throwing his hands up.
I'm literally saying to you, like,
consciousness, he's just now he doesn't want to like look at everything. He's just
what are you looking at? I would love to. Okay, like here's the thing, bro. So define consciousness. Can't see it.
awareness
So
or subjectivity.
what is it that can help me understand the ontology of consciousness?
It's very easy. It's an emergent property of your brain.
Can you? So I mean, in the context of what I was talking about, telling me that it's in the, telling me that we don't know what
Your brain is generating in the same way it generates, chemicals and emotions and stuff. It's generating this sense of awareness, and we don't fully understand it, but that's probably what's happening.
Okay, that's fair, but like we cannot fully describe consciousness. Cool. So like what I'm saying is CM,
define
I would definitely find the evidence that you alluded to interesting, but I don't think that there's like a knockdown, here's what consciousness is out there in science, and here's how it's created, and like, I don't think we have. You know what I'm saying? I would love to see whatever evidence you're talking about, but you can't even define the thing you're talking about.
I will give you tons of relations, again, between your brain and your mind, which are
Yes, to show you massive correlations. But look, even
Of course, I believe that okay, look, in a hate theory sense, I do believe in emergent brain, right? I believe that our brain is doing shit and those moments correspond to consciousness, right? So I'll concede that point. Yes, our brains
and we just
in like the
even
brain.
in game theory, that's the case. In game
Yeah,
theory,
I
you're saying like the future also exists, like and the past is also simultaneous.
I don't think we grasp what I'm saying.
Because yeah, again, even if you're tying your consciousness to moments in time, like saying you're conscious now, not because you were conscious yesterday.
you're just conscious every second.
You're gonna be conscious forever. But obviously,
I think that. No, dude. Like what I'm saying is, there's this thing called space-time. There's this, and to me, this is what I'm saying. There's this thing called space-time.
We will space.
There are like physical organisms, right? There is consciousness
Who experience
that experiences space-time at various moments from the perspective of these organisms, right? But I'm also saying, like, since this body exists at various points along space-time, this is a moment that other consciousness may decide to come and look through just to see what it's like to live from this perspective, right? Because just because my consciousness isn't looking through this moment doesn't mean my body isn't still standing there. So, like, I don't know what I was doing yesterday. No, but these are just like the real implications of the senseless theories of time and the realness of my body at various points of space.
Implications of space-time.
Okay, so wait, is my body yesterday? Wait, hear me answer this. I'm really just trying to ask you this. Do you think that the physical body that I was in yesterday is like physically real somewhere in space-time?
No,
Okay, thank you.
You think
I do, but you don't see it, right?
I mean,
Because you don't understand what I'm talking about. Thank you.
Space-time doesn't. Let's see.
Do we see that he doesn't understand though, Hayden?
No, what you talking about?
He just disagreed with you, Abe.
You're a person.
He just disagreed with you, Abe. You said yes and he said no.
I never see him bring stuff. He got physical identity.
Across space-time, right? It's like within space-time that the past, the present, and the future are equally real. There's a place where the baby version of me is like, it's there in space-time, right?
Yeah, you're no longer conscious of it. Yeah, you're no
I'm
longer
aware
conscious
of
of it.
that. So what I make of that is that the life of a physical organism is a point that any consciousness can probably peer into and see what it's like to exist. Your life is a book that not only your consciousness
Take a break if you want to see him, if you want to continue talking with him.
You're good. I just feel like what I'm saying is not like completely fucking like, there's a lot of assumptions, but there's nothing in it that you're going to be like, that's unscientific. I'm not going to be like,
Honestly, I think the whole thing's pretty unscientific, but it's okay.
so what's unscientific about it?
Your whole way of looking at the world is like,
What if I said about reality that violates the laws of physics, right? So like, I would say like, if you tell me something that violates the laws of
the
physics,
assumptions
I would say it's not scientific.
the assumptions I would need to say that my consciousness is somehow linked to a theory of time, as opposed to just saying my brain is generating my consciousness, is like so much more. It's like incredibly unharmonious.
What was the assumption?
You have a bunch of crazy assumptions.
Can you say one of them?
That you think consciousness, that you're going to be conscious after you die. That's the main one.
No, okay. He asked, how did I get to there? And you're saying I got there. I'm saying that's an assumption that's already face claim. And then I'm trying to explain, what did I say about the nature of reality that is unscientific? That's what I'm asking.
Well, I mean, you're getting completely unscientific, like you said, when it comes to consciousness and the brain. You're just basically blueberries.
Consciousness is like, of course, I'm sorry, okay. Again, I told you that I do believe consciousness is generated by the brain, right? I told So how is that unscientific?
You did not
Yes,
say
I
that.
told you that if I don't believe, okay, look, yes. Just like I believe in evolution, right? We evolved from animals. But I also believe that all points in space time exist.
You don't believe we evolved from animals.
Right. So like what I'm telling you is the reason you're here is like this moment has existed independent. You can't say at the same time, but this or you can't. It's hard to say or as long as.
Next time you
has existed.
or whatever, just tell me what you're wrong, because I want to.
I'm honestly just saying that if each moment in space-time exists, I'm talking about the block universe. There's no privileged moment. All moments are equally. You heard that phrase, right? There's no privileged moment in the block universe.
No, right? There's no. So when we're talking block universe, you don't live like you don't experience the entire block. You only experience a slice of it, which is the right now.
Right. But I think like what we would say is the beginning and what we would say is the
He doesn't even
end.
know why that is. He doesn't even know why that is, and I appreciate your honesty. But you admit
What do I
you
not
don't
know?
know.
Which one did I say I didn't know?
You do not know why only one slice is illuminated for you, and you're not conscious of you as a baby. And the point is, if you acknowledge that, I think that undermines your whole conclusion, which is that you think you're going to be conscious after you die. But that doesn't make sense because that time slice is going to be dark.
What I'm saying is,
That
that's all I'm
time
saying.
slice is going to be dark. Yes or no?
What? I think that we need to start looking into. I don't think so, no. Right? So like when you die.
Hold on. At that point, you're just like special pleading because if you're saying
What do you mean a dark time slice? Can you clarify that? The dark time slice.
your
Because
conscious
always
is
means something
Like the
exists.
time slice similar to one before you were born.
before you were born, exactly.
But also I said I don't know what happens
You don't
before
have
you were
memories.
born. For all my ability to recall something is not.
Since you weren't conscious of that,
I was conscious at 1 and 2.
you might have just woke up in a rock. Like if you weren't conscious of it.
Okay, and so like babies are not conscious because they can't remember something or something.
Not that they're not. Well, they are conscious by what I call conscious. What you're calling conscious as in you gotta be literally aware at that moment. Then it's what's kind of the difference really? Because you're equating consciousness to moments in time.
No, I'm not. The consciousness is awareness of moments in time. Right?
Exactly. You're tying consciousness
So
to
it's not equating it to moments.
well, you're tying it to moments in time.
I'm saying consciousness is your awareness of various moments in time. So yes, there's a temporal link between our consciousness and the universe. Within the block theory universe model, right? Like the arrow of time is even considered to be an illusion. So the notion that there is a such thing as before and after are arbitrary, right? And so when you're saying that there's
See, that's what I'm saying.
isn't in the C theory of time it is though. In the C theory of time, the arrow of time does not necessarily move forward or backward.
I forgot which one exactly is the C theory. I never really talk about it. But again, you still in the physical world, you still have entropy, and usually the arrow of time is tied to entropy, to the increase of entropy, which is the second law of thermodynamics. So
I guess what I'm saying is
Disorder increases.
yeah, exactly. The tending towards rate disorder. That's what a lot of physicists usually tie the arrow of time to.
right.
But then also it's not an absolute. Like so, and relativity doesn't tell you that like there's no time slices or whatever. It just tells you that time be bent a little. Not that they don't exist.
I'm not saying they don't exist. I'm curious why you think that's relevant.
No, well again, they can be bent, but they're still there and they're still.
I'm curious why you think that's relevant. I'm curious why you think that's like letting me know time slices exist. Why is that relevant?
They exist in kind of a sequential order. Even if that sequential order is not absolute, it's
Okay, so now, if the sequence is not absolute, right, then that means the configuration of matter at any given point in space-time is not dependent on adjacent moments or even the direction of their link to that moment. Right?
Again, the time slice, there's still no.
Now, forget about consciousness. Let's just talk about like the sequences.
Because again,
Right in the arrow of time.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
So what I'm saying is, if you're talking about 10-foot theories of time, where the arrow of time is treated as arbitrary.
No, so okay,
right?
Talking about the like in relativity, there's still no closed time-like curves. Meaning there's still no, in this case, I guess, time travel. It's a past. There's no, you can't do something. There's not themselves.
Sure. Did I say they close in on themselves? Or like, did I say they close in on themselves or something? Like, I'm trying to figure out why you're saying.
I mean by they're not absolute. They can slice at like different angles a little bit. But you still have very sequential things of slice, and again, the angle which
of course, that's my point. I agree with all this. I agree with all this. It's like what would be physically taking place now, billions of light years away, can change depending on where I'm standing right now, what I would consider now, billions of light years away, right? So that's what you mean by location, time, and movement in the universe, affecting what you would be now.
I understand.
So of course I understand all of this. Like I understand all of this.
Okay.
I mean, I guess it was like I really get caught up in and like take consciousness out of it, just causality, right? If the arrow of time doesn't matter, then like sure the sequence is there, but we're just describing what the sequence of adjacent time slices, right? But with remembering that I'm saying the arrow of time is arbitrary, the fact that you're saying that this shit happened before, you're just arbitrarily calling that before, right?
No, but then again,
so if I truly reject the arrow of time, what I'm pointing out to you is that this did not, like you're saying, this before thing must happen for this now thing. If you reject the arrow of time, then no, this is just, it all just is.
So is that what you're doing? I mean, again, even then, I don't think that gets you where you want it to get you, but you're rejecting the arrow of time?
I'm rejecting the arrow of time, and I'm also accepting the real implications of causality being reduced to a description of adjacent time slices. Causality is not some explanation for how things emerge or how things come to be. Causality is a description of adjacent time slices.
No, it's not an explanation. It's just the type of emergence, or the type of causation is now like an emergence of like.
Yeah, this emergence is trivial because that which has emerged has always existed. So this emergence is trivial.
No, again, the fact that you didn't have consciousness before you were born means that emergence.
We're not even talking about consciousness. I just want to like appreciate what I'm talking about with emergence in general. Because if you can't even appreciate that, then we don't need to talk about consciousness.
No, I can't do it. So then, fine. I'm tying it to time.
Look, here's the thing. When we asked you about your God belief or whatever, at least you didn't bring up dumb arguments like miracles or whatever, but you basically had to throw out the entire fucking laws of physics in order to think that you live after death. So, yeah.
Which laws did I throw out, bro? Please, I'll ask you what I said that's unscientific, and no one will answer that question.
Philosophically, your philosophical assumptions are just assumptions.
Your theory of mind is not
that's wild.
Yeah. Of course, everything I'm saying about consciousness is going to be assumptions, but I think that at that point, we all have like, I think some guys are like, they take the science and then ignore assumptions, and I respect that. So when I'm talking about science, when I'm talking about the consciousness, and I'm giving you these assumptions, and at least me talking about what I'm giving you accurate descriptions of reality and physics itself, right? If I've said some shit about physics that's not true, please let me know.
You'll be conscious. Even if you're all your philosophical assumptions.
That's a philosophical assumption. Because that's a philosophical scientific, right?
For the most part, I mean,
it's.
I'm not gonna wonder. Okay, because that's not that important, right?
Without my theories of consciousness.
It's the entailments of your crazy philosophical views that make you think that in the real world, in real fucking physical reality, that you're going to be conscious after you die. That's the unscientific part.
Well, okay. I think that I would never dispute that. Obviously, my theory degrees of consciousness and God and stuff are not scientific. Okay, but I think I didn't say anything about physics that was unscientific thing. So I mean, like all that I'm saying is like, and I appreciate that that everybody can't rock with what I'm saying, but I think that when it comes to consciousness, I think that we will be able to discover what it is and explain it a little more better in physics at some point. You know, we're just not there yet. No, and even we may be able to describe things that people consider to be supernatural. You know, like I guess when they say like they're speaking to other forms of consciousness, maybe that's just like some disruption in some field that we're unaware of that causes someone to hallucinate or something. You know, if we were to do that, then it wouldn't be supernatural. Go on. So the whole thing, of course, by definition, it's like supernatural. Applying your consciousness to time slices, basically. It's just you gotta think you're gonna be experiencing every time slice if you want to exist after you die. If you want to be conscious in the future after you die, you gotta think you're experiencing every time slice after you die, and that's what's completely unfounded. Or you come into the universe, you look at the universe through the eyes of this physical organism, and then your consciousness goes to some other. Like, see, now this is assumptions and shit, bro. This is like some other, I don't want to say dimension, but other, like, place, right? Which is where you're looking at. You're trying to be, you keep saying, oh, what I said about physics, is it unscientific? Or you're trying to be scientific there. I know, but I'm saying but you're asking me about my religious views and consciousness, so this is my religious views and what I was talking about your religious views. I didn't think, well, I mean, it started off like with that. So like if you're asking me, so if you want me to only answer your questions with like, do you want me to don't include what I believe, only include what I know I can prove? Well, because no, when I asked you for reasons, you started talking about beings of time and relativistic space time and all this stuff. Like you weren't just saying I believe. Just to get us to abandon causality. Isn't causation the sequence? A fairly colloquial explanation would be like this. Causation of X is the sequence of time slices leading up to X. That's causation, right? Well, I mean, it doesn't have to be that. It can explicitly, but again, this is what I'm saying. You just think. Wait. What's a better explanation then? Like, come on now. Either I gave you an explanation. Is that a fair definition or not? No, it's not really better. Well, I mean, it could be not directly leading up to it, but yes, the whole point is there's got to be stuff in the past. However, you're slicing that literally. However, you're slicing that like literally in this case, there's got to be something. It doesn't have to be the direct past. I can set something like set an alarm for it to go off later on in the future. So nothing directly preceding it will be. The time slice is going to be the effect of it. It's going to be something. It's going to be a gap way before. But that's not. Again, so. Yeah, I don't dispute it. The crazy thing is, like, nothing that you're saying is different from anything I've said. So it's like, I don't understand why you're arguing with the wall, bro. Like, I don't get, like, you just don't like what I'm saying. Like, nothing that you're saying is different from anything I'm saying. No, because again, you're just saying these words and then just saying, no. Come on, alright, don't do this, bro. Don't do this. If you're okay, bro, you're good. You're good. No, I described to you. You still have described to you the nature of reality. You actually completely ignorant, for example. You're completely ignorant. How? For example, because according to you, it's just now because you're tying consciousness to moments in time. Virtually, I guess that's a reason for you to say anything's possible. No, I never said that. What are you saying? I'm saying there's oh my god, like you can't track and just tell me. It's not direct causation, like in the A theory of time. There's no. I asked you for a better definition of causation. You refuse to offer. No, I said it stays exactly the same. It just becomes interpreted. Okay, so here's where I'm just going to be done. Because I feel like you're not even tracking. If you drop an egg and you see
splattered? How can you never see a splattered egg completely reassemble and become an egg? Because why that violates entropy? This is the reason you never see that. It's just because I never time your consciousness to moments in time.
I was having this entropy
notion of causation, which is what you're trying to cling to.
So look. When you are looking at a broken egg, are you saying that you're looking at something that has come into existence that did not exist?
Can we move on to like how Vito Sam?
Right? Like he doesn't why are you doing this? Like he just doesn't understand.
Well, again, I mean, I'm not trying to make you change your beliefs or whatever. I was just trying to see.
Like you literally just asked me if a thing happened, didn't things happen?
You know, you understand. You read some things in physics. I guess you kind of understood it. But then just for other things,
You can't tell me what I completely. Look, here's the thing. What we're not going to do. If you can't tell me the thing that I said that's incorrect,
Yeah, I literally. Not only that, I literally proved.
how did I go against insane? Okay, look.
You admitted you don't know. And I said,
is an arrow of time.
yeah, you admitted you don't know. I said to you, why is it?
The second word, okay, the increase of entropy, right?
It's a local
It's
arrow.
adjectively describing that in accordance with our perception of the error of time, as moments seem to change, entropy seems to increase. If you move in a particular direction in space-time, however, because all moments exist simultaneously, this is just a feature that we observe as we move in one direction. We observe entropy. You can move in the other direction in space-time, and you would observe entropy moving in the opposite direction.
Even if those moments in the past exist, you can't move in that direction. This is
If you were to observe space-time in the opposite direction, which you theoretically could, then you would observe interest P decrease.
You would have to be made of antimatter to go back.
No, theoretically, there could be methods produced in which you could, like this is not like applied, but in theoretical physics, yes, there's no reason why you could not move backwards.
No, but then you would have to accept the multiverse or parallel universe.
I do believe that we probably live in many worlds. Like there's not one universe, there's not one planet, there's not one star, there's not one solar system. We're probably not so special. We're not so special that
I'm talking about because if you got time travel to the past, you run into paradoxes. You only have one universe. The grandfather paradox. You're talking about
I don't want to get into all the paradoxes of time travel that's tangentially relevant. I can honestly think that I'll say
evidence against time travel in the past, which is what you're talking
I'm
about.
not saying that you can time travel, bro. I'm not saying that you can time travel. Maybe that confused you. Wasn't trying to do that.
You're talking about traveling backwards in time.
I didn't talk about it. I said try. Okay. I think that
This is type of like philosophical thing when someone like redefines everything. So like instead of saying I walk to my front door, they say like I did not move at all, and the entire universe moved 6 inches toward me. Yeah,
But okay, it's fine.
or if I tried to do something like I didn't walk to my door, I'm just aware of this moment in space-time as argument. Like I'm not trying to be that pedantic, but I feel like that would be the
you were trying, but you succeeded.
No, if you want me, we can move on from this topic. I mean, again,
we can. I feel like you guys are good sports, and we thoroughly addressed it.
Sure. So everything changed like completely, unfounded. But it's just you seem to be drawing some pretty radical conclusions from which don't even follow from what you want to serve what you want. Like
Of course they don't follow. That's a fair point. Like I would never claim that like it follows logic.
And you're also biting some really difficult bullets. Like you're literally saying, I admit that I don't know why my time slice is only illumined right now. But then when I say, okay, so then it's possible your time slice won't be illumined when you're dead.
When you're saying like your time slice is illuminated, I think that we need
you're experiencing. If you want, just really fast. We can drop this thing if you want. I mind asking,
Yeah,
what
what's
are your religious ideas?
Okay, cool. So,
Yeah, I mean, I guess here you get to be as wishy-washy as you want. It's not a problem.
I mean, if he goes wishy-washy with like physics, I don't even know if I should go into the God belief now because it's.
dude, I feel like physics is fine, bro. I think the assumptions that I draw from my physics are not justified by my.
Okay, so let me just ask simply, right? Why do you think a God exists? Try to like explain it.
So for me, right, so I believe God exists because I've experienced forces that I cannot explain, that I, through the things that I've seen in my life, I'm convinced that it's God right now. Since I'm not stupid, I know anything that I tell you could be a coincidence. I can't prove to you that it's not. I've not seen God, right? I'm a reasonable beast who knows. That's all my evidence is right now.
Okay, that's fair. Okay, do you mind giving one example of something you think is attributed to God as opposed to coincidence?
I was going through probably like a time in life where I was trying to where I couldn't really see a way out, and you know what I'm saying? Through prayer, actually in that moment, I did feel the Spirit of God come over me, you know what I'm saying? And I was delivered, you know? And so, with that being said, the person did pray in the name of Jesus and all that, right? And it was an experience that I couldn't really explain. You know, and I was changed from there. So, I mean,
when you say, if you don't mind giving a little more detail, you say you couldn't find a way out, do you mean like you were like depressed, or what do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, like, I was just in like a struggling stuff. I was struggling with something in my life. I don't know like much details about. It's like I saw someone do a miracle. No one healed me from cancer. No one you know what I'm saying? But like, I did not view myself as being able to solve this problem, right? And then a few things happened, like a few things moved out of the way, opportunities came, things shifted, you know what I'm saying? And for that reason, I have been convinced that God was praised to and responded to to prayer.
Is it also possible you were praying for that?
Someone else prayed for me, you know what I'm saying? And then, I could feel the Spirit of the Lord, right?
Is it also possible that, like, you felt camaraderie with the person praying for you and it made you feel better and comforted? Is that also, like, a possible option?
Well, in this case, I feel like I've also been, like, there's great, there's more of a realness to the sensation of the Spirit of God for me. That some people emanate, that I eliminated sometimes.
What did it feel like?
Well, it's hard to describe, and I've tried to describe it to other people, and everyone hasn't had this experience, you know. So there may not be words, but I mean, if it's just a universally welcoming energy washing over you, a sense of clarity in your mind, you know what I'm saying, and a sense of faith, you know what I'm saying, that comes over you. Explanations, right? I mean, I consider that, but I think that it's also the real events in my life. That may be the case as well, but I think that there's this ongoing relationship and feeling of the realness of another consciousness that is not mine in my life that I can feel. Like when some people say they believe in God, what they mean is they can feel His presence, right? They can commune with God. I believe that is true for me, right? And that's what some people mean when they say they know God. Like they literally feel like there's a dude they're talking to. Not a dude, but you know what I'm saying? A higher power, another mind that hears their prayers. But also, man, I've been an atheist. And during those times, I would, and I'm an atheist who used to be, before I was an atheist, I was a Christian fundamentalist. So I sought God, and when I I was a Christian fundamentalist, I didn't feel God the way I do now, right? And when I was an atheist, I know I couldn't feel God. So I don't expect everyone to be able to. That's why I don't believe you have to believe in Jesus or you're going to burn in hell. I don't believe all of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because I know everyone can't feel what I can't experience what I have. But I'm going to be a boring theist to argue with because I'm not going to be like you're going to burn or something.
No, I mean, I wish more theists were like you guys.
Alessandro, I do got to point out though, what you were explaining now, you're kind of going back on your earlier commitments about like causation. Like somebody prayed for you and things got better. That's kind of implying some form of causation.
Unless you misword it, like I was in a time slice where I was depressed, and the next time slice.
Right, I think that, well, I would say my experience in this universe is such that I have observed, and experienced things that have caused me to conclude God exists. Right, so maybe that's in.
But that's a fair point, yeah. Maybe that's the causation stuff. That's a fair point.
I do think that, but I kind of was saying that like our bodies exist at all points across our life, and our consciousness is just slipping through moments from the perspective of our bodies. And like I think the observations that I had are such that I've been led to conclude God exists as I move through space and time. Right. Body and our mind are, in my opinion, I'm going to go full-blown dualist. And I think that our mind's connection to our body is going to be aware of it at different points in space-time. So like you have, let's say like you have your kid self, adult self, old self, teenager self, like none of those is really you. You are the awareness of the universe from that perspective at various points. Your awareness, like your consciousness, is impacted by the things that you see as you shift from one moment in your body to another. Right? So I do believe that our consciousness is influenced by the lives that we are aware of. And that seems to be the case. Right? So like the different moments that we become aware of influence our state of consciousness.
Sure. I'm not sure if that's saying much, but this just seems to be trivially true. So, I mean, I don't know. This is kind of what I was trying to say earlier with why I pointed out what you said about when you were saying that seems to imply some, if not direct causation, some kind of causation to emerge or something. It's just because what happens from the last moment to this moment is not random, right? It's not.
It's not like anything could be possible. Like it's not like you could go from one moment.
But it's not even the ending. Yes, but it's not even the ending and then possible. Is that there's some
anything's not
some kind of connection between the previous moments and these moments.
What do you mean? I mean, there's definitely a sequence of moments. Well, what would you say? What it is about? How would you describe that connection, or the significance of or nature of that connection?
No, what's funny? However you want to describe it. However you want to describe it is just again from one point in time to another point in time. Say shortly after or whatever. Yeah, how you said they're not just random. It's not the later point in time seems to have some connection to the earlier points in time. But I guess that's going back to causation.
But their connection is not derivative. Right? Like these moments in times are not derived from other moments in time.
Again, words here are just like failing us. Here again, arguing for direct causation or whatever.
I'm I'm not arguing for it. I'm literally
No,
arguing against it.
exactly. I'm thinking you're arguing causation. That seems to be a pretty, elementary concept. Again, I know where you're.
Like you, come on now. Like define the term.
It's an atomic concept. It's a concept in which we explain everything else. But they're like forces in nature. You can't really.
I could Google the Oxford Dictionary definition of causation. I'm pretty sure there's definitions of causations within physics and other fields. Pick whichever one you like, because I gave you mine. Of the multitude of definitions of causation, just offer one.
Yeah, pick any.
So I'm giving you mine, and you're telling me like you want to criticize it. So like, just tell me. I'm just trying to agree to terms. So it doesn't really seem like if you're telling me I have this misconception of causation, I'm thinking of causation wrong. And I'm okay, bro. If that's true, please define it so that I can actually understand what you mean. And then you're like, I refuse to define it. Pick any one you want. And it's like,
because I'm not trying to define myself out of the conversation, but I guess because you're usually gonna start talking about again moments in time and like etc.
No, like I'm gonna work with whatever concept you think is best.
But what I'm trying to say for causation is some kind of influence from one moment to the next moment. Like from one moment to the next moment. The next moment is not completely random. Like
what is the nature of that influence? Use the verb influence. What is the nature of the influence of one moment on a following moment? What is the nature of that influence? What the substance of that influence, or the process of that influence?
See, this is what I'm saying. At the end of the day, it's going to be hard to not go in circles in terms of definitions here. Because I'm going to have to, if I keep going, it's the same thing with defining like.
Well, the reason why you can't describe that influence is because there is no like.
That's not the
when you have adjacent.
That's not the case. So any word in the English language, bro, every word in the English language is defined using other words in the English language. It's all circular. Like define. I'll show you an example. Define what's real. You're gonna
don't define it. Just describe it. Because like you're saying, moments in space-time influence each other, and I'm saying, okay, I have the influence of this million-star closing bird.
Or we get, like I said, this is saying, perhaps some connection or something again. From one moment of space-time to the next one.
So describe that
not
connection.
Random.
I never said it was random.
Exactly, but that's
why the fact that I'm saying that it's not relevant.
That it's random is, I'm trying to imply that there's some kind of connection.
And you refuse to describe it. And so like that's the thing, like so
I
I'm saying
don't want to just describe it using cause and effect. Because then you're gonna say I just don't agree with the A model of science.
No, like if you could like describe the cause and effect process, I would believe that that's what's happening. Can you do that?
No, however I describe it is going to be equivalent to cause and effect, but that's going to be, you're going to say, oh, that only holds in the A theory of time.
Or you're going to conflate moments in space-time. Like you're going to say this moment became the next moment, right? Or something like that.
Not you know what I'm saying? But again, influence is connected to, in a lot of cases, it literally became like a, because this is what I think this is the problem I think you're making. You think, so you think B theory of time just completely gets you out of causation? It doesn't.
No, I'm asking you to help me understand in a situation where there are two moments, right, that have always existed. You can't be like, even if this one, like, wait, one moment was not derived from the other. They have always existed. Tell me how, if they have both always existed, one influenced the other to exist.
Just, dude, again,
do you understand my question?
Yeah, no, talking about that, you're trying to find it out. I'm asking for causation, dude. Again, you're using thermodynamics. You're just looking at it. You drop a glass, an egg. The glass falls. I mean, you don't. Even if you didn't say you letting go of the egg is what caused the thing to fall. It was just at one moment the egg was in your hand. At the other moment, the egg was fucking just flying down to the floor. Even if you want to, again, not use this language of causation, there is some connection, like I'm saying, between moment A and moment B. Like, it's not, moment A was you had an egg in your hand, and moment B, the egg just became a chicken. Like,
I think it's probably more like moments in space-time fit together like puzzle pieces, right? Like this puzzle piece didn't cause the other puzzle piece.
I'm good with it. Yes, I'm good with it. That's
but like that. So now that is, yeah, it's like if these puzzle pieces go together, now the problem is the image that's written on the puzzle piece doesn't exist because the image that was written on the other piece did anything. Right? So like these moments, they're adjacent, but they fit together like puzzle pieces that have always existed at the same, that always exist. This puzzle piece may go next to this one, and they fit together, and the image makes sense when you look at it, but they didn't cause each other to exist.
That's fine. Is that you could even talk about retroclassically. They fit almost identically going backwards in time, but there's still a connection. Like,
so do you I can describe the adjacency of moments in space-time and the nature of causality with more accuracy than you, right?
No, because
I asked you to describe it and you couldn't do it. Now I just did it, but you're going to tell me I don't understand science.
This is where you're confused. Okay. I think causation or influence or connections from one moment to another, they just completely go out the window in a B theory of time. They don't.
No, I don't. Why are you saying that? I never said that.
Reinterpreted. The causation they go from A theories of time just become reinterpreted in a B theory of time. They otherwise remain identical. It's still,
no, they don't.
I punch you in the face, your teeth break. Like, it's just, you're using different language and saying, okay, it's possible that, it's just in 1 second you were swinging your fist, in the other second I had my teeth were broken, but it didn't directly, you're just getting rid of the cause and effect paradigm. But again,
I think that it's like, here's what's happening. You keep describing moments in time that are adjacent and then saying, see, causality. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to dispute that. I already defined causality as if X, the causative factors of X are going to be all of the preceding moments in X, right? So when you just describe things happening, you're not even disagreeing with what I'm saying.
Right? And when you say that,
so it's like,
I completely agree to that.
I said that already. I said the puzzle piece thing already. So I don't understand where you agree with the puzzle piece example.
Away from was you like thinking one thing, there's no connection between one moment in time and the next moment in time or the adjacent moment in time.
I'm saying the connections are trivial.
They might as well be.
I'm saying, no, I never said they might as well be random. I think that you're just you're trying to get rid of causation, which again, you can find out. Look, you can just not think that, okay, I can appreciate what you, I think that you assume I meant that moments in time are like a deck of cards that you can shuffle. No, of course not. Yeah, like you can't take the time of the dinosaurs and then move it and put it over here because causation doesn't matter. Like, no, it does not. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that you just reach back and move the time slice. Yeah, of course not. Right? So I mean, if that's what you thought I was saying,
I don't know why.
So then,
I'm talking about
you just said
a connection between adjacent moments, like that kind of again still have something that looks like causation, even if it's not causation. It's for all. This is what I'm saying. It's just the words are what's failing us here because you're just trying to stick to the speed theory. Like I said, because I don't know why you think in B theory you just read somewhere. Oh, there's no direct causation doesn't exist in B theory.
When did I say direct causation doesn't exist? I literally just explained to you causation through physical things, through space and time.
So you do accept causation. This is what I'm saying.
I think that I think that the spirit's no causation. You don't like that I'm not embracing the spirit that you have. definition that you agreed to. I don't know why you're arguing with me, and you refuse to define your term. So it's like,
I told you the terms that I want to use about some connection.
but you didn't want to define them, so it's meaningless.
Oh my goodness, bro. Again, because you're trying to define causation out of existence, which again, and you're saying, oh, have you ever heard of the B theory of time? Like, even in the B theories of time, dude,
I think what you want me to say is like, I think what you want me to say, bro. Here's what you want me to say. You want me to say that like this moment is happening to cause your next moment to exist, and the next moment doesn't exist until we go into that moment. Like you want me to say some shit, like you want me to say like there's, or you want me to say there's some unspoken power that this moment has over the next moment. I can't define the power, but there's some unspoken power.
Is good enough for me.
You gotta
Again,
get.
I was just trying to get rid of. There's no between one moment in time and the next one.
I never said there's no connection. I just feel like but you're a five stairs, right?
Explain the connection.
No. I mean, since that's what you feel like,
No, but it's
on it.
when you gave a good definition, I agree. Like I said, it works for
You should keep pushing back.
No, I said the puzzle pieces or whatever. Again, that works for everything I'm trying to do. I said that's the moment you say. Because you just tell me, I'll give you the definition. I'm not going to give you the definition of causation or be there in time.
You continue to push back. I've already said that for like 10 minutes. I'm trying to
circle. It's like defining what's real. Real is what exists. Defining what exists, you want to go back to what's real.
we can do this shit further, though, man. I think that honestly it's because like a lot of times I encounter, because I do believe that you guys at least understand what the hell I'm trying to say. So like I think a lot of times I don't encounter people that can even understand the basic concept I'm trying to refer to. And I definitely try not to bastardize the science while I'm trying to do it. Of course, my assumptions are unscientific. Dave, you are right. My assumptions are unscientific. You know what I'm saying? Regarding consciousness and God. But I would never claim that they are. So,
therefore, your conclusion is probably unscientific as well.
Of course, yeah, my conclusions are unscientific, but I think that like my premises at least try to take into consideration my premises are not built on scripture. My premises come from science.
Yeah, well, I already think it comes from philosophy. At least I appreciate it's not from scripture, but it is from philosophy.
Exactly. I really wouldn't
Like
like
you try to grow into like at least physics about the world. Like if physics was saying that A theory is the case, that's what I would be. Like if most scientists were saying they believe in A theory, then I wouldn't be saying any of the shit that I'm saying. Most scientists believe in senseless theories. And so I feel like thought about what does that mean.
Look, I'm going to say that, like, I appreciate the conversation because it's obvious that you have actually done some research on philosophy, and you haven't referred to arguments from like authority from scripture or miracles. So in that sense, you have demonstrated that you've tried. With that being said, I think that the philosophical assumptions and conclusions you're drawing are pretty wild and they're pretty far-fetched from what we know about like modern cosmology and physics.
That's fair. That's definitely fair.
So again, I just feel like you just don't want to use the words causation, but you kind of.
Don't do this. No, I'm just not. I respect what you're saying, man. I feel like what you're saying, I would just want maybe a more clear objection, where if you could be like, hey man, because you're criticizing my conception
I'll give you the clearest objection I could give you, besides for all the science, and like I'm going to go on your level, but I'm going to talk philosophically, okay? Philosophically, you admitted that you do not know why you're only aware of this present moment, and why you are not aware currently if you can't be. So you do not have an explanation for why your time slice is dark when you're a baby, but why your current time slice is light when you're an adult. And by your own reasoning, if you acknowledge you do not know, that implies that somehow, somewhere, time slices are being darkened and illuminated. And that's just a fact. If that's the case, it does follow that when you die, your time slice will be dark.
Does it really? I would answer your question.
Yeah, do you want to
Or consider the question, does it necessarily, because like, does it necessarily follow that your consciousness ceases to? I feel like, you know, like we are like a light flashing through a movie reel, illuminating
why is your light illuminating an adult to you and not a
baby, then the real when I'm 5, then the real when I'm like a light shining through the different reels.
Why is it doing that? Why is it doing that?
I don't know. Like, do you mean like what are the physical mechanisms accommodating that, or do you mean like what is the purpose behind it?
Everything.
Like if you're asking me about this,
what's the mechanism? What's the mechanism doing that?
I couldn't describe that to you. That would be, but it does seem to be the case. Now I don't know how it's happening.
I agree with you. It seems to be the case. What I'm trying to get at is, if it seems to be the case, then it's logical to say it will seem to be the case that you will be dark after your death.
No, because I'm saying that I also hold a belief. No, okay, and this is where I'm getting out of the physics, right? I mean, I think that it could be possible for your mind to become aware of another world or another universe or another life, right? And that's what heaven would be, right? That's what hell would be. That's what, right? So it seems to me like, because also we know our physical bodies never like die. If we really take the block universe serious, your physical bodies never die, right? In the realest sense, right? Now death is a moment in space time, so it's like
these are smuggling in words. You never die, but you were never born either. So
that's also true. So I do think that it's like your life is a book that a conscious entity can choose to read through looking at the world through your eyes. Your life is like a book that maybe anybody could pick up at any point and just read through it.
If the conscious entity or the mechanism by which it's highlighting pages, if you admit that you're not conscious currently as a baby, then it stands to reason that it is certainly the case that it's possible that state can repeat itself after you die, and you won't remember, you won't be conscious.
That's true, it might not, but it might not. Or think about, like, have you seen Rick and Morty, right?
A little bit.
And you know, like, there's a video game where it's like you put it on and it's called Dave. And anybody can play it. Because Dave's life is always there in the game to be played, right? It's like, say, Abe is a game. You're some dude
I certainly understand.
Yeah, I mean, so it's like,
in Rick and Morty, one of my favorite was when he made the butter robot.
it's been a minute since I saw it. But... No, Rick and Morty is wild. It's wild. I think it's good.
Rick, he makes a robot. It's like a tiny little robot, maybe like 3 inches tall or 4 inches tall.
Oh, he's just designed to cut butter. That's his purpose, yeah.
Right, but I kind of felt bad for the robot.
The Rick and Morty is
yeah, it's kind of cartoonist. It's like time travel and physics, but it's also very like existential and absurdist. So Rick, the scientist guy, who's kind of like a nihilist. So he like makes he made.
Yeah, no, I've seen at least the first 3 or 4 seasons. But that was a meta commentary on the nature of like Rick's inventions, because all of Rick's inventions. It's one of my favorite clips, like absolutely, because it's such a commentary on the existential crisis. Yeah, that's exactly what it thinks. Your consciousness exists independent of the world or the nation there. Like the causation doesn't just vanish. Or at least, like I said, to me, is that 8 years of lead theory at a time, very identical in terms of what happens. It's just the words that you use for 1 second to the next second, 1 moment to the next moment, just become different.
It's emergence, but if that which you claim has emerged has always existed, then emergence is tricky.
No, okay, it's essentially, it doesn't matter what we call it, it's still gonna be, we're still talking about something. Again, there's a belief that tiny worms, like you're a tiny worm, it's like a worm-like thing of you, from a little baby to like an adult, like they.
I'm not familiar with that, man. Sorry about that.
I mean, I'll get you a picture of it. Again, it's the.
I always felt like a time worm. No, I'm just kidding. I always felt like a time worm. Can you send me the thing? I want to know what that means. Just
to T here, not he's here, but
oh man, I feel like I'm surprised like everyone hasn't just left the room. I feel like you guys have definitely been good sports. I don't get bogged down on stuff we disagree on for like hours and hours.
I just want to say something though. This is another example of how religion is social lubrication. Because you told Andrew hours ago that you're now a God believer, and Andrew's like, "Oh, that's so cool, brother. You know, I want to hear." But then when you parsed out your God belief, it was so radically different than anything Andrew has ever said before. It's practically a different Christianity, or whatever theism. So that's fine, but it just shows you how you never. That there are literally 8 billion religions on the planet, one for each person, and even the people who say that we're like Christian usually have radically different views about what constitutes God and time and whatever it is. And yours is like an extreme philosophical version, but it's just interesting to know.
Can't find a good picture.
Are any of you guys like anti-theists? Do you believe, or do you believe like religion in itself is like generally dangerous?
I'm an anti-theist, yeah.
Okay, I used to be an anti-theist, and to some extent, my brother holds anti-theist views. I mean,
Have you talked to him?
Okay, man, like probably
the simplest definition of anti-theism is just that you think that overall religion has been a net negative on the planet. That's all you really need to be an anti-theist.
Okay, so then, positive.
So you think that all the Inquisitions and the Crusades and the Holy Wars and the torture
It's fueled more by that than religion, because you can take people who are like, let's say, Muslim and Jewish, and we can find periods in history it was possible. Now, when you change the geopolitical relationship, now all of a sudden you can start finding reasons to kill each other.
These are common apologetics for religion. But here's the issue with it. Even though it is true that there were certain times in history that people weren't being killed, but in general, especially when the religions themselves are preaching the teachings and the doctrines, you're going to have a much harder time of kind of justifying that. Especially when the Catholic Church was preaching that Jews were responsible for the death of Jesus up until the 1970s or something. And the deicide. I can show you.
Right.
Yeah. Give me 1 second.
I'm not going to know true Scotsman's it either. I'm not going to say, those aren't really Christians. Because that's just I wouldn't do that. So I mean, but I don't know, man. I guess there are certainly some atrocities that we can say have been committed in the name of God. I think that when we look at most believers, they have led upstanding, positive, good lives. You know what I'm saying? Most Christian people who have ever lived were honestly just trying to do their best to be a good person and be like Jesus. And so with that being said, I think that since most Christians are good people, and I would say the same for Muslims, and I think most Jews are good people and most Hindus, religion, therefore I would say could be considered good.
Well, respectfully, I think that's begging the question, because we don't have to ask the question. Fair.
I do think a sincere reading of the teachings of Jesus Christ, good morals. You know what I'm saying? I think Jesus is actually a solid religious figure.
Yeah, you see, I think the problem is, Christianity did reasonably well during the time when it was still persecuted, but once it had worn the mantle of state responsibility, of course the same shit happened as with all other people and religions. That's the thing. But it has overcome it in a way by letting go in a secular state, at least in Europe. In the US, we see a reversal that I find very worrying right now, but at least in Europe, Christianity has been able to let go of power, and it's done it good.
I can think of a number of teachings of Jesus that just are completely reprehensible, like, easy stuff. For example, hating their mothers and fathers, hating themselves in order to follow him, and not here to bring peace but a sword. Like, I don't agree with any of that, right? Or ignoring the mothers and brothers when they come to see him, speaking in parables in order to confuse people. The whole end of the world speeches, they're just completely evil, right? Pregnant women may not escape, and the hope that the end of the world isn't on a Sabbath day. The man burying his father tells him to follow him and leave his father behind and let the dad bury the dead. Not very loving, it's just there's so many examples that go on and on and on about this.
Can we, so I'm thinking like, my first thought about Jesus and all of those things is I'm going to have to pull a Charlie Kirk supporter and I need those in context. Those sound like bad things, but then we put them in context, right?
What context would you like to put it in? I'm confused.
Let's go one by one from the top or whatever, and I'll just tell you why I think.
Let's do like throws and tables and trashes the temple, right? We know the context of that one, right? He called them robbers. You know the context of that, right?
So when he comes into the temple, he's flipping over the tables and stuff.
Yeah. And so you're saying that's like that. We know that story.
Yeah, I think that was like a good thing.
Oh, I don't, right? I don't think that, practicing violence and trashing the place is an acceptable reason to do anything.
Oh, come on, T. You're just clutching at straws right now.
No, I'm not.
I think that, like, when they that was
in all friendship and everything. But you see, atheists today wouldn't exist without Christianity. You being able to sit on that high horse wouldn't have been able had it not been for Christianity.
I don't know what
I would like to engage with your example, though. I feel like you honestly gave an example that you thought, you know what I'm saying? So in the context of that, right, from what I've read, the temples, while they were being occupied by Rome, they were only allowed to they're in that area, the authorities, the Pharisees, Sadducees, right? They were allowed to meet in a building that was adjacent to the Roman state building, right? So the authorities could be aware of how their theocratic society was functioning, right? And the problem with having the temple adjacent to the Roman state building is that they are starting to do things that they don't typically do, like sell goods outside and even inside the temple, right? And so Jesus is saying, right, this is not how we traditionally worship in the temple. You're not supposed to be in here changing money and selling stuff. Get this out of here. Like, imagine if you came into church and there was like a dude selling random like football jerseys and like some dude over here selling cigarettes. You know what I mean? Like, a real preacher would be like,
we're all aware of, right? So I'm not sure why you're bringing it up.
Oh, I think that. Okay, are you making like the deontological? You're making the deontological claim that you should never flip over a table.
What I'm pointing out is in that situation, I think there are better options, right? Diplomacy, for example, as opposed to throwing tables and trashing the temple, being used by money changers and people selling their merchandise, right? It's not a building that was owned by him. He was calling them robbers. I think that there's if this type of behavior today would just get you thrown in jail, right? It wouldn't actually result in any sort of lasting change, right?
I think that we disagree on the morality of like causing a disruption as a form of protest, especially in this context, because so Jesus was killed by the Romans, right? Because he did not like the way that they kind of kept he was an unapologetic Jewish rabbi and leader.
But hold on, what you're doing now is apologizing for terrorism, right? And
when Jesus engaged in terrorism?
Okay.
Jesus engaged in terrorism, bro.
Hold on.
Now you are grasping at straws.
Hold on. No, I'm not. Terrorism is the threat of violence for political change. That's what we're fucking discussing here. The threat of violence for political change. I'm just not going to be okay with that at any point, right?
Was like literally a victim of terrorism. He was tortured to death and hung up for everyone to see,
Which is a whataboutism, which is we're discussing.
text. For the example that you just gave, text. For the example that you just gave. I'm saying that.
I know the context, sir.
You're being occupied by a ruling force that crucifies people for political dissent, and you flip over a table. I'm not going to start calling you a terrorist.
Yeah, I wouldn't either.
Because that's what you just did.
Right?
You just said Jesus is a terrorist for flipping tables.
No, I said Jesus is a terrorist for using violence or acts of violence for political change, which is literally the definition of terrorism, right?
He flipped over a table.
You're diminishing the fact that it was an act of violence.
You're trying to pretend it wasn't flipping over a table.
No, I'm pointing out that it was an act of violence.
Have fucking disinformation. I mean, I cannot believe it. I know this behavior from other people, but I mean, come on.
What? I'm sorry.
There's easier verses to like. You picked like one of the ones that's easier to justify. There are more.
How do you justify terrorism in my mind?
Bro, I think that we're going to disagree on this context because I think that you just view it in a way that's asinine.
What I'm pointing out is you have not justified it in my mind. So if you're just going to accept that you're not going to justify it, cool.
I'll accept that. I think that I'm honestly not going to try to run away. I think that we just honestly view escalations of force different.
I agree. I'm 100% with you, right? No problem. We do.
So, I mean, and to be fair, you didn't try to pick like the most worst one that you could find. You threw it out there. But yeah, I believe that like the teachings of Jesus are solid teachings. So.
Okay, I mean that's just repeating the conclusion that you were trying to argue for and failed to. Because you didn't know that.
Or something, do you expect me to introduce it somewhere like necessarily follows that Jesus is a good teacher?
No, you were trying to argue, repeated your conclusion, which is that it's a good teaching.
I mean, if we're trying to, I thought that I think that like, for instance, you make this deontological claim that if you engage in terrorism, that is automatically bad. I disagree.
Excuse me, I said literally the opposite, if you remember correctly.
The argument for why this is a good teaching, right, is that I can accept that, right? Okay. So, like, are you the arbiter of what's a good teaching? Like, if you think it's a bad teaching, I don't.
Yes, when it comes to my preferences, I am the arbiter of my preferences. Yes.
I thought that we already agreed to disagree.
I thought so too.
So, why are you pushing the issue?
Because, as I pointed out, at the end of the discussion, you decided to declare victory when you lost.
I never declared victory.
I feel like you said I still think it's a good teaching when you lost.
If I say that I think it's a good teaching, how do we get victory over convincing you?
Conclusion that you failed to convince me of.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know I hurt your feelings. All right, my bad.
No, not at all. No feelings hurt at all. I'm just pointing out that it was in poor form. That's all.
I was not trying to declare victory. It's not that serious.
Okay, cool.
I have won. You have lost. Victory. No, that's declaring no.
I'm
just messing with you, dog.
It's cool.
Like you did have ones. You have a whole list though. I feel like the first ones that you offered would have been much like even when he's like saying leave your mothers, leave your fathers, don't marry. You know what I'm saying? There's some teachings that are hard to
give you a softball, right? I think you're less likely to convince me that those are good teachings, right?
For sure. I think that the context in which Jesus lived was such a very revolutionary time when hard to even come to grips with. that I do think that overall, the fact that he advocated for peace, you know what I'm saying, even though he was met with violent death, you know what I'm saying, I think that that's a generally good principle. And I do concede.
He contradicts that, right? He says, I came with a sword, not for peace, right?
I think that's there. I believe he's speaking proverbially there.
Well, that's the problem, right? That's okay, but that was another objection of mine, was using proverbs to confuse people, right? These are just bad teachings all around. Like, you're not going to get around this. You're not going to convince me that any of this is good.
You know, I'll say, in the Bible, a reasonable mind could conclude that you know, Jesus is not a good teacher. You know, I'm not going to say that it's unreasonable, right? Especially if you're saying that he's coming to fulfill Old Testament law and that he's one with the God of the Old Testament, right? And now we have to hold him accountable for all of the things that God has done, right? So it's like,
Yeah, I'm not arguing we can get into I don't think that's fair, right? I'm open to the evidence that this is, in fact, a good idea, right? There are times when, right? I'm just pointing out that as a teaching, that's not something I'm going to endorse, right? I'm not going to go around and go, you know what, we should consider violence sometimes, right? That's just not the type of teaching that I can get behind, and that's why I find it distasteful. And I'm not making any sort of deontological claim beyond that. It's just me going ick. That's it.
because if I, I mean, I wouldn't raise my son to be like a complete pacifist. I would tell my son, like, if you feel like someone is going to like cause you great bodily harm or threaten your life, you should defend yourself, right? If you feel like you're in some world where people are getting like nailed to crosses for what they believe, like they crucified hundreds and thousands of them. You know what I'm saying? So it's like,
if I'm not teaching of Jesus, right? If Jesus had like taught that, if Jesus had like really sat down and taught, you know, when to apply self-defense, when to worry about consent, when to, you know, those types of teachings, I'd be like, man, this guy was a fucking genius well before his time, right? But looking back at it, I see so much that he could have done that he didn't, and so much that he did that I'm just about, right? I see other teachers who did much, much, much better than him, and I'm going, where's the love here? I don't get it, you know?
I think that, you know, when I'm looking at Jesus, he tells us, like, some of the principles that I do believe are good to live by is to, like, love one another in the world, right? As another child of God. And I honestly do believe that if you honestly do regard each human being that you see as someone who you love, then you would, you know, and if you honestly try to make the world a better place, right? And if you, like, when you see homeless people, like, what would Jesus do?
Okay, but that was such a weird trope by the time it reached Jesus, right? We can't credit Jesus for that. That's just him repeating to teachers who came before him who did a much better job of teaching this stuff.
Well, I mean, I'm saying that, like, these principles are principles that I'm not saying he invented, right? And he is building on scripture and things that came before him. But I'm saying, like, these are the teachings of Jesus that I take and that I hold. And, you know, I'm not solo scriptura. I believe that the entire Bible is Proverbs, right? And so you can take from it what is useful. And the parts that seem like they were written by, like, dudes 2,000 years ago and are completely useless, then, you know, just don't. You're free to sort that out how you want. I believe that, like,
okay, but that's like 98% of the book, right?
I think that, like, honestly, you know, persecution of other people down to the last man, woman, and baby, that's obviously crap. But I don't think that's most of the Bible. I think a lot of the Bible is going to be stories about, you know, people of God who were able to find a meaning in life trying to be virtuous and good people.
Yeah, that's the crap I
You know, like,
right? Literally, right? Literally, it's crap literature.
of course. Well, I mean, if in terms of like if you were to be like writing a compilation of stories, let's say,
Like you're holding this thing in high regard, and I can give you source material that's going to be so much quicker to the point, going to be so much more reasonably argued, going to ditch 98% of the narrative bullshit that gets in the way of actually teaching the lesson, right? That's the problem, is it's got all this narrative that gets in the way of actually teaching the lesson.
I can see how if I was some person that only believed in the virtues of in similar virtues to Jesus, then I would like definitely use other things. But I do believe in I do believe in the power of I'm become a theist. I believe in Jesus. You know what I'm saying? And so, with that being said, I do believe that there is something to be gained from becoming familiar with the Holy Scriptures.
Okay, but that's presupposing the point, isn't it?
Of course it is. Yeah, I accept that. I accept it. You can't be an honest theist if you're not going to acknowledge that there's presupposition. For me, I'm sure on some level I'm presupposing, but of course, my faith in Jesus does come from like experiences that I've had, right?
No, I don't understand.
But I'm sure
because faith is something that is that you use to justify a belief external of any evidence for it. So if you have experiences that raise probability, I would just consider that evidence, and then you wouldn't need faith to justify it, right?
No, my faith doesn't justify my beliefs.
Oh, I'm sorry. Then we're talking about two different things. Usually, when people talk about faith, they talk about like, I believe it on faith, right? What they're doing is they're signifying that they have a belief, and they're providing the justification for the belief, faith, right? That I don't have evidence for you, and so I'm going to put a placeholder for that evidence, a placeholder justification, and I'm going to call it faith, right?
When you say I take it on faith, that's what that language sounds like, but the definition of faith that I'm using is faith is the act of placing trust. So faith is the belief itself, not the justification.
Right.
Faith is the act of placing trust and confidence inside
that, right?
Well, I think you're just using faith differently from me. It's like,
no, I'm trying to point out that we have a separate word for a reason, right? We have the word belief. Belief refers to a propositional attitude towards a proposition, or an attitude towards a proposition, right? That's what belief refers to. You want to call that putting your trust in something? Fine, but that's still a belief. Okay?
You just said that I was using faith as evidence. I'm saying no, I wasn't.
Yes, right? So we have a belief, propositional attitudes towards things. Independent of our belief, we want to have justifications for holding those beliefs. Why do I believe that? That's called a justification for the belief. When people say, I believe it on faith, what they are doing is they are providing a justification for the belief. The justification is on faith. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I mean, most people don't use the word that way. Most people would say
most Christians that
most people don't use it that way.
Most Christians
I'm going to disagree with that. So, like,
right?
That's why when I
go with your definition with my personal experience now, right?
Here's what I'm saying. I'm making an argument that we should just use faith the way it's defined.
And I'm making an argument that obfuscates
if I use the word tell you why they say right. I'm telling you why. I heard you make your case, and you said you were using it for
what should we supply for a justification that lacks evidence? The word that we use in the English language is called faith, right? That's just what that means. It's a justification.
That's not what that means. I'm disagreeing with you.
No, I'm telling you that's what I mean by the word.
Show me the definition that says that.
I'm telling you that's what I mean by the word.
I'm telling you I just mean what it means.
And that's what I mean by the word. When I say the word,
okay, I'm saying
I'm not done. When I say the word faith, what I'm referring to is a justification for a belief. That's what I mean by faith, right?
That's not
So
what I
we have
mean.
different words here because they actually do mean, in this context, in this conversation, per the semantic that I provided, different things.
I'm just going to ask that we go with the definitions of words that are available.
And I'm going to ask
if use it in the sense
does not obfuscate the language.
I don't think it does. And I think
I'm telling you why it
is,
does.
but okay, you're telling me because in most of your experience,
No, that wasn't the reason. No, that wasn't the reason it obfuscates the language. No, listen very carefully. The reason why it obfuscates the language is because belief refers to a propositional attitude, and faith refers to a justification for it. You see, what I'm doing is I'm drawing a distinction. Now, what you want to do is you want to erase that distinction, which obfuscates the language.
But I think your distinction is not justified because that's not what faith means.
I'm telling you what I mean by faith, though.
Okay, I think that you mean something odd that most people wouldn't.
That's fine.
That's what I'm telling you.
That's fine. We can go with odd. I'm odd. I'm weird. I'm gonna own it, right?
Well, I mean, this is just this is like a trivial point. It's really not.
It is. You right. Just accept the definition and move on, right?
But I mean, it's not like you're telling me that I was giving you evidence and I didn't. So like that was the point.
No, I'm not saying you were giving me evidence.
You said I'm giving you faith. Faith is evidence, but you're telling me
no, faith is not evidence.
Or you're saying it's a concession that I don't have evidence if I'm using it the way that you're using it. I'm just saying I'm not using it in that sense. So I don't really have.
So you can get from looking at the actions rather than using the word faith, right?
I appreciate that, and so like I'll say evidence would be anything that
raises the consider compelling being true. No, hold on. Anything that raises the likelihood of the proposition being true. Just because you find it compelling doesn't mean it actually raises the likelihood of the proposition being true. So I'm going to put that on that, right?
I'll agree with that definition because sometimes people are going to say you're what I'm considering evidence is not considered evidence. So it's good to define that term.
Right. Yeah.
So in my testimony is
not going to raise the likelihood of the proposition.
So then I will check on your testimony, Sandra. Like, you're all over the place. You're not like addressing what you said. Then why is faith evidence? You just said it's evidence.
It's not evidence.
Right. So you just said it was.
Right.
You just said it was.
No, I think we're
saying faith is evidence.
Wait, let's clarify. You just supply me with the evidence. Let's get the faith.
Okay, but did I say faith is evidence?
Yes.
No, you know, he doesn't think so. Okay, bro. Like, if we're just gonna start making up stuff about what I said because you can't track the argument, it's not interesting.
There isn't an argument. You haven't presented anything yet. You keep mentioning these like esoteric definitions. You're not saying them.
Here's what just happened. Here's what just happened. You came up. You told me that I said something I didn't say. Now you're continuing to argue with me. T just told you I did not say what you said. He just told you that.
I mean, you might have, and I missed it, but I thought we were.
No, I didn't make it clear to you, T, that I don't think faith is evidence.
Yeah, I thought we were all on the page. I said, right?
Yeah, so I don't know why he's doing this. Like, so what I'm gonna say is, there's no like my evidence is gonna be testimony. My evidence is gonna be my personal experiences. Not say me, those raised the like my. So you have not like numerically raised the likelihood.
Hold on.
I'll concede I have no evidence by your standard.
Okay,
let me say
that would be a pretty good start, right? Because if you talk about testimony, I'm going to say that testimony isn't going to be evidence for anything more than personal experience. And if you're going to say the personal experience, then I'm going to point out that I was actually asking what the personal experience of the evidence was, not that you had a personal experience of the evidence. Right?
You can also use testimony
that's fine.
You can also use testimony to talk about conditions, shared conditions that we all experience.
Yes, I'm sure we could. Yeah, usually when we talk about evidence, we talk about it in terms of like a hypothesis, and we're going to predict the observation that we want to make that would falsify that hypothesis, right?
Certainly the scientific method, and that's a reasonable standard. That's definitely a reasonable standard. I'm curious though, Andrew, like if you had any thoughts about like the virtues of the teachings of Jesus. We were for a moment going back and forth about like, are the teachings of Jesus even virtuous?
If you had a list of teachings of Jesus, it would be under 20 things. Like you're making, I mean, what are the teachings that maybe I'm missing something?
Doesn't Andrew love Jesus still?
Yeah, and when you say, virtue, that's always going to be a subjective judgment call. So you're just going to be like asking, like, hey, Andrew, what do you think is virtuous versus AT, what do you think is virtuous? And I think we know we're disagreeing on that.
I mean, too, he did have a good point with the love your neighbor, right? I mean, unless they're Amalekites, they drive them into the woods and slaughter them. But otherwise, love your neighbor.
Well, no, that's part of the objection that I had, is that wasn't a consistent teaching that he had, right? He said things like, hate your mother and your father in order to be closer to me, right? And so it was a very inconsistent set of teachings that he had regarding love.
What, can you say that again about love?
Yeah, I was saying that it was a very inconsistent teaching that he said, the set of teachings that he had about love, because he kept on saying things like, hate your mother and your father in order to be closer to me. And there was a bunch of just like he could have said some really profound things about love. And instead I feel like, he just dropped the ball pretty hard.
Did he say hate your mother and father and become closer to me?
Yeah.
Well, hyperbole. I mean, anybody who actually studies the text can obviously see it's hyperbole.
Sure.
Anybody that actually studies religion.
And that's another objection that I have, right? Using parables and hyperbole and other stuff in order to, confuse people. So I'm going to be admitted to be did.
In order to confuse people.
I mean, we're already talking about how did he convey to his people, if you hate your father and mother, you become closer to me.
Let me find the other your question.
Well, I don't even think that was the point. I think the point was him being more important than, immediate family members. I don't think it means to actually hate, your brother or your sister or your mother.
Yeah, Luke 14:26. I'm gonna look it up right now.
The only way that you could probably say to hate is there's this thing where when you have two masters, you learn to love one and hate the other.
Okay, so the quote is directly, if anyone comes to me and does not hate his own father and mother and wife and children and brother and sisters, yes, and even his own life, he cannot be my disciple. This is the type of thing that I think that he could have put so much better. And instead, he's got these really inconsistent hyperboles, metaphors, parables, all this stuff. Right? It's a horrible way of teaching.
I mean, I guess that's just your subjective opinion, because there's people that would disagree.
Yes, it is my subjective opinion. I'm talking out about how I feel about things. You're correct.
So why should we care about how you feel about it? Other people found value in
before you got your tax.
I'm just pointing out that there's a lot of people that found value in it just because you did. Doesn't mean it's.
Yeah, I know, but that wasn't part of your discussion, right?
Well, that's very interesting. Thank you. He does say this. Thank you for showing this, Steph. It's a very interesting. Was it Luke 14:26? If anyone comes to me and does not hate,
to abandon their families, their lives, all that, and just follow him. I also think that was pretty more. Yo, alligator, what was it?
So do you take it literal when he says oh, your right hand
cause you to sin and cut it off? Like, is he like literally saying you should like dismember yourself? Like,
So
it's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah. Like, I agree that it was like hyperbole, right?
So when we agree that it's hyperbole, so if we agree that
shitty way of teaching getting in the way of the lesson.
All right, so we agree that that's hyperbole. What do you believe the point he was trying to it's hyperbole? So we should all understand he was trying to make that, right?
The only way I can look at this, and there's only one woman that Jesus ever mentioned was Lot's wife. And we know about Lot's wife and looking back at the destruction. And this kind of conveys something similar to me. If you're not the place where you hate your life, that means you love your life, and you can't be a part of what I'm doing because you love what you're doing over here. And what you're doing over here is not part of what I'm doing over here. So if you don't hate over here, you will never love over here. You can never serve two masters.
Right. I believe that the message was one of fundamentally othering, right? What we were saying is that you have to cause the separation in your heart between everything else that is not me and me, which is, all of Christianity and the religionary thing. And you see this all the time played out in Christians, right? Where they take this very, very literally. If you are not Christian, you are not one of us. You are other. You are something to be hated, right?
Yeah, there's tribalism in like all groups. Like even atheists. Like I go amongst atheists, right? If you're not an atheist and you're a theist, I can feel the ostracization of it. Like if you're not one of us, it's just tribalism. That's all it is. That's in every group. I don't feel like that way towards people that aren't Christian, but there are Christians that feel that way. Just like there's atheists that feel that way, but that's amongst like all groups. Because humans
this was our tribal bad teaching, right? That was my whole point. Is that's why I brought it up at all, is because somebody asked me, what's an example of something bad that Jesus taught? Well, here we go, tribalism.
I don't think he taught tribalism, because if you take everything he said in context, he was talking about all people of all nations coming together. Pretty much.
We just covered the tribalism that he taught, right?
But if we get the whole context, he says there's no Jew, no Greek, which are all different tribes, and we are all one through Christ. I mean, it's like breaking down the barriers.
But that's just more problematic, like contradictory lessons that are getting lost in the narrative here. This is yet another example of why this style of teaching fails so hard when the lesson gets lost in the narrative.
But there was certain racist tropes that Jews pretty much used to use against the Gentiles, and you can see that Jesus was trying to get and break down these barriers to have Jews no longer be separated from the other nations, because Jews around that time weren't allowed to even communicate with Gentiles. But when Jesus came around, he was showing that God had no respect of persons to Gentiles.
Yeah, I agree. Technology was primitive, right?
Yeah, I mean, technology was primitive.
No, his technology was primitive. Specifically, this idea that I can use God to show this and achieve this political goal. It was primitive technology, I agree, right? And for its time, it was advanced, right? It was advanced technology.
I think God can afford to be primitive technology.
I'm pointing out that by those standards, it was revolutionary, and by today's standards, it's antiquated. That's not what I'm saying at all.
So, is Satanism, or the Church of Satan, changing people's lives also?
Not a positive perspective. My opinion is not a positive way of changing people's lives. No.
In what way is it not positive?
Of course it can be positive.
Well, honestly, you have to show me the group and the beliefs. I've seen a lot more positive changes when it comes to Christianity. Like there's people that used to be.
What change is a simple non-thing that is not positive?
Are they a monolith? Do they all have the same beliefs? No.
What
You don't have to have the same beliefs in order to be positive.
What change?
I'm asking.
Give me a perspective
that
is not
tell me what their beliefs are. We all have different beliefs.
I'm going to ask you, what if some people want to change? What if some people need a negative change in their life? What is going on here? Give me one change that the Satanist temple is making in people's lives that is not positive, please. Because I'm not aware of any.
I don't have it right now. I'm sorry, I don't have it.
Yeah, I thought you were making.
No, I'm not talking. I'm talking to some homeless guy. So you're asking me to give you a one thing that repeat the question because there's some guy talking.
About the 8th time now. One thing that the Satanist temple has done, that changes that they have made in people's lives, that is not positive.
That's not positive. I mean, it depends on the group because there's actual Satanists that believe in Satan, and then there's atheists.
No, that wasn't the question. That wasn't the question. The question was not, what do Satanists believe? The question is,
that has an
can you
impact
give me...
on whether or not they change their life.
That wasn't the question. That wasn't the
So you're saying that belief doesn't impact how to change
No, that wasn't the question.
It is the question.
No, the question is, name one thing the Satanist temple, not individuals, the political organization has done to people that is not a positive for those people.
Which one? Are you talking about the ones that actually believe in Satan or the atheist group?
I'm talking about the political organization for the 3rd time.
Okay, but there's like 2 different versions of Satanism. There's an actual...
No. There's only one political organization called the Satanist temple.
Alright, so are there Satanists that believe in actual Satan?
You're confusing the Church of Satan with the Satanist temple.
Alright, so which one are you talking about? If I'm confused,
the 9th time, the political organization called the Satanist temple.
Okay, and are they the ones that actually believe? Because I'm asking you to clarify. Are they
in the Church of Satan for the Satanist temple?
So that's why I'm asking you to clarify. Because
so I'm going to ask the question again. Name one thing that the Satanist temple, the political organization, has done. One thing for people that is negative. Please.
Are you talking about the ones that actually believe in Satan?
I'm talking about the Satanist temple, the political organization. How can I be more clear on this?
All right, I'm asking you to clarify.
I'm not talking about the Church of Satan.
Well, obviously, I'm not familiar with this political.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask.
So I'm asking you, do they actually believe?
Claim, Dennis.
Because I was under the impression that you're talking about people that actually believe.
No. You're the one who made the claim that the Satanist temple does negative.
Yeah. Satanist
temple. That's why I'm asking. So are you saying that all Satanists don't believe in Satan?
Holy fuck! I'm gonna ask the origin.
Because somebody just made a rule.
I'm just gonna ask the question again. Name one thing the political organization has done for people that is negative.
But you're sitting there acting like there's only one group of Satanists.
Yes, there's only. We didn't say the Church of Satan. We said the Satanist.
Alright, so you're talking about the ones that are atheists in the line. So we can just clarify that. How hard is it for you to clarify?
I've done so repeatedly.
Alright, so you're saying that it's the group that doesn't specifically believe in Satan as a real being, but are atheists. You're talking about that group?
That's a political organization, last I checked.
Okay, that's what I had to say.
I did say 9 times at
this point. From my opinion, being atheist has negative results.
That wasn't the question.
That would be one thing that I think
wasn't the question.
Hold on. Let me just ask him kind of. You're doing a good job, David. I just want to kind of ask you, Dennis. You seem to be making claims, and then you kind of either change it or you don't bring evidence. You just made another claim. You said that something, I'm paraphrasing you, but you said something like being an atheist is like bad or harmful for your life. Did you say that?
I said, under my opinion, I think that would be one thing that would cause some type of harm.
Okay, I understand. Explain what the harm is by somebody being an atheist.
Okay. From my worldview as being a Christian, if you don't believe in God, I mean that would be a negative. Because I believe that God is real and I believe that He exists.
But that's your piece of claim. We are how hard it is.
The harm would be separation from God. From my point of view.
That's not the issue.
Yeah.
Right.
So you're saying
from a Christian
it's okay. It's harm in a completely imperceptible way.
Yeah, I mean, from your perspective, it would be exactly.
Well, no, it's from your perspective, it's imperceptible, right?
No, from my perspective, it is.
No, it isn't.
Because I believe, because even when we look at scientific studies, which there's actually evidence that shows that having a relationship with God can have positive effects on well-being. So, I mean,
Do you know there's scientific studies that having a belief in God can have negative effects if you're afraid of hell and shit? That can be.
Well, actually, I mean, I don't believe in, eternal torture chamber. I know there's Christians that do.
Some people.
So I know. But then, we can say that about any belief. There's some atheists that have belief that you think is horrible, right? So I'm just saying that you can say that about any belief.
Okay, but Dennis, do you understand why that's fallacious?
Why? What is fallacious?
Saying that because there's scientific evidence that there can be positive benefits from believing in God, that should therefore apply to me as if, therefore, I believe in God and therefore have net positives.
What is this
fallacy?
Well, actually,
It's fallacy.
it's not. I'm not going to tell you why.
Dennis, I'm not done yet. What you assumed was that if I were to believe in God, I would have positives. But that's not been my experience at all, right? We have to personalize and contextualize. I'm not done yet, Dennis. We have to personalize and contextualize the evidence. The evidence suggests that belief in God in my life, independent of whatever aggregate science might come up with, was a total net negative with zero positives. So that's the reality that I'm living with, independent of what the science might say, right?
Well, yeah. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, thank you. And Dennis, look, I get that you're saying it from your worldview, but you have to realize that your worldview, right, like vilifies atheists and basically says they're all going to hell. Whereas from a point of view, it's just like one.
Not my worldview.
I'm sorry. A lot of Christians' worldviews. To the extent that you seem to have been affected at least to some degree when you said, "Oh, you think it's harmful to be an atheist." Now, let me ask you a question. Even if God existed, why would it be harmful to be an atheist? Are you saying that the atheists who believe that when they die they don't go to heaven?
No, I'm not saying that.
Gentlemen?
I'm not saying that.
Stop. Okay.
I'm saying that there's a lot of positives when it goes to believing God, and just like there's negatives when it goes to not having a belief in God.
Okay, what are the negatives of not believing in God if you're not going to hell?
Well, and like I'm saying, it's not across the board, but there's a lot of people who have that fear of the permanence of death, and I mean, it has a lot of impact on their well-being and their mental health. So I mean,
okay,
this is something that has a negative impact on people that don't believe.
But the thing is this: at that point, you're just talking about human mental health at that point. So it's not that being an atheist is harmful; it's that living in reality and acknowledging that reality is sometimes not the best or what we want it to be, that can have negative effects on your mental health. That has nothing to do with atheism. That's to do with like fear of mortality. And wait a second, I'm just finishing with things.
No, I'm just saying, how do you know that's the reality? Like, how do you come to that conclusion that you're living in reality? How do you know that you're not a legitimate thing deists are in?
How do I know I live in a reality where I'm going to die?
No, well, you can say a reality where you're going to die and not live a spiritual life or another life or some type of out-of-body, type of.
I have overwhelming evidence that I'm going to die one day.
Yeah, but you don't know what happens after that, do you?
I have overwhelming evidence that nothing happens after that.
And what's this overwhelming evidence? Have you died before? Do you know people that died before? Like,
I do
science has science proven that there's no life after death.
Whoa. Science doesn't mean the business of proving things.
Science doesn't prove science.
Well,
science
when I use that word, you know what I mean by it, right?
Science gives us the best explanation based on the available data.
No.
Science giving us the best evidence. So science giving us the best evidence that there is no life after death.
Yes, that's definitely.
Based on what study?
I can give you a bunch of them. One of them is the very fact that I'll I'll give you the biggest one, and then I'll go smaller. The biggest one is that the universe itself is governed by entropy, so the whole universe is dying, not just humans. Humans are not special. Stars die, planets die, galaxies die, everything dies, because everything's losing energy. So that's number one.
And what does that tell us about afterwards, though? Like, what does that tell us about afterwards? Our experience.
There is no afterwards. As the universe loses heat, eventually everything will start to slow down, and eventually everything reaches the same equilibrium, and there will be no more movement, and there will be no more time, and that means that everything is dead.
So do we ignore like the amount of the studies that actually talks about people having these experiences?
In a moment.
There's like millions of them. So like, how do we explain those? I mean, if we're going to this certainty of that there's no life after death, if we're going to have certainty.
Yeah, I'd be happy to go into that, but all I'm pointing out is the universe itself is dying. That's number one. Once you take away the brain when you die and you deprive it of oxygen, the brain shuts down, there's no more synapses, there's no more electricity running through them, and then your brain rots. There is no more brain, therefore there can be no more consciousness. You will not be conscious after you die.
And how do you know that?
That is entailed by the laws of physics.
Alright, well,
if you need a brain to be conscious, and you have death is not a single thing. It's a process. Death is not a singular. Death is not a single thing. It's a process. Death is not a singular event. It's a process. And when people are having near-death experiences, right, look at the first word. The first word is near-death experience. No one has ever died, been clinically dead for like 7 days, and then got up and said, oh, wow, I had a near-death experience. It never happened. You're talking about people who've been clinically dead for like 5 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever. They got back on the oxygen table or whatever. They got their brain started again. They got their heart sent. And then they woke up and were like, oh my God, I had an experience. Of course they had an experience. They weren't dead. They were dying. I don't deny that. They were dying, but that doesn't mean they were dead.
I mean, but according to science, though, like we should not be able to have, once the heart stops beating, within like several minutes, you should not be able to have a conscious experience. Yeah, there's been reports of people reporting their environment with 99% accuracy when they should not be able to do something.
So here's the thing. It's not true, but there is certainly truth that there have been events and experiences of people who they were out cold on the operating table, and they were able to, let's say, come back, and they were able to like recover a conversation that the doctors had at their bedside when they were unconscious. Now, what I would say to that is that, number one, yeah, that's interesting, but most likely there was some type of like subconscious processing going on, because obviously they heard something. And number two is that there's never been any good evidence that these near-death experiences were like supernatural. Like, for example, all these people who say, oh, I floated up off the table and I saw the doctors and I was floating above them. All those people, without fail, if we run a fucking experiment where like we put a number in an envelope or whatever, or a number on top of like the cabinets of the surgery room, where they should be able to clearly see a number that's written, and then they come back and we say, okay, what was the number? None in the operating room, and being able to see the number that we posted there. So they're not actually getting any real information. It's more like a hallucination of some sort. And that can happen because of stress, because of hypoxia, like lack of oxygen to their brain. There's lots of things that are happening.
Actually, none of them are. A lot of experiences aren't explainable by neurologists, because there's like instances even with like Anna Reynolds, where she had I believe it was an aneurysm and had to do a surgery on her brain. I'm sorry, I'm at work. I got a physical job, so but they had to do a surgery on her brain. They had to freeze her heart. They had to keep her under 60 degrees. They taped her eyes closed. She had stuff in her ears. I forgot what it was that they put in her ears before the surgery. They had her eyes closed. We take
you should take it serious because there's nothing wrong with that. The only issue is drawing far-fetched conclusions based on like
It's a hypothesis.
it's a hypothesis, correct? And if we had better evidence, like if anyone ever was completely unconscious and we wrote a number on a big sheet of paper and put it up at the top of the cabinet and they came back and said, hey, the number is 3,742.
Yeah.
That would be fucking cool. But they haven't done that.
Because the body is going through shock. So that's probably why a lot of that stuff happens, because the body trying to process the shock that's happening.
Yeah, I get it. That's your hypothesis, and I mean, honestly, this is my hypothesis that there's something more to human consciousness than what we're aware of, and it's not just materialism. Like, I don't think materialism is only
hypothesis, though.
Yeah. So far, we can.
It's not a
maybe one day we can.
No, it's not a hypothesis. It's
Why not?
just a guess. It's literally a just so story, an ad-hoc explanation. There's nothing more there.
Okay, well, maybe one day we'll be able to falsify.
Okay,
Because right now we don't have
that's called wishful thinking, right?
Okay, wishful thinking.
Okay, well then
I'm sorry,
I don't know why we would like compare a non.
Don't you think
wishful thinking? Dennis, I don't know why you're talking over me. I don't know.
I wasn't done speaking, you cut me off. That's why I was.
You're right.
Go ahead.
I'm a moderator, right?
Yeah,
that's how that works, right? I don't know. I would compare some wishful thinking, like wishy-washy bullshit that you just, seem to like for no reason at all, to an actual hypothesis which is falsifiable. Like, why would we sit around and do that? Do we have nothing better to do?
Well, is God falsifiable?
I'm asking you,
why do you sit around and talk about God at this time?
I'm not sitting around talking about God. You are.
So you don't have conversations with theists or believers about God?
But
it's unpointed. Right now it says divine command theory, which was actually called something else earlier, but you don't go in those rooms for those discussions. That's crazy.
How long this room has been open? And how many times the topic has changed?
I know.
It's probably been open for over a day now.
It's been open over 24 hours, and I can't count the number of times the topic has changed.
Okay, I'm just saying, like, we like to have conversations about the unknown. And that's just what human beings do, because we're curious creatures. And we want to know the unknown. When God's when I was saying that's when you know my question. What question?
The question was, how would we sit around and talk about your wishy-washy bullshit, made-up guesses, based on nothing more than thinking? Why
you're actually entertaining it right now, so I mean,
I'm asking you why you bring it up at all.
I mean, you're entertaining it.
No, I'm asking you why you're bringing it up. Do I need to stop entertaining it?
I mean, if you want to. I brought it up because we was having a conversation about God, and that's part of the topic.
So, Dennis, can I just ask you before we kind of switch? I'm assuming you're a theist of sorts. Are you a Christian?
Yeah, I'm a Christian.
And what's the main reason you think God exists in the first place?
I mean, I think the thing about Paul is very interesting. How he was one persecuting Christian and killing them, and it seemed pretty interesting that Paul changed his tone after having the experience. And from my opinion, you would only change that your tone or something like that because you actually believe something. I mean, you can say that about you probably say that about a lot of other religions, and I can say that about a lot of the apostles. A lot of them put their lives on the line. So it makes me feel like something had to occur in 1020 AD that caused them to believe and come to the conclusions that they believe. Because I personally wouldn't put my life on the line for something that I knew was a made up BS. I mean, there's other reasons why I believe in God, but I'm kind of like at work.
No, that's fine. Yeah, that might not be like the only reason, but you're saying that's an important one. So here, let me kind of give you something to think about. You said that seeing that Paul, kind of just the story about how he used to persecute Christians, and then he had this experience, Damascus Road experience, and then he suddenly became a Christian, and then he's going around and giving up his life. So here's the thing. It is one option. I don't deny that people can be sincerely convinced, right? But are you not leaving open the option that there are other naturalistic explanations for his behavior in human psychology? Like, it's very possible also that he was sincerely convinced. And it's also very possible he was sincerely delusional. Like, is that a possibility?
Oh, my bad. If I'm being honest, yeah, those are all possibilities, but
so how do you be impressed by somebody who is delusional?
Well, I don't think that's the case with Paul.
Right, but it can be the case.
Well, it can be the case, but I don't think that is the case.
Okay, but how do you know whether it's the case or not? Like, how can we tell the difference between a sincere Paul versus a delusional Paul?
Well, I would weigh his character out. I would look at some of his writings, get an idea what type of guy he is, and I would base my conclusion on that. He comes off as a genius.
That's your methodology?
Someone could be a genius and still be delusional.
Yeah.
So even like,
why you would turn to them and to see if they're delusional?
Because hold on. Even in the court, don't we weigh credibility of witnesses based off of?
Courts are really bad.
All right, so
even better than they used to be.
When you believe somebody,
as if that's the way to do epistemology.
So when somebody tells you something, you don't weigh their credibility based on what you know about that person.
No, what I do is I weigh their
the main witness testimony in cases, right?
Who's talking? Dennis, the way you weigh their credibility has nothing to do with their character. You look at their claim and you look at the evidence for their claim. That's it.
Yeah, of course we look at the evidence and we look at the claim, but if we have circumstantial evidence, which is what this is circumstantial evidence, we have to go based off of credibility of the witness.
No, hold on, wait, pause. You just said if we don't have evidence,
if it's circumstantial evidence, we have evidence, but it's circumstantial evidence.
We have to go off based on credibility. No, in that case, you know what we do? If we don't have good empirical evidence, then you should remain agnostic. You should say, I don't yet have enough evidence to come to a conclusion.
In that type of situation, it would be like, and I hate to compare it with a lot of like court cases, like you said, like comparing it to court cases, but it's like modern day events. Like we believe a man killed a man. I mean, we believe a man killed somebody, right? But all we have is circumstantial evidence, and we got people that are claiming that he killed them, and that's pretty much all we got to go off of. Are we going to let this guy go free?
Yes, if you cannot prove it, yes. If you can't prove it in circumstantial.
So we have witnesses, right?
Witnesses are notoriously mistaken. They're really bad at giving back.
There's plenty of examples where people are like spending the rest of their lives in jail because of like the whole believe all women situation that's going on right now. I mean,
you are literally proving my point. I'm saying if there's only circumstantial evidence, you should not put people. Why is that difficult?
Right, but there's situations where it's just the one man and we have to go off her ability. We can't just ignore the claim.
You should not ever go off someone's credibility or put someone else in jail. That's bad.
But the thing is, that's a lot of people getting away with crime. If we're going by your methodology, a lot of people committing crimes and get away with it.
No, that's not true at all.
Because
your methodology as a
thinker.
No, it's not hyper-skepticism. The point of the methodology is avoid putting innocent people in jail, which you could easily do if you're doing it by your way. Anyone can just lie and just say, oh, this person is guilty of whatever. And like, well, he's a good guy. He said it. I guess we're just going to listen to him. That's bullshit.
All right, but is it just as bad to allow bad people get off the hook? Like,
it is better. It is not. It is worse to jail innocent people than to misjailing some guilty people.
And I would say that it's terrible to allow guilty people to walk free and to hurt more people. I would say that's worse.
No, but it's worse to take your methodology, which is basically saying just listen to whoever accuses somebody and putting people in jail left and right.
I'm not saying to listen to everybody. I'm saying we weigh the credibility of a witness.
The credibility of someone means next to nothing. What matters is their claim, whether it's like a natural claim or whether it's like it could actually happen, and the evidence we have for their claim. That's it. What would you even say about someone?
Hold on a second, Dennis. What usually is around, right? Credibility is established by their ability to make claims which are in turn verified to be accurate. It's not the other way around.
We don't know about
credibility. Dennis, what are you doing? You're coming off of mute when talking. What's going on here? For yourself, please. It's not the other way around where we go, oh look, this guy has credibility. Therefore, what he's saying is true. That doesn't make any sense at all.
It makes sense if you're like in the 14th century for like witch hunting, then it makes sense, but not for modern day.
Well, the thing is, like, when we base things off, like, our history is based off of the credibility of the witness that lived in that time. So do you just ignore all history? Because, I mean, honestly, that's what you would technically have to do. Because, like, we're going on.
Ignore all history. History was
because history is wrong.
Yeah, history had a lot of crazy shit the way we, like, use court cases and testimony.
So, what we know about history, right, is all based off witness testimony. Are we just going to say it's all wrong?
It was mostly wrong, yes.
Okay. I mean, that's how you do it.
In the 13th century, they literally brought in animals to court so they could testify. They were that fucking stupid.
So, well, how do you know that's true? I mean, do you have evidence? Do you have evidence?
I do have evidence. Yes, I do. I can give it to you right now. Religious people would bring in animals to court, and they would say, "Speak. Why did you do this?" They were that fucking stupid.
How do you know that's true? Why do you know that's true?
It's true. It happened.
I mean, it happens because based on what we know is basically what we're told. You wasn't here.
The historical evidence is largely based off, but not just what we know. It's based off what we can show. We have
It's right, Bennett. It did happen, Bennett.
We have things that people wrote down throughout history. These are things we can point to show that this likely occurred.
It did happen, Bennett. I think Abe knows a bit more about this stuff than you.
You see how like hypocritical you are. So like, I'm not trying to say that as like a shot, but it's hypocritical because you're going to believe that, but you're not going to believe other things. Like,
Dennis, you can't outsmart Abe. You cannot outsmart Abe. You can't. You're not going to win. You're not going to win. You're going to win. You're not going to win, Dennis. You're just mad because Abe is way smarter than you. And it doesn't matter if you disagree with him or not. It's actually fucking true what he's just said. So, as long as Abe knows.
Yo, shut the fuck up. If it is not correct, quiet. It is not correct. Quiet, shut the fuck up.
Thank you, I appreciate it. But look, I'm just trying to give Dennis a little background about the history of religion and about how human testimony is like incredibly suspicious, and there's a bunch of reasons to discount it. The more we've even learned about neuroscience in the 21st century, the more we see.
Well, by those accounts, then I guess we should cancel everything we know about Plato, because nothing is firsthand with Plato. Every single thing we know about Plato was written at least 200 years or 400 years after his death. So how do we? No. I'm saying though, like, how do you, like, if you're saying secondhand evidence is cannot be trusted, like everything Plato wrote down, most things Plato wrote down was by his students. Right, so it's all secondhand.
Not Socrates, not Plato. Plato was Socrates' direct student, and yes, he's the one that all the parables and stuff known to Socrates. Yeah, I say all the time, are actually from the hand of Plato. But
my bad. You also Socrates.
And the point is this: it's not about even look and whether Plato actually existed or Socrates.
We have these books. I have these complete works right here.
I know you just said.
All of those books were written years after his death. That's the point.
No, the point is this. The point is this. Look, what I said before to Dennis. It's not about the credibility of the person's testimony. It's about what they're claiming and what's to support their claim. Even if you could show that, like, Socrates or Plato wasn't real, it wouldn't change the fact that we have all those philosophies and all the books and writings, right? Somebody wrote them. Whether we have the actual person, I think we do. But whether we did or not, it's not relevant, because all their claims that we're discussing, we're going to debate them based on the claims. If Socrates or Plato made some crazy claim and said, like, oh, I think miracles are real, or I think God exists, then we would say that's fucking stupid too, and it makes no sense. So it's not about the person, it's about the nature of the claim.
I mean, they call every non-Greek a barbarian. Like, they call every non-Greek uncivilized. So what you talking about? It's not a claim that can be substantiated by Aristotle or Plato or any of them.
I'm not sure where you're going with this.
What?
I'm angry.
What's up, buddy? I'm just wrong about the stuff you're saying right now. It's pretty hard to listen to, bro.
It's hard to listen to. What exactly did I say that you disagree with?
You're telling Dennis that history is pretty much entirely wrong. You literally just told him.
Basically, that's exactly what he's saying, Andrew.
That sounded like what you were saying.
No, it's not what I said. It's what
That wasn't what I was saying. I was still managing Abe's conversation.
You didn't do that. Was weird. That was weird. Somebody muted me. But yeah, so Abe basically just said that history is pretty much entirely wrong. And then what's crazy about that is then you hear them talking about like Plato and Socrates and talking about how do you even know these people existed? Who are you talking about? And how do you know anybody wrote anything? If you go way back, you're like, well, it's not about their claims, it's what we can substantiate. They said, well, how do you know they said anything? Who's the they? Who are you talking about? What do you?
Who cares?
That's the point. Oh, that's the point. Okay.
We have to lie.
Yeah. The kind of methodology that you guys are employing is insane. And there's like nobody in academia who would be on board with saying history is like non-existent, except if they have pictures or video.
Hold on. I never said history existent.
What I mean is that the names go to the names of actual people that they're referring to or supposed to be referring to. That the things that the people supposedly wrote, they actually wrote. You are claiming that all of that can't be really substantiated because it's all done basically by testimony, by people writing things down.
Hold on. I literally said we have other ways to substantiate it. Like,
how do we do it? There's no video, no pictures. How do you substantiate it? Go ahead.
Like I said, multiple sources. Like if you want to know if the popes were real.
Those are writings.
Correct, from other people.
Okay, so you are okay with testimony. You are okay.
No, but what I'm saying is, look, at the end of the day, even if I'm an extreme skeptic and say, okay, everything is just a testimony with history. First of all, history is not like a hard science, okay? It's a social science, and I'm fine with that. So it's going to have more, wiggle room for evidence. But the point is different to me because if you said you could prove that, like, whatever, one of the popes was fake and he never really existed, okay, it's not as important. What's important is whether we can track, like, what was being said or whatever was being written. And if the claims that are being said are crazy, then they're wrong regardless if we said
no, that's not the point. The point
that doesn't even make sense.
We're talking about testimony and the validity of that. And you're trying to make this point like, well, testimonial evidence is not very good. And so we turn to history and you're like, well, testimonies, I mean, if you have a bunch of them or several of them, well, yeah, then maybe you could conclude something. But what's crazy, Abe, is like, obviously testimony is used all over the place, not just in history, but in court, and people come to conclusions all the time. And your methodology would pretty much discount what people are taking as factual history. It's crazy, dude. You have a crazy, this is standard methodology. It's crazy, but it's fine.
I didn't say I don't believe in history. What I said was if you could prove that, like, people in history that we knew about were fake, I'd be fine with it. But you're not waiting. I don't have faith in it.
You didn't say you actually switched what you said. You didn't say if you could prove that it's fake. You actually assumed that it was fake. You told Dennis that a majority of history you think is false. That's
what I said was the majority is false. The testimonial shit that we're talking about.
That's what history is.
No. I meant in history, like in the court systems, like when the Catholic Church was like bringing people into the court system.
What? Wait, Dennis, was that the context? I thought you guys were talking about history broadly.
That's the context that I meant. I meant it because we were talking about when they brought in like animals to the court to literally like testify, and that happened in the Catholic Church.
From animals, so that's kind of
they believed they could, Andrew. They were that dumb.
Okay, look. Here's the point. The point is that even if
they literally like bring in the donkey and say like, "You stepped on this guy's toe. What were you thinking?" And the donkey just sat there.
You're telling me that when you told that
dumb fuck people.
Right. So you're saying when you said that to Dennis about you think the majority of history is pretty much false, because he actually asked you outright, you think the majority of history, like pretty much all of history, you're like, yeah, I think the majority of it is false. You're telling me that was just meant to be in the narrow context of like these animal trials and stuff like that.
That was talking about trials. Yes, in court cases and testimonies with people.
Control your, trials are usually
They were false.
Wait.
Dude, they were not controlled. Are you fucking kidding me? They allowed even spectral evidence. They were completely out of their fucking minds.
That's what I'm talking about.
Well, that's
First of all, I'm talking about witch trials, right?
Yes, but I'm talking about in general the way they went about gathering evidence. Like they had no clue what evidence was. They did not know anything about critical thinking.
People understood what it means to say I heard something, I saw something, I was there. They did certain.
Yeah, and then you had to say I dreamed something, and they're like, oh shit, you dreamed something? It's real. Like they were that dumb.
I don't think they were that dumb.
They don't really were.
You don't give these ancient people enough credit, man. They built pyramids. They weren't that dumb, man.
Okay, hold on. Taking big rocks and putting them in a circle in the shape of a triangle is not that fucking hard. Especially when you have slaves. Especially when you have slaves.
Okay, but by the same time, I can't remember what, I forget the name of this Egyptian school, but it has a detailed recordings of certain anatomical parts of the human body, certain, like the bedrock of medicine that we found in certain papyrus that was from Egypt. I forget what it's called. The same thing with engineering. So to say that these people were just carrying stones here and there is actually stupid. Like in Babylonia, they had a clear understanding of astronomy, although at the beginning stages, they understood, certain things that layman today will have no idea about. So I get what you're trying to say.
History. You can point to times throughout history where there was like an influx of knowledge or scientific, growth. But what I was talking about was more in the context of like Western Europe. And that was the Dark Ages, when they lost most of this information from like Greek and Roman times. And they were just going around burning witches, and that lasted for like a good at least 800 years, if not more. So yeah, it's pretty messed up.
I agree to that, but like all I'm saying is like, don't paint history with a straight brush. Like we know that something called the late Bronze Age happened, and many civilizations actually lost a lot of their technologies, either through natural disasters or they getting I guess infiltrated by something called the sea peoples or something like this. So many civilizations at that time, I wouldn't say it was the first time, but like over several times they lost a lot of the technology. So many of them had to start over again. The same thing that happened with the Dark Ages. So I just don't want you to paint like history in the straight, which that's all I'm saying. And then like, hold on, one last thing. And then the idea about claims, and the claim has to be substantiated. What we lost in history. Like we have kings that make claims. We have Egyptian kings, Persian kings that made claims that clearly weren't real. But in their time, they probably thought they could get away with it because, kings want to write good about themselves. They want to, it's like propaganda, the same thing we do today. They did that today with their claim. So you cannot say like a claim has to be substantiated for it to be true. That's not
what I'm saying is it depends on the nature of the claim. If you're making a claim in history and you just say that, there was this king, and then after this king came this king, and this was King X, and that was King Y. These are very mundane claims. We know that kings existed, and we know that monarchies changed. But if you say King X was a king, and then King Y came in flying through the sky on a winged horse, that's fucking bullshit. And we know that claim is wrong. That's all I'm saying. It depends on the nature of your claim. If your claim is going to be supernatural, the bar for claiming that it's actually evidence-based or empirical, you're going to need a lot more than just saying, this is historical.
But he wasn't saying that at first. He was pretty much saying that about me before. He wasn't really saying that at first.
Well, it was in context of, who was I talking to? Was it about near-death experiences? I forgot what it was, but it was in the context of some.
I understand that. I understand what you're saying. But
but like, it's of course hard to
Robert, pyramids aren't trials? What do you mean by that?
I'm saying like it's definitely hard to substantiate supernatural claims for that made historically, but there's a lot that have been made historically.
If I could tell everyone in this room one thing to like help your life, here's the one fucking thing that will help your life. There is no supernatural. Okay, just that will literally help you in everything in your life. Like there's no magic. There's no astrology, there's no tarot cards, there's no reading tea leaves, there's no miracles, there's no magic, there's no answered prayer. Like if you just understand that, that will literally clear up like 90% of your time to actually do like important shit in your life.
I choose absolutely not to agree to that, and I believe my life is going to be as great as yours. So like, don't even go there.
No, it's not. You're going to waste your time.
Because
believing in
supernatural
nonsense.
That would be you trying to conclude that you know 100%, like you're 100% sure about how.
I am 99.9% sure there is no supernatural.
I'm gonna take my chances with the 0.001%.
No, because here's the point: 99.9 repeating decimal actually equals 100. So it's really.
No, it does not.
Yes, it does. That's actually true. That is 100% true, and I can demonstrate that mathematically. You don't understand math. You don't understand what repeating integers are. Yes. 99.9 repeating decimal place, repeating that goes 99.9999 infinite decimal, means.
Now it's infinite. Now you're infinitely sure. Now you're infinitely sure, right?
There is no supernatural. At the very least, I can say this. I'm 100% sure that there is no good empirical evidence for the supernatural throughout all of human fucking history. We've been on this planet for roughly, give or take, whatever, 150,000 years. We have never had any good evidence whatsoever for answered prayer, miracles, any type of supernatural nonsense.
Well, millions of people in the world right now, people who have lived historically, would disagree with you. So
they're mistaken.
Of course, you have people who agree with you too, and you could be mistaken too. So like, I don't even know why you're trying to make it look like as though like science is the. I understand and I work with science, but like to think that science is the only mechanism we can use to understand this world is actually insane. We have spiritual methods. We have hold on 1 second. We have philosophical methods. We have I wouldn't even say spiritual in the sense of religion, but just natural theologies about how to live life a certain way. Like there's so many conclusions people have reached in this world.
Those aren't reliable.
Where you can't. Yeah, but that's what you say. Right? It's not reliable. That's what you say. Like science is not reliable. Science is not 100% reliable.
You bring back to life.
Thank you. So there you go.
Ellie, those aren't reliable methods, though, right? Science is, in fact, a reliable method for falsifying hypotheses. It's actually not a reliable method for falsifying hypotheses.
Science works for falsifying stuff that does not exist in object. Excuse me. I was in the middle of a sentence. I was in the middle of a sentence there, buddy. So pardon me for a second. So science is an excellent way of disproving if something does or does not exist in objective reality. And nothing supernatural has ever been demonstrated to exist in objective reality. So it's not that we could be wrong, it's that you are wrong until you can demonstrate something supernatural.
Well, one thing I can say is that, okay, I could agree that we might not.
That's a lie. Sir, stop talking. No, stop talking.
No, you
just lied.
You shut up, right? Because we know things about quantum physics that doesn't.
Every time that there is a hypothesis, we investigate it. And so this idea that we don't have the tools to investigate it when we go around investigating it all the fucking time, only to demonstrate that it's just not the case, is a straight up lie. And I don't know why you would lie like that, Melanie. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, I wouldn't call it a lie. He just didn't agree with that point.
It's not a matter of agreement, it's not a matter of facts, right? It's a fact.
It's a fact that we go around testing hypotheses using science all the time.
Well, we can test supernatural hypotheses. Like, listen, if prayer works, we can test that. We can set up, a couple blind experiments that show whether or not prayer works. And guess what? We've done it, and it doesn't.
For a lot of people, because
no, it doesn't. It doesn't work at all.
Yes, it does, because experience.
You pretend that it works, but that doesn't actually make it work.
Yeah. That's what you say.
But we've done tests. Put it back in the goddamn audience. Motherfucker, when we talk, listen. Don't just sit there and fucking preach. Nobody's gonna put up with that shit here. So listen. We haven't investigated this shit. Prayer does not do anything. I don't care about your stupid anecdotal personal preference or personal experience bullshit. We've run the tests. Prayer does nothing. Bring him back up, Leon. Bring him back up now. What a fucking asshole.
Well, I don't know, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro. Because, man, if we have a discussion about whether or not God exists, well, you can't just say, like, oh, this is what it is your room, but because it's your room, you can't say, oh, it doesn't work, that's fine.
I don't even say that. We've run experiments on this. It's not me saying this. This is objective reality saying this.
Right. It was Melly who was making the claim that it doesn't work, not us. And he's the one who doesn't understand that we absolutely have the tools to investigate hypotheses when they're proposed.
Well, so if I say that prayer does work, I mean, that's not valid to you, right?
Well, it would be strictly anecdotal, right?
Yeah, you can say, I think it works.
Any claim that you're going to make is going to be based on anecdotal evidence. And it's going to be contrary to the actual science that we have observed.
Man, these guys are talking shit, right? Like, personal experience.
Garbage.
Yeah. It's embarrassing.
Yeah, look, in order to say that your anecdotal evidence counts for anything, it would have to be reproducible, okay? The reason anecdotes are not reproducible is because of that. They're just stories. If you want it to be worth something more, then you have to set up an experiment, set the variables, run the experiment, and publish it.
It can't be otherwise.
Wait.
There's a difference between anecdotes and facts, yes.
Who made that like this? What are you talking about?
The same place
To investigate it. Do you disagree with that premise?
I don't disagree with it. I'm just saying that's all I had against SDs. That's all I'm saying.
That's not what I have.
We're not
That's what I'm talking about. You're saying that there's only verified things.
Dennis, I didn't say anything about only one anything. All I said was, if someone were to put forth a hypothesis regarding supernatural, we would use science to investigate it. Nobody made any additional claim on top of that about science being the only thing or any of this or any of that. This is a straw man that you are constructing in order to attack us for a position that we simply don't hold.
No, we did say that it's the most reliable way of coming to know that
For now.
Nature. For now, it's the best we could ever come up with until now. But in the future, we might come up with something better. But I think science too.
Yeah, the same way we might come up with better tools to investigate the existence of God.
No, not the existence of God. The falsifiability of hypotheses.
Right. So I'm asking now. Why was Einstein? So you guys know about, like, I'm sure you know that anybody who claims, for example, to absolutely understand quantum mechanics, right, they lie, right? I don't know quantum mechanics, right? I wouldn't
I wouldn't say that either. I would say like the show.
Clubhouse smarty guy. I can show you PhD.
You are.
I can show you PhD held holders that tell you that you to say that you understand quantum mechanics.
I don't care what it is.
Absolutely 100%. I can show.
I don't
actually say that.
What they publish is what I care about. Show me
because you're not a PhD holder. Of course I can.
No, Melly, I'm telling you, I don't care what they say. What I care about is what they publish, right? That's what's interesting here.
What I care about, Joanne, is what they publish, not what they say, because they might be wrong, because they haven't done experiments or testing or peer review yet.
So what do you guys think about intelligent design theory?
It's not a theory. It's not a theory. You just intelligent. You just match keywords together.
One second, Eric. They don't even claim that it's a theory. They just call it intelligent design. You had a theory.
Oh, well, I mean, intelligent design, whatever. I mean, same thing. I mean, put the word theory. You guys don't, it's important, complex, like, it's just like,
Earth is a complex lexicon.
Yeah, it's the opposite of true.
Marks is that niches become available and then life moves into them.
Hold on 1 second. Can you break that down? What he said about intelligent life. Can you repeat that and break that down?
Yeah. Yeah. So the analogy is originally put forth by Douglas Adams. Puddle analogy. Imagine for 1 second that a puddle wakes up and finds itself in a hole, right? And the hole is pretty irregular. It's got some cracks and some crevices. It's got some depths and some shallows, right? It's got some things jutting out of it. And it thinks to itself, wow, look at how perfectly shaped this hole is. This hole is perfectly intelligently designed to be exactly the right shape so that so it conforms exactly to the shape of me. Look at how intelligent, look at how amazing these cracks are and all these crevices that are so well designed for exactly the shape of me, a bit of water in this puddle. Clearly, this is the case. And the puddle continues to evaporate, never realizing in its last moments that it was the other way around. It was the puddle that conformed to the cracks and the crevices of the hole itself. It was the puddle that was doing the adaptation and the conforming, not the cracks and crevices to the puddle.
So basically, in simple terms, you're saying that we conform to the world around us. We evolve to the world around us, right?
Right. We are the puddle in this analogy, and we are the thing that evolved to survive in a very, 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 very narrow, small, minuscule niche of ecology in the far western arm of a very, very uninteresting sea amongst many, many galaxies, right?
Okay.
Tiniest of smallest of minutest, like there's barely, units that are smaller on, than us, right? It goes like, the atoms, then the cells, then the organisms, and we're basically in like the state of the planet, right? And then we quickly get to galactic scales, right? The amount of space that we occupy is like a zero with a point, and then a zero, and then a whole slew of zeros, and then one, right? That's the percentage of space that we occupy.
There's 100 billion stars in the Milky Way galaxy, and there's 2 trillion galaxies in the observable universe. Each one of those stars has a solar system.
Okay, and now, if I agree with you on the last, information you see about this universe and stars, if I can agree with you on that, what is how do you guys infer from that there is no intelligent design or no intelligent creator behind all this?
We don't infer from that there's no, right? We start with the hypothesis there could be, and then we demonstrate that it's not true.
And I can do that by disproving all of creation. If nothing has ever been created in the entire history of the universe, there is no creator. I can do that.
But I mean, we have ample evidence of the universe actually having a beginning.
We have zero evidence of that.
There's zero evidence of that.
We have zero evidence of a Big Bang theory.
That's not what we
Big
say.
Bang is not the beginning of the universe.
Then that is not the beginning of the universe.
That's a phrase we do.
It's the beginning of the time is not correct.
70% of physicists think that Big Bang has nothing to do with the beginning of the universe.
Right. The Big Bang is a description of the universe, of the state of the universe when it was undergoing a period of rapid expansion. Right. Prior to that, we have other theories which describe the state of the universe.
Inflation, eternal inflation.
This is not,
before that.
This is in no way controversial, right? Every theology will tell you that we have theories that describe the state of the universe prior to the Big Bang.
Thinking that the Big Bang doesn't describe the origins of the universe is not French.
Okay, but I think it's this stuff.
Phil Harper, Google the Phil Harper survey. How about we do it fucking together? You go ahead while I look.
I was just saying, bro, can you guys point out to me anything in nature that exists without a cause for it existing?
No. Therefore, the universe must be eternal, and there must be an infinite regression of causes going back.
And that would, bro?
Oh shit!
It would be eternal, and there would be
shit. Right.
An infinite regression of causes going back. Wait, I mean, I don't know. You guys trying to use, words to kind of go over my head. It sounds like to me, bro, you just said that all of this has a cause going back.
I just said that there's an infinite regression of cause. Every effect has a cause, going backwards forever. And there is no first cause. It's just more causes causing causes, right?
Wow.
For sure. No, there's no beginning, so eternal means. I put the Phil Harper survey in the chat, and in there it says that 70% of physicists think that the Big Bang is silent on the origins.
Okay, so Eric, a beginning is an arbitrary index in time prior to which there was one state and after which a different state occurred. So to say that there is a beginning, of course there is a beginning. There's multiple beginnings. There's an arbitrary number of beginnings. There was of inflation. There was a beginning of recombination. There was a beginning of solar formation. There was a beginning of pick your poison, right? Whatever beginning you want to talk about, we can talk about the state prior to it, and we can talk about the state after it in all cases.
Okay, I mean, I'm gonna just say like this. You guys sound pretty smart, you know what I mean? And not only that, like it tells you about the rotations of the Earth and sun and different things like that. And if these things were off by even a centimeter, it would probably mess up the whole creation. So
life would have evolved differently.
I'm not the smartest man, but it just sounds like
you're correct, because life would have then evolved differently. We would have been in a different set of circumstances, and life would have evolved differently. You're talking about something like the butterfly effect, right? Where a small consequence early on in the system leads to big changes later on in the system. Sure. Nobody's disputing that. But that's not the world that we live in. We live in the world where life did evolve on Earth, right? Where we did build cities and we developed the internet, and we're talking on it right now. That's the world we live in, not the imaginary one where the sun was, a little bit bigger or the Earth was a little bit further away.
It all happened by chance.
I don't know what you're explaining with chance there. It doesn't seem to explain anything.
Oh, well, what do you mean doesn't explain it?
I don't think you've done any work there with your explanation.
Well, if we say that life had to have
that's not doing any work.
It's happening anywhere else.
Yeah, that's just repeating the claim that's not doing any work, right? I don't know why you're doing that.
What claim am I making?
This happened by chance. You're not doing any work with that statement. By saying that it happened by chance, you're not doing any work. You're not accomplishing anything. You're not explaining anything.
I don't have to, because again, I don't think science.
No, you're an old man.
I don't think science has any explanation, right? The same way
Well, of course science has an explanation. Of course science has an explanation, and it doesn't hand wave without chance, right? It does a much better job than you, right?
Right. So how did life come to? How did life begin with the diversity that we have?
That study is called abiogenesis, and I'm sorry, I'm not done yet. And it's a branch of systems chemistry. Are you familiar with systems chemistry?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Well, that's where I suggest you start your education then. Start with systems chemistry and how it differs from synthetic chemistry, and then apply systems chemistry to biological development on a macromolecule scale, right? Where chemicals are falling into lower energy states, forming more complex macromolecules, which are being selected for by the environment for their fitness in a given environment based on their functionality. That's how life began.
Yeah, that right there is 100%. Like, okay, so I agree with you.
That is 100%.
I agree with those.
No, I'm sorry, that is 100%. You're incorrect. That is 100% true, what I just said.
We have other things like past.
No, Melanie, hold on a second.
There's this theory that, and this is a very.
Okay, so Melanie, you're not engaging here, so I'm just going to mute you. Melanie, what did I just say that you doubted is not true?
I'm not saying it's not true. I'm saying you can.
Okay, then why did you say
you
that it's not 100% true? Why did you say that what I said was not 100% true?
Because you cannot prove it.
Of course I can prove everything I just said. What are you talking about?
Prove it. Okay, prove to me right now how. Like, show me the actual books or show me the list of evidences that prove exactly how human life biologically started.
Melanie, I will tell you how human life. What are you doing?
That's easy.
Melanie, we got to change the subject, right? I'm talking about life started life. I didn't talk about anything like that. So what you just did is call it strong man. Because I think
I heard you.
What were you talking about? Seriously?
Well, you're just talking about Genesis.
Yeah, we're talking about Genesis.
Well, that's not human life. That's all life. Hey, Donald, he wants to know how human life started. Evolution explains that. We can show him, right?
No, that's not being an outside concern.
Well, what you said to you earlier was kind of like a little bit of hand waving because, I mean, even
what was not hand waving?
Yeah, it's not even.
It's not really explained to everything.
No, because when you said that the parameters were different, we would just evolve differently, but it all had to be within certain bounds to sustain life.
That's not true.
So it could be like.
That's not what I said.
So it would have to be slightly different.
That's not what I said.
You said if the parameters of Earth was different because he was talking about how if things were highly off or whatever, were off a certain parameter, right? It would just evolve differently. But obviously it would still have to be within a certain bounds to be able to sustain life.
Do you know how large that is?
It's very slight.
No, I got a chart.
Like temperature.
Dennis, you're incorrect.
I got a chart, buddy.
It's actually slight.
Dennis, you don't need to repeat your incorrectness. You're incorrect.
But you're incorrect.
No, I got a chart that shows that you're incorrect. I got a chart that shows that you're incorrect.
But you don't need to just sit here and claim.
Yeah, I got a chart that says you're incorrect too.
Okay, but
show me your chart. I'm giving you my chart right now.
Control yourself, right?
Show me your chart. Look at your charts.
And demand that you're correct when we can show you the chart that says you're incorrect, right?
I'm giving it right now.
Okay? Just sitting there going, but I'm right. You gotta show up with receipts, right?
What's the name of that shell that had Nautilus? It's the Nautilus magazine.
I've got another point I would like to make. So in 1929, Edwin Hubble, that's what Google say, right? It say he discovered that the universe is expanding, right? And again, I'm just a simple dude. I read into history and a little science, but I'm just simple. So he discovered this in 1929. Now, if I believe that, for example, I'm not gonna get it into too much of it because I know how some of y'all atheists get when I was trying to bring up, not no disrespect, atheists get mad when I bring up scripture. So if I go to the Quran and I read about it says in 51, the book of Allah says in 51:47, and the heaven we constructed with strength, and indeed we are its expanding. So it's showing you over 1400 years ago in this book that I believe is a revelation from the creator of the heavens and the earth, not person. But the universe is not expanding.
That says that it used to be expanding. Your book says it used to be expanding. It's still expanding.
No, it says we are its expanding. And other translations.
No, that's not what you said. You just lied. You just lied by your own fucking scripture. It said we expanded. We are expanders. It didn't say that we are expanding.
Wait, can we hear it again, Eric? Repeat.
I posted that chart that says that you're wrong about how small the thing is, the area is that life can exist. It's gigantic.
I never heard it say expanded. Say expanded.
It's an expander. We are expanding.
How are we looking at how?
Hang on.
Give me a moment.
No, I'm not gonna give you a moment.
Eric, what is expanding? What is it? What are we expanding?
The universe.
Where does it say that?
No, read the scripture again, please.
And the heaven we constructed with strength.
In the heaven, we constructed with strength. So, I got Eric. Eric, you're reading it's referring to the heaven, yes?
Yes.
Great. Now, you're implying the heaven means the universe. Is that what you're doing here?
It does.
No, you are implying that, right?
Yeah, because it doesn't mean that. Every time it uses it, it doesn't mean that.
No, it's not talking. No. There's no
Eric, let's be honest here, right? In the heaven, now you're saying because it says heaven, you're implying that means universe. Is that what you're doing here?
It does, bro.
No, this is my question. Is that what you're doing here?
Bro, that's what any Muslim would tell you. Any Muslim knows. When the Quran is referring to the heavens, it's talking about the universe, the cosmos, bro.
When it's talking about
paradise, when it's talking about paradise, how you in like heaven in English or Christian terms, it says Jannah or Jannah. You understand? It's not what means Jannah. That's the word for paradise, like the place where we go when we pass.
And that's not the word that's used here in the original Aramaic.
Bro, it's
the word that's used here in the original Aramaic. What word is used here?
In Arabic.
In this scripture, the one that you're telling me about, we are the expanders or whatever. What word is used?
It says wa al sama
we should go someone who knows how to read.
Yeah, you might gotta get somebody to know Arabic, bro, but they'll tell you that it's not talking about paradise. You understand? It's talking about.
What makes you know that it's talking about the universe?
Because
they thought that the heavens was the sky.
Bro, that's what I'm saying. Like the heavens is the stars, the cosmos, the other galaxies, the universe.
That's
all
not
that.
They didn't know about any of that.
Yeah, that's not that. But the rest of the context.
The creator of the universe will know. You get what I'm saying?
Eric,
he revealed the book.
Eric, that's not backed up by the rest of the context.
You know what I'm saying?
No.
Hey, come on, don't do your. Hey, I'm speaking in violence, bro. Hey, come on now, don't do me that.
Eric, it's
Come on now, bro. I'm so ghetto, but I'm so smarter than you, T. I'm smarter than you.
Convenient argument when you want to try and make a point that these people knew something that we later figured out. But it doesn't work in your favor because the context doesn't support your argument.
I'm telling y'all what it means, bro. Y'all can take it or not. That's what it means.
It also doesn't mean that it's currently expanding.
We've already dismissed that. We have dismissed that because the context doesn't support it. Why, bro?
This what I'm telling you.
Dismissed.
If you talk, listen.
Now research the context. I looked up the Aramaic. It does not support what you are saying.
That's what you really like
talking about the universe or the other mind of the universe. They never demonstrate knowledge of cosmology. They never demonstrate knowledge of orbits, of the nature of stars, of the nature of planets, of the nature of gravity. They never demonstrate knowledge of any of this knowledge. So the context.
Stars are weapons that they use to kill.
They use body weight to the gym.
When they say heavens, they mean sky in both the Quran and in the Bible.
And vodka overpowered the gym.
So we can agree now that we're talking about galaxies, and we're talking about the universe. They didn't know any of that stuff existed. And we're right until.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. Because he said, right? He said they didn't, in this Quran, they didn't have any knowledge of the orbit, so, whatever you said like that.
They might know about other planets, man.
All right, check it out. And I could put up multiple verses if you would allow me in your room. You know what I mean?
I'm sure about the versions. You're dealing with the Christians where you try to hang on. See, you're dealing with the Christians, dude, when you try to find a different translation that says what you wanted to say, but that's not what the words say or mean.
No, I'm talking about multiple verses of the book itself, of the word of God itself, to present my argument.
That's exactly what I said. You're gonna go through and you're gonna find different translation after different translation until you find one that says what you wanted to say, but that's not what the words mean, and that's not what the writers meant when they wrote those words.
I'm not talking about different verses. Different versions. I'm not talking about that.
Different versions of the words you use.
So I said, bro, you might can't. I might talk a little funny to you. I said different verses. I
never said my verses.
Yeah. But
none of the verses you're going to bring up are going to say that God is currently expanding the universe at an accelerated rate.
I mean, the verse just said.
An invariant relationship between mass and distance has turned in terms of attraction. None of them are describe hydrogen fusion. None of them are going to describe any feature of the cosmos which we later figured out, right? None of them. All of that is a post hoc rationalization, which you're taking a story and then trying to retrofit our understanding into it.
You're using anachronistic analysis here. I'm people are talking because you have interrupted almost every sentence I've said.
Going back and forth all day. And at the end of the day, you'd still be wrong. And we made the sky a protected ceiling. But they, from its science, are turning away.
Right.
Which is how created the sky and the sun. All of that
was about just how it's just how space looks like from the surface of the planet.
But in the sky. In the second verse,
the atmosphere. We have an atmosphere. You don't swim through all of that.
More people have dismissed this as being a complete wrong fiction.
Right.
Stupid.
Hey, well, bro, we all have our different opinions. That's what else.
It's not an opinion that your book is wrong. It's a fact. Yeah, you see, you theists and you apologists, you always say, well, this or that is just an opinion, so I can dismiss it. But it's not a fucking opinion. Your book is demonstrably wrong all over the place. I'd love for you to show me one place where it gets it right. Can you do it? Because I've read the book. I don't think there's a place where it gets it right.
What's more is there was an opportunity here, right? There was absolutely an opportunity to describe epicycles of orbits. There was absolutely an opportunity to describe invariant relationships with regards to energy, with regards to mass, with regards to fundamental constants of the universe. There was a massive opportunity, and it got left behind.
Actually, I disagree with that. I think they observed the same things, not telescopes and shit like that. But like to the naked eye, they observed all the same things we observe. linguistic and technological disadvantage. They weren't at a cognitive disadvantage. Their brains are the same as our brains, right? The ancients, they said. Listen to what I'm saying to you. Like, they couldn't really have described what you're expecting them to have been able to because of linguistic and technological deficiency.
I mean, because they aren't gods.
But that's a separate thing, right?
I'm granting the whole idea that this is God granting knowledge, so they would be limited by their own understanding.
No, and you shouldn't take the bait of the fundamentalists. Don't give in to their premises.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree. Plus, I mean, if God were writing this, why is everything so human-centric in the Quran? It's all about humans. Why wouldn't it be about other stuff? He says just Bible suffers, all religious texts suffers from the same thing.
Hey Donald, if I may chime in, just want to say there, I was born in Iran. We were forced to learn Arabic and Quran when we were kids, so a very unfortunately, very first-hand knowledge of the Arabic Quran and its translation. And the language in Quran that you talking about this stuff, it's just nothing. Like the discrepancies and the dirty stuff that's there. If I don't even want to heaven first and then there, as if like a person has forgot what they said like a few pages before and made a mistake. This is on top of all the dirty stuff about women and about harm them and hit them if they don't disobey. First they say tell them once. If they disobey, then for the second time you can hit them and do much worse things with them. Anyway, I just think asking why at that time they didn't know about the gravity or the elliptic shape of the orbit and all that. I'm just saying, like, forget about this. This, a 10-year-old person in this day and age with the ChatGPT could have done a better job than Quran. Anyway, I think I talked already. I spoke a lot.
So that was from someone who actually speaks the language, right? The original Quran, and agrees with us.
Oh, for many years by force, unfortunately, but yeah.
I'm sorry, man. I've read it. It's a horrible book. So, is anybody else on stage or in the audience who wants to have a conversation? Finish up this conversation.
Have you slept?
Yeah, I did actually.
Okay.
So Donald, if no one is talking, I thought I'll ask my question.
Question.
Oh, go ahead, T.
I just want to know how to say it because it's in a different alphabet. Pronounce your name.
Oh, mine. I was born in Iran, so my language is actually Farsi. It's the alphabet is similar to Arabic, so it's easier for us to read and write. But the language is completely different. My name is pronounced K1. It's like a letter K and number 1.
I love that.
K1. K1?
Yes.
K1. K1.
Which actually means Saturn in Farsi. It's planet Saturn.
Is it right to say Farsi or
Could you say the alphabet, please? In your
Oh my God, you're gonna get bored. But Aleph, Bet, Egyptian. We almost have all the same vowels. Anyway, I guess we'll just get off the topic. Donald, I had a question. Are you first, let me ask, are you atheist or are you just agnostic?
You can call me atheist. I'm an atheist, but you call me an atheist.
Same here, more or less. I'm thinking for us as atheists who, we know this is the only lifetime we have, how much do you think we should spend of our life would we spend on this before we think, like when we're 80 years old, we think?
I think it's gotta be up to you, because if you don't enjoy doing this, you're not gonna get anything out of it, because all it is entertainment.
I do actually enjoy, that's the reason I'm here. I'm not trying to say like this.
Just do as long as you want, and then stop or take a break. Because I did this journey for like almost 2 years, practically 24 hours every single day, and I got burnt the fuck out, and I had to take a good long break. And I don't know if I'm going to be coming back on a regular basis even now or not. I've just now, this is on like my fourth room in the last 2 or 3 months.
But do you do it partly out of being kind and want to enlighten other human beings? Is it part of it for you, or is it?
I mean, that was what it was for about a month, and then I realized there's no help in these people, and then I just made a game out of it, and I've just been entertaining myself ever since.
Okay, so at the moment it's just entertaining for you right now.
I've tried to help these people. They don't want to listen. They don't want to get help. They think that they're the ones that are helping you.
Yeah, I'm just asking. I'm just curious how other people who think like me, feel about these issues. Because to me, the discussions are they go up to the point, and then they break.
Yeah, and then they break down. They can't get any further than that. Everything stops.
Yeah. And to us, and this is to us, do you think like pushing to
Don't just run away.
Sorry?
Don't just run away if you push them.
No, yeah, I'm just saying like how do we expect, we as an atheist, that someone who has been a religious person all their life, with whatever we say, they kind of, because if they agree with us at any point, it means that a lot of their life was for that, a lot of the stuff they did, a lot of the ideas they had, it's all for nothing. So to me, it's almost impossible. Like if it was me and I was a religious person for 40 years, whatever you say couldn't change my mind.
What was the last sentence? I didn't hear it. You were like for 40 years and what?
Yeah, if I was a religious person for 40 years, anything you said at this point that makes me say, all the last 40 years I was dumb. There's no way you can change my mind.
Yeah, that last little bit they have to do on their own. So you can give them the education of the stuff that disproves all the stuff that they think is true, convinced of this. So you can give them all the information in the world that disproves what they think, but that last little bit where they go from believing to not believing, there's nothing you can do about that. You're gonna have to let them do that.
Okay, but do you think they're actually, if they agree, from that point on, if they will have a better life, or they actually have a more depressed life?
They'll definitely be more depressed, because there's that seed of doubt. Anytime you have doubt in your brain, you're not happy.
That's right. So, I don't know. Sometimes I feel like, what am I doing? And then the only thing is just, you were having like you, I enjoy the discussion. But sometimes I lose the sight of what the final goal is, to be honest.
I don't really have that. I don't have the final goal. Professor Roger, welcome. Thank you for coming by.
Hello. How you doing?
Hey, nice sweater, dude.
Oh, yeah. So, I'm, what do we call it? We said atheist, and what's the other?
Theist. The opposite. Yeah, it's theist.
Oh, theist, okay. So I'm a theist, right?
You know what that is?
so I'm a theist, but here's the thing I always see that poses a problem with religion, right? Is that it's false. Well, okay, not really false, but
religion 100% false. All religions are 100% false. It's our good, we'll talk about that later.
Yeah. So it's a lot of us are reading interpretations. That's one, right? Another thing is that we read in absolutes, while scientists, I can tell a scientist.
Hang on one second.
Okay.
I don't accept absolutes in any way, as far as
right,
unless I have no choice in that. And I've never been presented with that part where I don't have a choice and not accept an absolute.
No, but I'm saying that we talk in absolutes, which is not true because the earth is not absolute.
Yeah, I don't talk in absolutes.
I didn't say you did.
Just did when you said 99.999 is 100%. That was absolute when you did that, bro. Why are you lying?
I haven't said that today, but yes, 99 is.
You really said that was absolute when we were having the discussion. You said
I've never said that 100% is absolute. I've never said that. It was absolutely sure. You are. So now you're lying about me. How about you not lie about others and just to worry about yourself while Professor Roger finishes up here?
Brother, you literally told me that you were 100% sure, like because 99.999%, you said you could do the math. I told you that if there is
I told
you just today. Who was on stage when he said that? Like something.
Oh, you racist! You're racist. How many Henry? You're being racist.
Oh, please shut up, T.A. Please shut up.
I came at that.
Oh, my bad. Don't worry, I was a professor, not bad.
Okay, so my point was is that from the religious side, where sometimes it becomes indoctrination, where we believe it as truth, as absolute truth, right? While scientists, they believe Pluto was a planet for almost 100 years.
It's whether or not it's called a planet doesn't stop being a chunk of rock.
Right. No, but I'm saying that scientists believe that, and then, we could
just want to find it. It's not that they believe it. It's just not to find it.
Let me just
finish. I apologize. Let me finish.
Let me just make this point. The point is that theories and all this can be changed, right? There's no absolute in science. One day we call it this, then with technology we find out it's not that. And then we find out why that.
Do you know why there's no absolutes in science? Because we haven't found any absolutes in nature.
Right, exactly. So
your God is absolute, right?
That's the problem with talking about these topics with religious people. Sometimes they believe that their book is the final. That's it. There's nothing that can disprove that, or there's nothing.
Very silly when they say that. It's very silly when they say that you can't disprove my book.
Right. So that's the problem. Some of it is interpretation. A lot of the Bible is parables, right? Because, especially with Jesus, because the time that Jesus came, the Romans ruled, and if he would have said what he wanted to say, clear and conscious, they would have killed them.
They did kill him.
Right. Eventually they did, right? Exactly. But he talked a lot in parables for that reason. And so now, thousands of years later, as we try to interpret those parables, some of us can get it wrong, right? But and I don't think that we come as thick as thesis. Now I can't legit away. I don't think we come as believers. I don't think we come with an open mind. I think we come, I think we come to kind of turn you from your evil ways as an atheist. I don't think we come with good intention. We don't come with a good intention to hear you out and debate, and we don't come that way. We come to change your evil ways and the demons that are in you, and understand. So that's why these debates don't work, right? Because the one party of the debate want to change who's instead of listening, right? So that's the problem too.
That's a big issue. I agree with everything you just said. And it was an excellent example of that very thing.
Yeah. And then it becomes emotional too, because I think someone made the point, if you believe that the sky is gray, and I tell you the sky is gray because God said so, and then science disproves that, now you are attacking me personally. But who understands your identity even? Right, exactly. So, yes, it's kind of day, and nobody learns anything. That's my point.
Oh, and by the way,
Let me ask you, do you know why they changed the status of Pluto as a planet and made it bring it to a dwarf planet, and why that's not like the evidence of like science changing that you think it is?
I'm not saying science is changing, I just say the interpretation. We, at that time, with their limited technology, all it was one thing. When technology got better, they disproved that, and no one.
They didn't disprove anything. Hold on. So Pluto still exists. It's still out there.
Yeah, it still exists, right?
What happened?
We define it.
Exactly. What happened is we found past Pluto in the
bunch of other Pluto sites.
We found hundreds of other objects almost the size of Pluto, and we said, okay, we're gonna make Pluto a planet. We have to make all these planets as well. Now,
do you want in the solar system with 100 planets?
Do you want to sit there and make your children, your elementary school kids, memorize hundreds of planets? Or do you agree there's obviously something different between all these little rocks and Jupiter and Saturn and Neptune, and then just the big inner rocky planets like Earth and Venus and Mars, which there's only 4 of them, big ones. And then there's like gas giants, right? And then that's it. But then, so we had
the frozen planets,
Ceres, and all these other planets that some of them have names, some of them are just numbers. Eventually, we found so many they're just numbers, and we said, okay, this is ridiculous. We can't just call them all planets and give them all names. There's hundreds of them, and we're gonna keep finding more the more we look. But we call these dwarf planets, give them numbers, and say we only have 8 major planets. So nothing really changed. Nothing got altered. We made our definitions a little bit.
Yeah, we reclassified things. And
that's what science does all the time. That's what the claim says is the bad thing about science. It's the good thing about science.
Pluto is like 20 times smaller than our moon, right? And if Pluto were to be brought here, like into Earth's orbit, and be in orbit of the moon, it would start releasing, like a tail. It would have like an ice tail, which is that's no behavior for a planet, right? How do you get that planet coming? Is the reality of the matter.
That's a point. It just failed. It just didn't hit enough rock. It just failed as a planet.
So, Professor,
right.
It says this is a list of birds, and bats is in the list. There's no interpreting it any other way.
But I'm saying that we don't know if that's from the original.
It is. I read the original words.
Okay, well.
There's no original.
This is what I mean.
There's no original.
The oldest that we have copies of is what I mean. When I say that, I mean the oldest that we have copies of.
But the actual, the original, it's all copies.
As far back as we know, this is what it says.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Well, now you're just saying your book is unreliable if you want to go that route.
You don't even know. Like, I am not dogmatic at all. Like, I would accept that the book is not reliable. Like, the Bible.
Then your book is unreliable. I don't have to accept any of it.
I would also accept that, and that's okay. I'm just trying to tell you that you said you saw
original. Professor is actually correct. That would be the kind of interpretation, but there are no original manuscripts of the Torah.
When I say that, you know that I mean the oldest that we have copies of, because we all know that there's no original text.
Okay, all right.
So you could have just included that, not an asshole.
You read Hebrew?
I read, so this was when I was a kid 30 years ago, 35 years ago, when me and my dad were going through the Bible. We went through the English version with the Hebrew Bible next to it, and a Hebrew lexicon, so we knew what each word meant while it was being used.
So you don't read it?
I had a vague understanding of how the language worked.
Yeah, so my point was that science can readjust, religion can't, right? So that's why these debates sometimes, you know, you treat that, there's a word you use to say they take modern times and try to inject it into ancient texts. Yeah, and that's the issue, right? That you're trying to tell me that a text that
actually used that word earlier today.
You said what?
I used that word earlier in a conversation today.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And so that's the issue with the debate. It's like, you know what I mean? Like, especially science.
Yeah, because atheists don't have any skin in the game when it comes to the holy book, so we don't have to lie about it. We don't have to interpret it in 10,000 different ways to see if we can make it say things that the book doesn't say. We should work with that.
But some of the scripture, they're trying to make it into
atheist fundamentalists.
There's no such thing as an atheist fundamentalist. That's
so just describe when you say just read the words. Like you don't just read.
Yeah, I just read the words that are in the book.
Yeah, but
I have an understanding of the ancient Hebrew cultural context because my dad made sure of that.
That doesn't mean an atheist fundamentalist.
But no, I think it's so nobody's disagreeing with that on the street, but I'm saying the whole point. Nobody's disagreeing with it. Oh my God.
That's why I reject the fucking way. It's because of shit that it says that is just wrong.
Perfect. So I'm not saying it's right or wrong. That's totally fair, right? I think sometimes atheists don't. There are a couple of critiques that atheists make on the text. One is things aren't true. The second thing is things are immoral, right? Sometimes though,
perfectly valid critiques of the Bible.
Absolutely, right? However, I do find that atheists do deliberately choose to say, I'm just reading the words, without actually understanding that is an interpretive choice.
Exactly.
That's not really a thing, just reading the words. We would never read any other ancient text in that way and expect ourselves to understand. No, I'm not. We would never
read all ancient texts exactly the same. They all
do you read them? Do you read them all?
Yeah, I gotta make sure that I knew about the ancient Hebrew culture.
Okay, so if you're reading it in their ancient cultural and linguistic context, that's a good way to read it. I find a lot of atheists don't do that, and actually say that to do that is not as good as quote unquote just reading the words.
If you don't know the ancient cultural context, then you don't have any idea what the words mean.
Right, that's why knowledge of Hebrew would be good, knowledge of ancient archaeology, knowledge of...
I have all that.
Imagine as a great God, you want to send one book to help everyone, and you send that to one particular point in the planet Earth, and you don't tell all the other human beings, and then you tell this in one language that nobody else around the world knows. And then even with that, you leave stuff to interpretation. Wow, actually,
kind of a weird thing for a powerful God to do, huh?
But actually, you're missing the point. That book was not for the world.
It was just for the Hebrew people. Right? So why does it need to be? God only cares about the Israelites and not else about the rest of the world. No, I didn't say that. That's what the book says. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. And like, let's be clear. You misspoke, right? It was never a book intended to be universal. It was written for Hebrews, for Israelites, by Hebrews and Israelites, right? Just like all the other kinds of books that are unique mythos to their own culture, right? And they're for their own culture, they're for internal consumption, right? So the question about why couldn't a God have made it more clear, blah, 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 don't really apply, because once you're,
like, he doesn't know that the universality of God starting to sort of bleed into the Hebrew mindset that religion is always dogmatic. I agree that sometimes it is, but Christianity tries to shift the personality or the ontological explanation of God to make him universal, right? If you actually understand cultural context, no, Yahweh was never for anybody outside of Israel. Like, you need, like, that's my answer. That would say that for you.
Yeah, I would say that better. The book says that he only cared about say that better, right?
Yeah,
the Israelites chose Yahweh to be their chief God, and then wrote a story about it, right? And then wrote books about the relationship between them and their God. Yeah. Well, it makes sense that the book would say that the Israelites are God's chosen people. That's right. Everyone's book says that about their own internal story about themselves. Nobody tells a story that says some of them say the human race. Some of them say that the whole human race is included. Yeah, but nobody says we're the scum up here. Nobody writes a triumphant story about we're scum. Nobody writes that. Christians do. Well, kind of, except there's a triumph one. Well, no, only for some. No, only some of the Christians. Even only some of the Christians are going to escape it. I guess there are Christians that ask me Christian who's not a Baptist, and the Baptists are going to hell. Ask me Christian who's not a Catholic, the Catholics are going to hell. Only so Christian.
Hell is not even a real concept in Hebrew. Like, if you go back to the ancient Hebrew.
Yeah, well, not until the Greeks showed up anyway.
Exactly. So, like, we see transformations happening in, if you want to call it a text or if you want to call it so, like, it's not totally dogmatic, like you guys said. Like, I'm definitely not a dogmatic person. Like, if anybody, like, if God was
probably because you've read the book,
right? But if God will tell me today, go do this and kill this person, I'm not going to do that as a modern day human being. Like, I just want to post that out there. Like, every religious person isn't dogmatic, and to say that the whole book is dogmatic is simply not true, because we can see
that's false
inside of the book.
But that's the way that most Hebrew people feel about the book too. And I like that one. That's why I don't mind talking to Hebrew people and Jews about the Old Testament, but I don't like talking to Christians about the Bible because they lie about their book. The Jews and people like you, Christians like you, who've actually read the book and are like, this is bullshit.
There was a propaganda in the book. It's quite clear. Like, and
especially in the New Testament.
Yes, in the New Testament you can find that version, right? It tells a different story than what the Bible claims happened, right? The Bible claims that an angel destroyed the fleets of the Persian soldiers. Well, historically, that didn't happen, right? Historically, what happened was this guy paid tribute to Sennacherib, and Sennacherib probably spared Judah. That's probably what happened. So yes, we understand those. So that's what I'm saying. Like, you gotta understand cultural context on that level.
I agree, fully and completely. I mean, you won't understand the Bible if you don't understand what was happening when the Bible was written.
Exactly, and I think that's the problem today.
Yeah, I agree.
They're taking these verses and trying to make a martyr. So eventually, they're gonna be like, well, Jesus rode in a Tesla. Like, what? That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to take our understanding of things 2,000, 3,000 years later was trying to relate what the Quran said to today's science. And, that's wrong. And that's not the purpose of the Quran in the first place. The Quran never stated that it's a scientific book. And if it was...
Yeah, but Professor, the problem there is a lot of Muslims like to say the Quran is scientific. Like they like to say that the Quran is accurate with embryology. The Quran is accurate where the sperm is produced, right? And they're totally mistaken. They want to say it's an error. They're totally mistaken when they do that.
Well, that's accurate. They should be absolutely mistaken. I agree with that. Accurate in what? In the times of Muhammad, but not today. You understand? And I don't think...
What?
It could have been accurate in the times of
Muhammad. No, it's not accurate. No, it's not accurate. They are mistaken. They think they're accurate, but it's not actually accurate. You understand the difference? Alright, so hang on real quick. Professor, I wanted to read you something. So I'm reading my Bible here. I'm reading Leviticus 13, and it starts in chapter 13. I'm sorry, it's Leviticus 11, chapter 13. Leviticus 11, chapter 13, and it says, these are the birds you are to detest and not eat, because they are detestable: the eagle, the vulture, the black vulture, any kind of raven, black owl, curcumin, great owl, stork, and bat.
Right. And we know today a bat is not a bird. A bat is more of a rodent. Right?
So if God had made everything, wouldn't he know that he made a bat as a mammal, not a bird? Made the mistake of categorizing these animals. So what? The book is not inerrant. That's what I use to biblical inerrantness. Right for that. Exactly. Biblical inerrantness. But he didn't know that there was he thought there might have been an interpretation thing that wouldn't make it bad. It's so also the discussion about like understanding the culture, right? So let's talk about the scripture where a husband is suspecting his wife wasn't has the bitter water. Right, the bitter water one. What does the cultural interpretation have to do with understanding that the husband takes the wife to the preacher, the priest or whatever, whips up this batter. Does anybody know the ingredients besides me? I don't know, but I'm just trying to keep a quick note just to get the point across. The point is, the woman drinks this. If the woman was faithful, she would keep the baby. If she was unfaithful, she would be devoid of her uterus and become infertile, right? She would miscarry and now not be able to have children. So her loins would drop. Right. So where is it that it's important to understand the cultural aspect of these writings to understand that? Because I can totally interpret that and understand that for what it's written.
I do agree that some things are pretty much direct.
Okay. So what do you have to say to that, Melly? What do you have to say to that?
About like what do you want to know about that?
So like that how does spit and dirt from the ground make a woman infertile? Well, regardless, the point is the point in this scripture is they are inducing miscarriage. They are trying to abort the baby. So they're supporting abortion in this. And this becomes an argument about how abortion is wrong. However, in the Bible, in the scripture that all these Christians and God believers hold, valuable, this is happening in scripture.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I'm sure you're talking about that.
Listen, I don't think that, I think that there's a way to sort of concede that, or at least I myself concede that these things may have made sense to them, right, at that time. But there's no way that we can confirm or say that.
So you're saying back then it was okay to abort a baby?
By our modern standards, of course not, right? But
no, I'm saying that's what happened.
Modern
standard thing.
I didn't bring up modern power. Nelly, what's Nelly? Just realistic, no question. So are you saying that it was moral to abort back then? Is that what you're agreeing with in this scripture?
No, but from their perspective,
No.
I don't even think that they had the moral framework that we have today.
This is directly from God.
It's not my
This is a
question.
rule directly from God.
Today.
We don't have the original, so we just don't.
So it's unreliable. God.
Yeah, it's kind of unreliable.
And that's what you're doing here. You're protecting your scripture, so it sounds like.
No, I'm just being dead ass though. Like we just don't have the original, so like we're just
dead ass. Whether you're dead ass or not, the point is the scripture is promote abortion.
I wonder if I can find instances of the testament of water being used outside the Bible. I'm going to see if I can do that.
Right. So like I think, like I said before, I don't think even in Canaan, right? There's something called I forget their actual. They had different kinds of medications for different things.
What's your point of doing this? What are you trying to do here? What are you trying to do, Mel?
What I'm trying to do is that there were many things that they thought were applicable, and they thought if you
applicable,
because they had they had an idea that through rituals you could actually change.
But Melly, what are you saying?
Okay, these are just things that we.
Melly, what are you trying to say is applicable? You're saying that they were trying to condone ending the pregnancy because the woman was not faithful. Is that what you're trying to say here?
No, that probably
so
they were trying to use what they believed were natural forces.
No, I don't care about that. The point,
to understand the situation that was beyond.
Melly,
I'm telling you what it was.
Melly, you're missing the point. The point is they were wanting to terminate the pregnancy, and they were thinking if the woman was faithful,
completely fictional.
Right. If the woman was faithful, she would keep the baby. If she was unfaithful, she would not only lose the baby, but also not be able to have children again. So, where in this is a good moral procedure to occur?
I'm not going to defend that. All I'm simply saying is that.
So, do you think that's a good thing, or you think it's a bad thing? No, please.
Hold on. 1 second. Let me just say this real quick, man. You just said hold on.
I understand from
no, it's not. Okay, great. Thank you. Of course not. Right, but I've been saying that. What I'm trying to do is explain how, of course, it was not a good thing, but like they're trying to find out if the woman is faithful, and they believe that somehow the universe or natural forces can reveal these things to them. Now they were wrong, right? Because almost every time they did that, there was a miscarriage.
Yeah, they thought it was witchcraft. They were trying to use witchcraft.
Exactly. So, yeah, man, like,
but still,
I was going to say that, by the way. Never suffer a witch to live.
Yeah, but the point is, they were okay with terminating a pregnancy just because a woman was unfaithful. That's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, I agree. But, women didn't have the rights.
Do we hear some more Bible magic?
Women didn't have the rights that women have today.
Oh, yeah, I'm aware of that.
Why didn't the God understand that, by the way?
That's a very good question. I'm not going to answer that.
I wouldn't either if I were you. It wasn't from a God, it was from men trying to control society. Human beings did this, not God. There was no angel Gabriel that came down and sweet nothing into a person's ear and told them shit.
Hey man, like I said before, like I understand y'all, and I'm not I'm a believer, but like I also understand that I can be wrong, and I also, especially with just pure religious for other. So that's why I was having this issue with the aid guy who was telling me that he was 100% sure that this was was not. We don't even know our history as humans. Like we don't know the actual way this whole thing played out, right? So
What are you questioning? What happened? What are you asking? What happened?
Well, in situations like,
Studying evolution.
right, I don't think that there's 100% proof.
Okay, so do you understand? So stop. I don't know. Do you understand evolution?
Well, I'm not a scientist, so I don't care.
I'm not a scientist either, but I think I have a more understanding of evolution than I think you do. But my question is, do you understand evolution? And if so, what is your understanding of evolution? Can you elaborate?
Well, from what I understand about evolution, it's basically the fact that different parties, right, or different organisms,
He doesn't know.
compete for advantages, right? And this sometimes leaves certain genes to be replicated compared to other genes.
Okay, so that's
Doesn't know.
not
Doesn't know what he's talking about. Yeah, I can tell that. You don't know what you're talking about. You're making a fool of yourself. You're making an utter fool of yourself. And you stupid little crap.
Miss J, Melly, hang on a second, Melly, please. Hang on. Melly, Miss J, we were having a nice conversation. You didn't have to do that. Yeah, so just remain silent, and we're going to have a discussion about evolution. And T is more knowledgeable than myself, and I think Melly can learn a few things. It'd be a good conversation.
Yeah, so what you just said is not even close to what evolution is, and it makes me wonder why you're skeptical of something that you don't understand at all. I guess if that was my understanding, I'd be skeptical too. But I think the first thing I would be is skeptical of my own understanding, because clearly you have not taken the time to study this at all.
Yeah, but my whole point is that of course I definitely have taken time to understand evolution as a whole, right? So like just to pure the usual definition, we said right here, evolution is a process where living things change their heritable traits over a generation.
Correct.
Mechanisms like natural selection, right, leading to new
Google. He's reading Google. He's reading Google.
Yes, that's
You're big. You need to go to the audience. Someone give me my backup.
The only thing I've been able to grasp, because again, I don't work with this, I don't study this, to be fair to you. JC, you probably have just looked into it a little bit more than myself, right? But what I personally understand about evolution is just the idea of is that, right? So we know that there are religious scientists. So we know that there are scientists who are religious.
Yeah, that's not a problem. Out of the process of using the scientific method, right? They keep that separate. There's no problem with a scientist believing in a God. There's no problem at all. No atheist has a problem with that as far as I'm concerned, right? So I don't know why you didn't mention that. What's the deal? Why are you doing that?
There's lots of room.
I guess my let me just say this last thing, I think you got it. So just my skepticism, which is basically what this is not that I don't have any other or you're right, I should probably study a little bit more on evolution. But the fact that we just can't sit here and act as though they aren't theories, they might not be scientific, right, about, for example, the existence of aliens.
We jump into aliens, right? So our universe is so vast. So now that you mention it, our universe is so vast.
Right.
It would be just after we found possible life on Mars. What does this have to do with evolution here on Earth, though, right? So
evolution, because again, there's something, for example, hypothesis. You guys don't give me, right? It's a hypothesis about panspermia, right?
We don't need that.
Hold on 1 second. It might not be as it might be fringe in the science community, right? But there are real scientists who believe in this, idea that
I can disprove it.
Right.
But what does it have to do with evolution?
If panspermia is real, quote unquote real.
He's using Google.
That, of course, inserts problems into what we understand. That's what I understand.
No, there's no problem at all. None whatsoever. If life came from the stars or if life generated on Earth, it doesn't matter. It's still not God.
That presents no problem at all for evolution. It's not going to
Right. If there was something from other sorts of the solar system other than planet Earth that provided elements to help the starting of life on this planet, it's not a big deal. Evolution still occurred. Evolution is supported. We have a preponderance of evidence to support the evolutionary theory.
We have an embarrassment of evidence.
We want to start the way.
So what? It doesn't matter.
Anybody will start the way Genesis happened, right? Life started from chemical reaction on planet Earth.
Most likely. I mean, that's like 90% supported right now.
Yeah. Here's the thing that I think would help you, Ellie, is that
that's what I'm claiming.
There's lots of room for doubting. Hold on 1 second, Ellie. There's lots of room for doubting and skepticism in science. I personally am a fan of proper doubt. Evolution occurs.
As certain as anything.
Well, let me just finish up. Sorry. We then need to study the process of changing of allele lengths in a population as it relates to environmental pressures, right? That's something we might be skeptical of.
We may not be certain of all of the mechanisms. I was like right in the sense there. So we may not be certain of all of the mechanisms.
To be fair to you guys, my skepticism isn't just I could sit here and talk all day, but it isn't just about evolution.
Common ancestry, right?
Yeah, like you said.
We can demonstrate common ancestry with retroviruses. It's excellent evidence that very definitively shows common ancestry of all organisms on Earth.
Right. So again, my skepticism isn't just for evolution itself. It's just basically generally the fact that we just don't have every single evidence or every single.
We don't have to have everything to know things. You understand we don't have to know everything to know things, right?
Like, why would that be relevant?
Because there are things we know that we don't know.
Yeah, and we understand that there are gaps, but what parts there are gaps are knowledge.
Yeah, for example, we know that we're mammals, right? And the reason that we know that, hold on, that's not yet.
We got boobies.
Yeah, the reason that we know that we're mammals is because our females have mammary glands on their chest. We call them boobies, right? And so then we want to go ahead and explain why are we mammals, right? And the best explanation that we have for why we are mammals is genetic inheritance.
Why are there boobies?
That's just the best explanation we have. If genetic inheritance is a valid explanation, then what we should expect to find is that traits like mammalian DNA gets passed down from generation to generation. And it turns out that hypothesis is pretty fucking good, right? There's lots of evidence to support that that's exactly how I got my mammalian DNA, how my girlfriend got her boobies is from genetic inheritance.
And why men think that boobies are fun.
Right? I mean, so there's not a lot of room for skepticism there.
Yeah, that was actually a good response. That was really good.
Yes, it is. It's a great response. So, Nelly, you're mainly.
I love that when I get to say boobies a lot.
So, Nelly, your issue is that not everything's 100% guaranteed, right? No big deal. So, what is your stance on God existing? Are you 100% certain God exists, or you just believe I'm not? Okay. So,
that's exactly why.
There you go.
Yeah. I'm not 100% sure.
There you go. Awesome. There you go. We're just not 100% sure of every mechanism and all of the details of every mechanism, but we're pretty certain that evolution is a fact.
Testable and has been repeatedly observed in reality, and the other refers to a fictional character from mythology. There's no
That's been said many times over, right?
Well, yeah, but you can apply science to the things in the Bible for sure.
Right. So what you can do, what we can do is we can do something like we can propose a hypothesis that the reason people are being healed by cancer is because there's a prayer answering God who is answering prayers and healing
healing cancer of people who.
No, it's testing the hypothesis that this prayer is working or not.
Yeah, and prayer is the supernatural thing. Well, the answering of the prayer is
The answering of the prayer is what's possible to be supernatural, right?
Yeah, that's doing science on supernatural.
What is the placebo?
Once again,
So what is the placebo effect? Isn't it that people are able to somehow heal even though they're being not real medication? Oh, I'm sorry. What is the placebo effect?
You feel better because you've been given an imaginary medicine, and they've confidently told you that it is good medicine, and then you get the results of your perceived what the medicine is supposed to do for a short period of time.
So the placebo effect is difference in like feeling better than actually. So it's not about anybody else getting healed or anything.
No one's ever been healed by the placebo effect.
Yeah, there's more to it, right? The placebo effect is effectively the enemy of medical research.
That's why they have to do so many tests.
Sorry, can I just finish that?
Sorry.
The whole thing here is that we're trying to demonstrate that a medicine is more effective than a sugar pill, right? And then being told this is medicine when in fact it isn't, right? And the weird part, here's where it becomes the enemy of medical research, is that it seems to be very effective. We know for a fact that people who are given a sugar pill seem to do better in terms of like medical recoveries and just across the board on everything than people who are not given a sugar pill. What's more is that number goes even higher when it's a gel cap over a regular pill, and it goes even higher when it's an insulin injection over a gel cap, right? And so it's like this weird thing where people who are told that they're being helped or even just have good medical care, good bedside manner, versus something called the nocebo effect, in which you're given medicine like a Tylenol, but you're told it will be effective, have decreased efficiency, have more headache when they're given Tylenol that are told that won't help their headache, versus when they're given Tylenol that they're told will help their headache, and it does help their headache more. So it's the enemy of medical research because we're trying to defeat this idea, this reality. It's not an idea, this reality that people seem to do better under the placebo effect and seem to do worse under the nocebo effect. And we have to develop medicine that beats that beats just being told you should do better.
I think that's why the third group in the Templeton Foundation prayer test works, because of the nocebo effect. Because half of them probably didn't even believe that prayer actually were intercessory, because not even all Christians are intercessory prayer believers.
Right. That's the critical part of the third group in a double-blind study. Right. Is you have to have, and that's why medical tests are so complicated. Is you have to set up the medical tests in such a way that you can create, separation between placebo, nocebo, and the medicine itself, right?
It's weird how hard that is in medicine too.
Wasn't there also a study where those who were didn't get better because they were stressed out, that they had to get better because people were praying for them?
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Yeah,
that's what I just said. The Templeton prayer test, there was 3 groups. 2 groups didn't know that they were being prayed for. A third group did know that they were being prayed for, and that was the group that did the worst.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
It's cool. I love that Templeton test. It shows the just sheer non-existence of intercessory prayer. It's beautiful. And Christians did it. Thank you, Christians. You disproved your own religion. Good job. Anybody else have anything they want to talk about? I fell asleep for a little bit, but I'm back now. I apologize for interrupting you, T. So often I blurt whenever I just have a bunch of coffee, which I do right now.
You're good, dude. You know I love you.
Thanks, man. I love you too. Hold on, people in the audience. Feel free to come on stage.
Was there any discussion about divine command theory at all?
No, I don't think we talked about it today yet, or yesterday we talked about divine command theory.
Was that why the title is the way it is?
What?
The title is divine command theory.
Oh gosh. No, somebody else did that. I have no idea. I had to make mods because I can't keep up with inviting people, so.
Yeah.
I'm gonna change it back to what is God, not be mine. So I want what is God people to come here. I don't care about it.
It's your casa in your room, bro.
If it'll let me.
It should.
It's lagging. Yeah.
What would you say that how a person feels about themselves could or could not potentially affect like the outcome of the medical process?
I mean, it might affect how long it takes them to recover. That's about it. That's actually something else that the Templeton study showed, was that it can affect the people that knew that they were being prayed for that did worse took longer to recover also. And that was all about attitude. That group was all about attitude. And every change in that group from the other two groups was about the attitude of the prayer. So it was directly testing the placebo and nocebo effect. It was an excellent demonstration of both of those things, actually.
Yeah, right. So I think there could be something to be said about the psychological dynamic of human consciousness outside the physical body.
Right, but it's your immune system that heals. It's not your attitude. Your attitude just will make you more or less lethargic, whichever will help you get better faster. Your attitude will make you more or less apt to follow instructions from your doctor, like because this was a heart thing. They did post-heart surgery. So it'll affect whether or not you take your meds on time or not on time, every time or not every time. Whether you do your physical therapy, whether you even do anything outside of your physical, whether you do more outside your physical therapy, and there's also a limit to that. So if you do more outside your physical therapy, but you do too much more, you can actually cause damage that makes you take longer. So there's all of these things that your attitude about your recovery will affect. And this was very well demonstrated in Templeton.
Melly, what were you saying about the consciousness outside the human body? What are you talking about?
Well, like I'm talking about just the physical body and the psychological.
Well, psychological is physical.
Dynamic, or you guys say the mind per se.
Mind is physical.
Yeah. I don't believe the mind is. I don't believe the brain is everything about the mind.
What else is there? Show me one other thing.
I mean, if you're talking about how human beings, for example, Carl Jung, right, has this idea that there is a I don't know, I can't remember, I'm quite tired right now, just working, but he speaks about it. If you know about this, he speaks about this deep well or subconscious reservoir that humans seem to share.
The collective subconscious, that's never been demonstrated. Yeah, so what do you think we do? You tell us we're wrong and silly for accepting the science about what we do understand. It's very weird.
I think that major. Hold on, 1 second. You have people like Roger Penrose.
Oh my God.
Who have the idea of consciousness.
Hang on, Melly. What is your understanding of what the brain does?
Yeah,
the organ in your skull. Do you know what it fucking does?
I don't think. Yeah, the brain is definitely paired to our consciousness.
Great. So you do have brain. You are not conscious. Do you understand or do you not understand?
Well, we have situations where.
Do you understand or not understand that if we remove the brain from your body, you will no longer be conscious? Do you understand that?
Yes.
It's not a radio. It's a biological organ.
Right. So how then? Because I don't think like everything can be explained. For example, Carl Jung's
If you talk about Carl Jung, right? Neuroscientists, I do that. Neuroscientists have already collaborated that the brainstem is the main source for consciousness. So Carl Jung has a unique concept and hypotheses, right? So
all right. So what about Roger Penrose?
He's also unique as well. He's also unique as well.
Okay.
He's not a neuroscientist, is he?
No, he's not.
Well, there you go.
But again, okay. So are you telling me that consciousness can only be studied by neuroscience?
No. What I'm saying is consciousness is a function of the human brain.
According to neuroscience.
Consciousness comes from a substrate. There must be a substrate in order for things to be conscious. Consciousness does not live and exist ontologically unto itself.
Okay, do you think birds are conscious?
Yes.
Okay, that's true. So small bird brain. Alright, so okay.
Yes. Even ants have a level of consciousness too. It's not about the size of the living organism. It's about whether or not it displays the ability to be aware.
But as long as we can agree that there are people like Roger Penrose out there, it might be free. It might not be the majority conclusion about this, but like there are actual. And to be fair, Roger Penrose hasn't really gone far, right? But what he has been able to do was that they were able to use. I think he worked together with an anesthesiologist, and what they understood was that certain. Just a long time I read this paper, but there are certain chemicals would basically affect consciousness, right, in such a way that you detach from your body, right, whatever that is, right.
That's just psychology.
So that's just psychology.
Yeah, whenever all out-of-body experiences are psychology. I've experienced a few.
Yeah, but psychology is a branch of science. Would you say so?
Yeah.
Okay. So I do agree though that with Penrose he has a lot of work to do. He hasn't necessarily proved it, but it is.
You talking about that nonsense?
Oh, you think it's nonsense? Roger Penrose work?
I've looked at it. It doesn't say what he wants it to say.
Yeah, that's fair. Not yet. I don't think he has.
Yeah.
I don't think.
Also, neurons are just too massive to have quantum. Hang on one sec. Also, neurons are far too massive to undergo quantum effects. And that's what he wants. He wants the quantum effects to happen inside the neurons, which they just don't.
I guess to be fair, like I said, I've read the work and it isn't conclusive, but it's a start.
No, it's not. It's a non-starter, actually. Most of the neuroscience community has rejected his work completely. That's what happens when a physicist tries to do neuroscience.
Good conversation. Good conversation. Like that's a very thing to say. I know that it is a fringe idea, but like again, me personally, I'm not just looking at consciousness purely from neuro scientific standpoint.
Yeah, you want magic to be there. Magic's not there either.
Right. This is what I want. This is something I want to do. Just like I'm looking at this from a holistic point of view. I don't just write off that the brain isn't part of what we know as consciousness. Of course, the brain is part of that. But like to say that
Show me something other than
to say that we have just one definition of consciousness and it is the neuroscience.
Oh no, you can't do that either.
Is it true? Like there are several
No one's saying that.
consciousness. Right.
No one's saying that there is one definition of consciousness, though. No one has said that.
Okay. All right. Okay. That's good. If you see to that there is just one definition of it.
But if you want a consciousness to also include, something magic like a soul, you're going to have to demonstrate the soul, the magic, or both. Preferably both. And I call anything supernatural as magic to me. So if you think there's something above nature, outside of nature, that's magic.
So you basically call Carl Jung's analytical description of collective consciousness as magic.
Yeah, because consciousness doesn't exist outside of brains. Well, outside of biology. I can arguably show you a couple of minds that don't have a centralized nervous system, but there's still a substrate.
Can you explain that? What do you mean by that?
Well, so there's this amoeba, it's called a slime mold, and it doesn't have what we would call a central nervous system. We used to not understand how it did this, but it can learn something and pass that information on to the next generation. Like if you run a slime mold through a maze, if you take a slice off of that slime mold and graft it onto a different slime mold that's never run that maze, that slime mold will run the maze better than the first slime. So for a long time we didn't understand how that happened, and then we discovered microtubules, and we found out that information can be stored in microtubules, and we found out that there's something that a slime mold has a whole lot of, and it's microtubules.
Yeah, I think what Japan was more got something to do with energy to look it up right now, but the way that it got something with microtubules also analysis.
Well, microtubules are far too massive to undergo quantum effects also. Everything in your body is far too massive to undergo quantum effects.
Okay, I think it's such a long time.
So it takes 154 atoms of carbon for something to be too massive to undergo any quantum effects. That's it, 154 carbon atoms. Anything more massive than that, the quantum effects will wash out. Do you have more than 156 carbon atoms in your body?
You're damn right we do.
Yeah.
So yeah, listen. Like I said, I don't think but probably another time I could go read like the article, man.
Don't waste your time.
We can get back to this because he says there was this conversation about microtubules also, like
yeah, but microtubules are still pretty massive as far as like quantum effects.
But his idea was that they sort of break down gravity or something, and it's work.
Yeah, but they break down into sections that are still massive. So there's like, so whenever microtubules are built, they're built in, they'll like take the radius of the microtubule and slice that into sections and separate them and put them together, and that's all that's produced is those little sections, and then you just put them all together as you need them and take them apart as you need them. But those little tiny sections are still too much.
As we have a conversation.
Sure.
So it says the question of whether microtubules are too massive for quantum effects. The central point of consciousness, because it's the quantum processes of all the magnitude. These are the two main perspectives of this.
Yeah.
The skeptical mainstream view, reading science review has been the magnitudes are relatively large structures, relatively long, where it's appealed to convert to the brain. Then it says would experience the coherent of quantum states far too quickly for any meaningful sustained quantum effects to be had to make it neurological. But then the board has also a proponent to it, which of course you can rephrase it, but you would say something like you try to make all this point of that with it, but disagree with yourself.
So hey, while he's doing that, if anybody else wants to talk, that's fine. There's people in the audience. If you guys want to come up on stage, raise your hand. I've been trying to make sure that everybody gets invited, but it's hard for me. I don't know if I have any mods left. James is gone. He was the only one helping me. Kyle hasn't said a word. I've heard. Also, remember, once you finally started having a real conversation, it was much, much better. You actually had done, some research on this stuff.
Yeah, man. Like I said before, I believe I was just coming off work, I was a bit like, you know how you be sometimes, you like excited and all that kind of stuff. And then I guess the moving down, I was getting moved down several times. I guess that pissed me off a little bit. But, to be fair, you guys, you're fair, at least, the way you, because Abe told me it was 100% sure. Abe told me it was 100% sure. So, yeah, I mean, it's been a good conversation. But like, if you read, for example, what Mark says, there's such proponents of the, and if anybody wants to talk, you can just come up. I believe some of you have come up.
Just keep blurting my coffee, and I've had a lot of coffee today because I feel like crap.
Oh, damn, you feel like crap? What's going on? I don't know if you know, but it might be Well, anyway, like it says right here, it says proponents of the World War theory, notably Stuart Hameroff and Roger Penrose, argue that specific structural features and mechanisms within the microtubules allow for them to maintain quantum coherence and potentially function as a biological quantum computers. But to be fair to you, he hasn't proven this. It's just an hypothesis. So we'll have to see. Just wanted to show that there are other views outside of the mainstream science view of this. But great conversation. I'll be listening for a while.
Hi everybody. Maybe that article, is not a scholarly article. They did some suggesting if consciousness, there's no description for it, no definition, as Donald put it correctly. We don't have a definition for it, a single definition across all platforms.
Right.
If consciousness has quantum basis, the only place that it might be happening or give it the opportunity for it to happen, it would be in the microtubules. But there's no, they did not consider the environment, as I said. It's too wet, too hot, and too massive for any individual quantum effects to happen at that level.
Jesus loves you all.
Yeah, Asa, those are strong components as to why it's the case. Like I said, made sure to make that clear why when I brought it up. If he has, I guess we'll see what happens with this work.
Well, the work is old enough that if anything could have come out of it, they would have by now. It is almost 10, 12 years old. At least the basics of the article. So it's not something that just came out, now they have to work.
No, I understand it. I get your point. I guess it's hard to. How do you even begin to try to investigate that?
You can. That's why it makes it a non-scientific article. And what was Donald pointing at in terms of if there is such a thing as consciousness, and if you have a definition of it, it was the importance or the necessity of agency to host that phenomenon.
Phenomenal. Phenomenal.
Sisters just might be talking. Yep. Well, if there's anybody in the audience who would like to come on stage and have a conversation, I would love to do that. Anybody in the audience? Anybody on stage who has something they want to talk about, please. Let's talk. Did Melly just leave?
I'm
Oh, no, he's there. I can barely hear you. Maybe it's me.
Okay. You know what? Let me join the room real quick.
It was me.
Oh, okay. Okay, so what do y'all think about acquired servant syndrome? You heard about it?
Yeah, it's brain damage.
Right, but like the fact that, what do you think about the rare occurrence?
It's neuroplasticity. So the brain has to rewire. So neuroplasticity is the brain rewiring itself after an injury or some other kind of traumatic change. And so whenever it rewires itself to a particular part of the brain, this savant condition can present.
Well, you learn a new skill, or not even necessarily learn, like sort of acquire a new skill.
Yeah, but it's usually something like it's nothing that like it's never new information, right? It's never like they can suddenly do math. No, they can suddenly learn math very easily, and then they learn math very well very quickly. So it's not like they get rewired and bring new information put into their head. It's usually an ability. It's always an ability, like dexterity or good tone recognition for the musician. Yeah, it's the tone recognition. It's not that they learned how to play the piano out of the blue. It's that their tone recognition became such that they could just learn to play the piano without thinking about it. So when they actually put their fingers on the keys, they already knew how to do it because they had learned it already.
Right. You know, I from my perspective, I think that's sort of it is something to be said about the brain. The brain is a piece of art. It's a beautiful thing, and the fact that
it evolved. We can show every step of the way of how it evolved and why.
Right, well, I'm just saying, like, the fact that the brain is able to why it's without your, as you consciously.
We know why neuroplasticity happens too. Yeah, we actually just recently discovered that.
I understand that, but like, it can happen. Like, we could choose to neuroplasticity change your brain.
No, you cannot choose to change your neurons. That's silly. What you can do.
You cannot change your neurons, but you can choose to leave certain habits, right?
You can choose to practice something more often or less often.
That will change the physio.
Yeah, because those are neural inputs.
The physical shape of your brain. Sorry.
Yeah, neural inputs change your brain.
Yeah. I'm saying that you could do that consciously and apparently unconsciously.
You can do things more or less often, which changes your brain.
Sorry.
You can do things more or less often, and that changes your brain. Like if you have something that you do every single day the same day, that neural pathway is going to be very reinforced. But if you were to stop doing that thing and start doing a different thing that same time of day, those neural pathways would change, and a different neural pathway would become reinforced.
Yes, I agree with that. I just think it's interesting. The brain can be affected in such a way without your influence to change.
But I just said it's.
I think it's quite fascinating.
It's all because of neural inputs, though. There's nothing like immaterial that's doing it. It's neural inputs doing it. So, like when your brain regrows, it's neural inputs at the it doesn't regrow whenever it changes the neuroplasticity thing, whenever it rewires itself. It's the same neurons just being moved around. So whenever that happens, there's a physical reason for it. There's nothing immaterial there. Of course, I smoke all day, every day. Yeah. I smoke weed because of pain. intelligently designed that my body failed before I was 30.
Oh man. When I
Oh, I don't say that that's God punishing you.
I was a Christian at the time.
Exactly. They all hate each other.
I was still going to church every now and then back then. Mostly because my wife dragged me. But it took me pointing out 3 verses in the Bible for my wife to stop going to Bible journaling class. I thought that was funny. One of them was 2 Kings 2:23 and 24. She hates that one because she likes nature and God used nature to kill kids, and she didn't like that at all. Selling your daughter to her rapist was the second one. She didn't like that one single bit. And that's how I end all discussions with Christians about Bible, is the sellable except for a few. It doesn't work with a couple. Selling your daughter to her rapist is pretty much a conversation stopper for most Christians about the Bible. Occasionally they'll say, it's the Old Testament. Oh, did Jesus come to abolish the law? No.
Jesus, for example, says something about if you I can't remember how he says it, but he says, if anybody hurts his children, so it would be better for you to tie so around your neck.
A yoke. He also says that those who teach others the law and follow the law will be greatest in the kingdom of heaven. Those who do not will be the lowest. Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's Matthew 5. You're absolutely right.
Mm-hmm.
I find it funny that Jesus says those who hurt their children are wicked, when in the Old Testament it says if your child disobeys you, you have to take it to the edge of town and stone it to death. With the rest of the children.
They had a special pit apparently in the Bible that you would dig a pit to stone your children in. Keep it on the edge of town. Hands raised. Boy, welcome. Got my glasses on today.
Would it be logical to say that Jesus doesn't like God's law, his own law?
Jesus loves God's law. Hello, boy, how are you? I've not been so hot as far as I've not been doing with Clubhouse. Yeah, I've missed it too, thanks. I can barely hear him. Barely.
Seriously?
Oh, that's better. Wow, that's much better. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, like, you're still discussing about the existence of God until now?
Yeah, what's the name of the room say? You know, you can get bored once. I'm not bored about talking about it. I just don't have the capability of doing it as often anymore. Like if we know there's God or not, so what's the difference? Well, I mean, a bunch of God believers right now are trying to change my country and I don't like it. They're doing it because of their God. You know, I feel like this discussion, you know, like religious people, it's useless, you know, like, because I don't fully agree, you know, like, I don't fully agree with the ones who are the debaters rarely change sides. I get that, but the ones who are listening change sides all the time.
Romans 1 says that debate is wicked and should not be done, and if you do debate anything, then you will go to hell.
It's a good thing hell doesn't exist then.
People are not ready to go to hell. They are not prepared to go. So, face is fate.
When you die, something bad is going to happen to you. Oh, so when you die, something good is going to happen to you.
Because I'm a good guy.
What makes me a bad guy?
Because you're atheist.
That's it? Just because I disagree with you, I'm a bad guy?
For me, from my perspective, you're a bad guy.
God. Sure. Yeah, that's weird. You disagree with me, so when you die, something bad's gonna happen to you. It's horrible.
Do you like stuff on them?
I just want to know the truth. I don't wish for gravity to be false.
Okay, just like let's say,
Even though I really want to just.
Let's say like there was God exists, like, would you be happy or not? For example, like, would be that satisfying to you or not?
Like, if God existed, it would not change dramatically anything except which religion I argue against, because then I would only argue against the true religion.
If we could prove God, we would no longer be atheists. But that doesn't mean to say that we would follow that bully God, the megalomaniacal, genocidal murder.
Yeah, I mean, any God of the Bible is still a fucking monster, and if any God of the Bible is true, then I would argue against that. I would argue with that God over why he did what he did. And if he wanted to supernatural me to death, I couldn't do anything about it. But unless he did that, still call him a monster to his face.
Yeah, which I think is a noble thing. That's why I was like, I don't have issues with this person.
I don't think every atheist would say what I just said, but hey.
Yeah, that's true.
A lot of atheists would just worship.
Yeah, also some of those views, like, you want to see me, like, I remember y'all was having a conversation with him. He was just basically having to try to have a hard time to sort of agree that certain things in the Old Testament were just, outrageous. And I tell you, like, if I heard a voice right now from heaven, Mandy, you have to kill your son because I want you to do this. I'm not going to do it.
Thank you.
Like, I'm simply not going to do it. Like, I don't give a damn. Although I believe there's a God, like, whatever this God is, like, we're going to have the conversation. So I respect that part of you, what you just said about, like, if there should be God, like, I don't think it should be a follower. I think, like, I personally think that God wants us to ask questions. Is what I personally think. Like, I don't personally think that God just wants you to follow everything that God says.
Yeah, God isn't that strong, to be honest, because he had a fight one day with Jacob, who then became Israel, and Jacob beat him up, you know, and God conceded. He was like, yeah, oh, okay, Jacob, yeah, okay.
God go ahead and check to even get a tie.
But there's something like called agency, right? Where it says it's God, but it's actually like an angel doing the work. You see this used in different parts, like when Moses met the burning bush, it was it says he met God, but he was an angel. So you have situations where
Moses was faithful.
It was actually symbology for the god Moloch. Moloch was the god of fire, and
It's appropriated.
Yeah, it was said that his followers used to say that he would appear as a burning bush. So they must have taken that from that kind of worship to be symbolic of a god being or a celestial being.
Right. So they drew a lot of their work from neighboring territories, especially Canaan itself. Like the male date was specifically for the Canaan people. So and then you look at like people could make like you said something, for example, about what if Jesus hates God. The Gnostics seem to think that. Right? So the Gnostics have a view where the so-called Yahweh is going to hold upon no explanation as to why he's the way he is. They can explain that because of the creator was a humanity. So that's that. And you also have Jesus himself claiming that nobody in the Old Testament actually knew God. So Jesus is claiming this. So this theological proportion to that is something like your forefathers never really knew or had a direct contact with these God. Whatever they were having contacts with, you understand it. So Jesus is actually making those kinds of claims. There are two ways to look at that. Like I don't know, like to I concede that it's a difficult thing because how could a God say one thing at the beginning and then it's gradually mutates? But we see this happen all the time in the Bible. For example, the beginning of the Sabbath, it was at first it was evening, and then at some point later on the night changes to day. So you have things that are evolving as the people socially getting more complex. Even ideas about God gets more complex as time goes. So there's something to be said about that. I don't claim the whole answers to that.
So what is the Bible is being used here as? Is it as a storybook? Is it evidence? What is it being used?
Sorry, say that again. I missed what you said.
I want to know what Bible is being used at in here as a evidence of something, or as a storybook, as a historical text, as the most sold publication in the world. What are we using Bible?
A storybook. It's a collection of books written by different authors claiming the same thing, but not upholding continuity at all.
Yeah, like for me, I just look at it like that's crazy because I look at it like as stories. But I understand also how stories play an intricate role in
mythology. Yeah,
mythology and human.
It shapes societies. This is an integral part of our past, our history. So yeah, I think it's stories are what make us evolve, give us passion, make us creative.
It also entertains.
It also entertains for sure.
Yeah, it can also be very harmful. It can give people trauma. It can be physically harmful, especially when people take things very literally. Groups of people could be harmed. So yeah, there's a lot of benefits and there's also a lot of harm. But one would say if there is a harm in the religion and it's claimed to be wholly good, then yeah, we need to question that. Yeah, exactly.
I think the misconception that the Bible, that was a good question you asked, Ethan, because I hold to it as a story, but I think it's even more complex than that because we have a modern conception of the Bible in 2025 or relative modern conception, right? It is that we have this conception that this is some kind of good book, right? It has this label on it.
Maybe it's wrong with Christians calling it the good book.
Yes.
Yeah, they even did a translation called the New Bible.
Yes, and that's these are
some weird Armageddon is in there. How is that good?
Yeah.
What's good? We're all gonna suffer.
All the unbelievers are gonna die.
Yeah.
It's not gonna be Jesus.
I'm not one of those Christians, it's crazy. It's crazy. Those are the dogmatic extremist type Christians, right? Because the truth is that we don't know for 100%. That's just the truth of the matter.
Right? I know 100% the Bible God doesn't exist.
Alright, okay.
I can 100% disprove the Bible God.
Yeah,
that's fair. But I just
it's trivial. I mean, you just gotta read the book, right? And this is all bullshit and throw it in the trash where it belongs.
Got you. Right. But I just wanted to say this, right? To Ahab, to ask a question, right? I think there's a modern conception of, for example, the Bible. And I don't think that the ancient people who wrote this, I don't think they were writing it in the format that we are receiving it today. Which is crazy.
Of course not. They were just writing their history.
I think there is a cultural disconnect, and because again, the Bible, the first Pentateuch was put, or the first Tanakh, or the Torah itself was put together. Yeah, the Torah was put together, as in the Septuagint, right?
But you do know that the Torah is actually, a lot of the stories that are in the Torah are actually taken from ancient Mesopotamian polytheism. Yeah,
a lot of motifs. I agree, right? I agree. But
it's outright stolen from them.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can demonstrate that.
Basically, the god El was part of a pantheon. Yeah, and he was taken from that pantheon, and so El's wife was Astarte. His queen consort was Asherah. He had 3 sons. He had brothers. So yeah.
Consort means hooker, by the way.
Yeah, concubine mistress. Yeah.
Yeah, which by the way is a much more diabolical.
Yeah, the Gnostic Christians got a hold of these texts and went berserkers with them.
And they used to worship Asherah poles because they were phallically linked to the penis. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think,
and then when Asher dumps out, he's like, tear down those Asherah poles.
Yeah, I think people who don't know history, the ancient Israel was actually, they weren't monotheistic. Ancient Israel wasn't monotheistic. It happened at some point around the time of Hezekiah, right? Historically, we can sort of there's
a switch.
Yeah, something happened around that time, historically, because from what I understand, the fact that Judah wasn't.
It was one of the enslavements, not the Babylonian enslavement, but the one before that. Persian enslavement.
Right. So I think something happened right there that caused them to start to go against all of these, the Asherah poles, and you see that written down in the Bible, because I believe because of
they're going to become the most powerful God.
Yeah, because of the way Judah was sort of wasn't taken over, right? And the northern kingdom was taken over. There was this sort of belief then that the God of Judah wants to be the only one, should be the only one. So that, I think that's what I'm going to use it because
it's more scary. It's more scary if you have an ultimate being.
How do you unite as people, right?
If you have an ultimate being.
that's the social need for that, I believe.
Yeah.
Sorry,
No. You're fine. What was I wanted to say? Yeah, you can actually see the shift in language, especially in the Tanakh, the Torah, because God refers to itself as we, us, our, and then you see a shift into I, me, in the singular. So you can see that, specifically the date ranges where that happens. Donald, what's that clicking sound?
It's probably my headphones, sorry. I can't fix it, they're just cheap. It's a cheap microphone, it's a cheap mic.
You should be, there's some of the most expensive headsets though that are just ridiculous, they're even worse than dollar store ones, you know what I mean?
I have a very expensive mic and it had a very expensive monitor, but it never worked on my computer, so I had to go out and buy a $3 microphone and it works perfectly except for this. And this doesn't always happen either, it just happens sometimes.
It sounds like binaural beats or something. It's like
I could actually hear the ticket. Now you said it, so it's about
Yeah, it wasn't very obvious. Thanks for that.
I'm sorry, I have ADHD. Yeah.
Is that any better?
Perfect. That's fine. It's fine as it is anyway.
Okay.
Yes, Barbie, if you fancy now, we can do now. If you want to do later, we can do later. Up to you.
Nothing else is happening here. If you want to have it here, feel free. I don't know what you should have.
Come up, Barbie. Come on, let's rip the theists apart. I'm feeling extra poisonous today.
Hola, amiga. Hola.
Bonsoir. Ça va?
Hey Donald, what's up? I'm always a fan of your shows. I think you're so funny. Hey, yeah, and what's up, Melly? Melly, and what's up? Who's this? Hassan? Yes, and of course my sister. Yeah, hey everybody in the audience. So what are we talking about here? Let's see. What is God? I think God is a figment of my imagination. That's honestly what I think.
Me too.
Yeah.
I think it's a bit more than that. I think it is a reflection of one's superego.
Yes.
I'm pretty smart and I don't know how to do it. Then there's got to be somebody really, really smarter than me who does know how to do it.
It's like with my family, this is what they tell me, and this is me against like everyone when they tell me about the whole God thing, and it's what they can't explain or what we haven't explored yet, and what we don't know has to be God. And that's what frustrates me because they don't understand that at one time, a lot of the stuff that we have evolved with, we didn't know exactly what it was until we discovered it, and
Zeus just has to be the source of lightning. It has to be.
Yeah, exactly. It's so annoying. So fucking annoying.
But I do like the Greek pantheon because at least the gods were imperfect. They never claimed to be, perfect beings. They were highly dysfunctional.
Gods that get drunk are always fun.
Dionysus, yeah.
You mean stories of gods that get drunk?
Well, sure.
supposed to be like imitating Trump or something?
Oh, that's Nicki Minaj infused with Donald Trump.
His anaconda don't. His anaconda don't want no unless he's got a cherry, man.
Oh God, it's just a bunch of tomfoolery, isn't it? At the end of the day, that's what I think. I think God is a pompous, egotistical, narcissistic asshole. I mean, if you really
Yeah.
lived 3,000 years ago, kind of, huh?
And most of the people that live today,
Yeah.
from a psychological point, you know, when you talk about the Bible or the Quran or the Book of Mormon or whatever you're talking about, people become so offended, like you're talking about them. They have anthropomorphized God into themselves. They literally think that they are God. And it's scary because it's almost like that they're showing you that they believe that they are God. And that's true. They are. Because their idea of God is coming from their subconscious and their subjective self.
Or it's like, I hear Christians on here say, and I'm in person too, they'll say, well, I know God exists because he told me, he sends me messages. Well, what makes you so special that you know this God? Like, what about the kids that are being, like, raped out there? Like, you don't think that they're worthy enough for God's presence? But you, the one that needs help on his taxes, yeah, exactly. You get all the fucking messages from God because what? You're fucking special? Like, shut up.
I had one guy say that God stopped the rain so he could get to work on time, but he won't cure a cancer kid.
Exactly.
I know. And God gives everybody free will unless a Christian prays and asks him to take it away from them.
And the only way to measure, his power is through masculinity, because every Christian that I know refers to him as a he, but yet he's genderless, right? But yet everyone calls him a he. How is God a he if he's genderless? Like everybody.
I've been asking Christians to demonstrate his penis for 4 years now.
Exactly. Why would an eternal being need reproductive capabilities? What sense does that make?
Also, there was a really bad echo on Barbie's mic, I think.
Oh, was it me? Okay, let's test it. Testing. Is it me?
It doesn't seem to be. Maybe it was someone else.
Maybe it's me. Testing.
No. Maybe it was just me hearing it then. Talking to Christians Christians are the sillier among the theists.
Oh, no, that's not true. They're not the silliest.
I didn't say that. I said the sillier among the theists.
Yeah, I think that if you're looking at, I would agree with you, if we're looking at the New Testament as a positive claim, because it circumvents everything in the Old Testament, which means that God is, he changes his mind a lot, so there we go. But,
this unchanging mind changes his mind a lot.
Yeah.
What I think is so funny is that the church, always preaches against like astrology, saying that it's not real. And I posted it earlier because it's all the church always talks about how astrology is not real, but meanwhile 3 wise men follow a star home.
Oh no, that's what they used to practice astrology back then. Numerology, astronomy, and astrology. Those are the 3 things that they used to do, to be honest.
A lot of Christians will still use numerology as evidence for their God being real.
Anything points to the dead, but they're scared to die.
anything but just admit that.
Yeah, and the scary thing is, right, people who say, oh, I'm going to live forever in heaven, then what's the point in living on earth? Do you know what I mean? Just go there.
It's because the Catholics introduced suicide as sin because people were killing themselves to get to heaven. Back in like the 1300s, 1200s.
But it's funny because the Bible itself only says that 144,000 of the chosen people of the 12 tribes are going to go to heaven. Everyone goes to a new earth. So what is this thing that they deluded themselves is heaven?
I have no idea. Heaven's not really well defined in the book. And mostly whenever they do talk about heaven, it's not for people. It's for like angels and God and stuff.
Exactly. So, like, I got that correct. Was only statements I was saying Christians say.
I talk to him every day.
Yeah, like there's some things they say like you just even though it feels, for example, God is to find some sort of like that is absolutely not true.
Well, actually, it talks about his butt, and it talks about his toes and stuff, and all manly toes and manly butts.
It also says in Genesis that God has legs and is audible to Adam and Eve when he's walking in the garden.
And then later, just looking upon his face will kill you.
Yeah, I do think those are descriptions. Again, you can find like he's called El Shaddai, for example, and that means the many-breasted one. And that is actually pointing to nurturing.
That's before the monotheistic split.
Yeah, but I'm saying that these are.
That's not Yahweh. But that's not Yahweh.
And it's definitely not Jehovah.
Yeah.
Because Jehovah and Yahweh are very different as well.
True.
Hey, Donald, that's true.
That there was a theological synchronization. Yeah, go ahead, Jesus.
Yeah, Donald, that scripture about you can't look at his face, you'll die. Does that mean you're dead? You have to be dead to see the face, or if you see the face, you will die?
If you see the face, you will die.
Can you read that scripture? Do you have it?
Let me find it. It's been a while since I've had it from.
Because I interpreted it as you'll see God when you die, not that you'll see God while you're alive, and not that if you see God, you will die. The only way to see God is when you're dead. That's why.
So if Jesus is God, then all of the disciples that looked upon Jesus should be dead. Everyone should be dead, really.
I don't think Christians say that, but it's literally not God.
Yeah.
Alright, so it says no one can see my face and live.
Unless you're on magic mushrooms.
Yeah.
Unless you're on magic mushrooms like John, because John describes God in the book of Revelation.
Yeah, for sure.
So, what would be the cultural context of that scripture? Like, how would the culture of that time interpret that?
They would have assumed that you can't see anything unless you're alive. So if you're alive and you can't see something and live, you would be dead after seeing it.
So it's another one, get out clause for people like you and I who require evidence. It's another, special pleading of no, you can't see God. God will never show himself to you because you'll die, basically.
Yeah, when this was written, this was in Exodus, so they didn't have like an afterlife scenario in Judaism at the time. So you would have been alive if you were seeing something.
Yeah, but even that thought, like, why would that be a good God to believe in? That if you see it, you'll die.
Because it can defeat your enemies. That's all they cared about.
And also, it's scare tactics. Sorry.
Yeah.
I think, that's a
Moses went up the hill and talked to God.
Yeah, when he comes down, he has his face covered. So to trace this into the cultural context of what you're saying, I think that there's something about like I won't call it a secrecy, but a kind of holiness concept or sort of I don't know how to explain this.
Like reverence?
Yes, because Moses covered his face, so people couldn't even look on Moses' face himself. So this wasn't necessarily just about God. Like I think there's some reverence there, mysticism. There's a concept about mysticism and something being set apart. So I think those are different concepts.
How do you get people to be compliant? You make them afraid, and then they will follow you. So that's all it is. It's showmanship.
You know, a better way of making people follow you is by making them happy. Give them what they need, and then they'll follow you almost every time. If you continually give them what they need, they'll follow you. I mean, they followed the man in the desert for 40 years. That was God giving them what they needed to survive. God gave them that. They followed him in the desert for 40 years because of it.
Yeah, but at first they wanted to. They were saying, "Oh, he missed the good food he was eating in Egypt. He missed all the, I guess, I forget how they put it, but like the way they basically saying, oh, you know what, we ain't got time for this. You got over it. We see different things now that we got over it. So
I think God said, okay, I'm going to give you quail. And before they even sold the quail, 70,000 were dead. Yay! Not wrong because he's read the book. I'm going to hear somebody sing right over there.
Oof, it'll kill you faster than a belief in God, I'll tell you what. That's on the devil's lettuce. Have you ever heard that? The devil's lettuce.
I indignate.
So I get back to you. Oh my God, that scared me, Tia. You said that Jesus out of me.
Pollington.
I was like, oh my God, well, she's woken me up.
Sorry, Bobby.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine.
Enigma.
Yes, Mom.
Melly called me white trash earlier and said I was being racist.
Oh my God, what happened?
Nothing. I didn't even say anything racist, just accusing everyone of being racist earlier.
I didn't hear him mention anything about racism.
Because he was moved down to
Why are you doing this? Why?
He was. It's in the chat. Go to the chat. You'll read it, Enigma. Read the messages in chat. You'll see he's calling everybody racist. Just read the chat.
You literally said, and wasn't to me.
Her name is Miss
You've written it in the chat. You've written it in the chat, Melly. You said everybody's racist in the chat. So
No, I didn't say everybody. I didn't say that.
yes, you did. You did.
Because you
No,
said,
you said
you
you said they're being racist when you got moved down.
Okay, some moderation here. So a little moderation.
Oh, what happened? I was like 2 minutes. What happened?
Miss J stirring the pot for some reason.
Well, she was talking to Miss Enigma, and she got.
I don't actually care. I don't actually care. I just wanted to end. I want to go back to civil conversation.
Yeah, she stirred the pot. She was talking about
I was talking to Enigma, not you. Mind your business.
and then you mentioned something about prejudice and commentary. You did. You stirred the pot.
Yes.
You
Okay, like I said, I just wanted to end.
Yeah, don't do it anymore, Miss J.
Everybody.
Don't tell me what to do with JCC.
I get to tell you what to do in my own room. What's in this?
What about if Nelly was to apologise and then we could all just move on? Because I
just move on.
I've read it.
Yeah, exactly. You've read it.
Prove that. Hang on, it says. Let me post that. Maybe, we say things in the heat of the moment. I definitely do. Yeah.
Yeah, it might have been in the heat of the moment, but like I remember her saying something about somebody being that said ghetto people are unintelligent or something like that. She said in the chat. That came.
That was before. He said because Donald was in the audience. He said, "Oh, they're all racist."
I didn't move anybody.
You and Dennis, Nelly, were calling the fat racist. Yes, you were.
I wasn't even here when this happened. I went to go smoke a cigarette and I came back and the room was in shambles.
Yeah.
Well, this happened to Donald when you were talking to Dennis, and there was some stuff in the chat, and Miss J is claiming that Millie said everybody's racist, and I don't think that is the case.
This is the same room. You can just go back and look.
Yes.
I've just posted the comment, but at the end of the day, start fresh. Apologize, be the bigger person.
Right, but coming back like I wasn't talking to the whole room. I never said the whole room was racist. That's a lie.
Stop playing it.
No, she just what I said.
I'm not racist though. How can I be racist?
Okay, maybe because you said something about like you ghetto people are unintelligent or something like that.
It's got nothing to do with skin colour. It's got nothing to do with skin colour. White people can be ghetto.
That could be seen as racist. You know what?
You know what? There's a much higher prevalence of non-white ghetto people than white ghetto people.
Exactly. Like, you say ghetto, nobody's thinking of that. Of course, I know there's white ghettos, but come on, like.
Shut up, you're annoying.
Just because you're wrong, you don't have to get angry because you're wrong.
Well, I've got to be honest. The ghetto people, the picture that I get in my mind is somebody who doesn't want to educate themselves.
How about this? What picture is in your mind when I say trailer track?
What colour? I don't think.
No, I said what picture.
I don't have pictures in my mind, really. I want really temptation. I
mean, apply exactly the same thing that you said. Now get over to trailer trash. You didn't forget them. Now do it for trailer trash. Whatever you did forget them, do that for trailer trash. You pedantic, lying, dishonest.
I would literally think of people who live in caravans, and again are very uneducated.
Okay, cool. There you go.
Exactly.
I hate dishonest people.
Can we just have a hug?
I'm Bobby.
I don't love you, so it's just need for behavior to change.
Donald needs, I don't know.
Drugs, not
Come over, Donald. I have some RSO, some Russell Simmons oil if you want some. Come on.
Oh, that'd be cool. I have like a cheap knockoff. It doesn't work as well, but it does help.
Oh, how the hell do we follow each other? And this is the first time I'm talking to you.
You just add him as a friend.
No. We already follow each other.
Oh. I just don't like being in the same room as each other.
Yeah.
Like whenever I'm in a room, whenever I'm here in my room, like everybody who comes to my room, if I'm not following them, I usually do. And like if I'm in a room that is talking about religious folk talking, I follow people in that room too.
I'm saying that because you must be a reasonable person for me to like follow me. So like I just don't follow people. You just drove that with the examination.
Oh, shut up.
Christian.
Yeah.
Oh, you are? Oh, okay. So what is it about Christianity that you like?
The stories.
The stories. So you do understand that they are just stories then, not truth, right?
Well, there's the delineation, right? Some stories are based on truth, and some stories are fictional. So, yeah, so there is a difference.
Yeah,
It's very easy to tell the difference. You can just look at reality, and reality will tell you if that story is fiction.
Yeah, like for instance, does mud and spit cure blindness? No.
Or does dust from the ground and spit from a priest cause abortions?
Oh yeah, I forgot about the bitter waters.
Or does lamb's blood smeared around your door, keep
Oh, so scary. Yeah.
Or if you take the blood of a live bird and pour it into the blood of a dead bird and mix it up and smear it on somebody, will it kill leprosy?
Yeah. Or if you bathe a baby goat in its mother's milk, you're going to explode.
There's something that's going to happen, who knows? It's never actually said.
No.
These are mythological stories that are fun to read.
Yeah, well, I don't find them fun to read, but some people just forced to read them for 18 years.
Some people find them fun to read. Yeah, it's fictional literature that's entertaining.
Definitely fictional.
It's a good book club to talk about.
I mean, I talk to him every day. Well, I used to talk to him every day, so I guess I must find some use in it. Usually entertainment. I was talking about this earlier. For like the first month, I question things and now I'm this or that. Not that horrible of a human. Like within it's just an atheist generating machine.
I see people who are, heavily invested in religion. Like I would look at somebody who is an addict. They will make excuses for their addiction, and yeah, they won't want to leave that addiction until they're ready to. No amount of help or guidance. They're so far in denial. It's unreal.
Yeah, I was talking about this last night. You can give them all the information that disproves their book, their beliefs and everything, but when it comes to switching from belief to non-belief, that's just something they have to do on their own.
I mean, anyone who can circumvent beliefs is ridiculous.
I agree.
What I always get tickled by is they believe in something they can't define. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, they can't even define it, much less demonstrate it or anything, and they still think that this thing is so real that they're willing to change our government because of it.
I don't think religion should be at the forefront of anything political. So that's for them.
Lots of Christians agree with that.
But a lot of Christians think we need to have a Christian society.
There are many of them, very rich, very loud Christians that feel that way.
And it's already happened. That's what happened to Roe v. Wade. That's why, because the Christian ideology caused that to change.
That was the first domino that has led to where we are now.
Yep.
Do you know what I've noticed as well? Just sorry quickly, is when you get a believer, they are so used to arguing with people who are not educated in religion. But the moment that a believer can see that somebody is educated in their own doctrine, because they're not educated in it, they know they can't lie. So they literally stay away. This is why I'm having troubles in my room getting religious people in, because they just don't want to converse at all, because they know I will call bullshit.
Yeah, that's why I avoided biblical conversations with all the theists that came into my room, because once they figure out that you know more about the Bible than they do, they avoid you. I wanted them to be in my room.
my number one fan, aren't you, Caleb?
Caleb might not be around. Wow.
So, Manny, what made you become a Christian?
I'm Christian. I was raised in it, but but that wasn't. I wouldn't say personally that was the what made me sort of actually believe, because I was raised in Christianity, but I never actually believed it. I just went to churches until I had something that I call for myself a personal experience. Right.
So you were indoctrinated.
No, I wasn't indoctrinated.
Yeah, you would have had the information prior. We call it self-affirming evidence.
Right, but it wasn't like as though I knew this thing was going to happen. Like it wasn't anything I planned. It wasn't anything I thought about. Right? It just happened.
What was that? What was the?
I don't really want to go into it, but like.
Well, you do know that. But Mary, first Peter 3:15 says you have an obligation to tell people why you have salvation in Christ. And
Please. So that happened, and then just.
Are you going to ignore the Bible?
Yeah. Just growing up, I just for some reason hold on to that belief, but it doesn't mean that I don't have a dynamic view of the world. It doesn't mean that I don't think, like I said before, you guys have heard me several times. It doesn't mean that this is 100%. I'm open enough to understand the things that I don't know that could be true. And also, I also understand that the things that I know that could be true. So.
Could it be true that your experience that you had was something attributed to coincidence or some sort of brain dysfunction or something like that?
Yeah, I mean, all of that is possible, but it is still indented into my real-time worldview. So regardless of how
it doesn't have to stay that way.
No, it doesn't have to stay, but I also understand that my worldview is not the only worldview. I don't know if you understand what I'm trying to say.
Every person has a unique worldview.
Exactly. So
do you think it's confirmation bias though?
Yeah, of course. But
you understand that you can't come to truth without confirmation bias.
I don't know one thing that there's a hell for people who do bad things. Like
this case, hell doesn't exist.
Do you think heaven exists?
I don't know. I really don't know.
Do you read the Bible?
He really doesn't.
Yeah.
he disagrees with a lot of the Bible.
No. I think like it could be true, but we don't know.
I do.
So if you don't know, why would you assume it is?
I just like I said before, right? Not just my personal, like I personally just I like to study, religious texts, not just
the second most horrible religious text on the planet.
Not just biblical texts. I study a lot of biblical texts, and I also like to study like anthropology, like how cultures, were at certain times, and what built up, the social cohesion in this culture. So there's a bunch of different things that
I'm just joking. I'm sorry.
You're good. But there's bunch of things that I personally like to study. And I think that the Bible has done a lot of good for, and bad.
What good has it done?
Well,
yeah, it's hard, isn't it?
Yeah.
Are you asking what good has religion done?
No, the Bible.
Oh.
Europe with the sword because of the book.
I mean, not just the book, but the
you're not refuting that they use the sword, though.
objective more. Yesterday, I agree with that. Which is a whole conversation of its own. But there were certain moral, I guess, principles that sort of won, and I think.
Any of the morals that are good that came out of it, I'm sorry.
I think they're valuable today compared to anything else.
Any of the good morals that have come from Christianity came from outside the Bible. You understand this, right? Same with Judaism. Anything good that is like that the Israelites believe doesn't come from the Bible.
What you mean? Like the Bible.
Okay, what is a good? Which is a good of the? That's not in the Bible. Where's that in the Bible? You know what the Bible says about taking care of the poor? It says, leave a tenth of your land don't harvest it, so that the poor people can come along and grab it themselves. That's as much, and then endangered servitude. Those are the only social nets that the Bible has.
No, but it has certain ideas, and I don't think the Bible
ideas like what?
Is quasi-equality.
Quasi. I mean, it's only for the Hebrew people, right? It's not for the rest of the world. You're not supposed to leave a tenth of your land unharvested so that the Gentiles can come along and pick it up, right?
What about
it shows ideas like, for example, it talks about the stranger, right? They said the stranger should be treated as though he's one. I don't think like many.
I mean, that's just so that they can keep you in more. They can stay long enough to have kids, and you can make slaves of their kids.
Yeah, but you can put them all through there and keep them forever.
Yeah, that's the only reason why they think with that versus there.
I understand that
capitalism doesn't enslave people and keep them within an inch of their life. Someone was able to die within a couple of days.
No, but he uses he has to use the system.
But do employers get to beat their employees within an inch of their life as long as they don't die within a couple of days?
Oh, it doesn't matter.
That's a whole somewhere.
God can give
where
you
somebody's
twice the different family members that you kill. Doesn't matter that they're not the same.
So do priests still burn their daughters if they have sex before marriage?
Unless it's Lot having sex with his daughters in a
Oh, sure. Those daughters are fine. Those girls, you don't have to burn them. Lot wasn't a priest, though, I don't think.
God knew that they were sexually immoral and they were going to do a sexually immoral thing, but he still let them live. But he turned the wife into a pillar of salt just for having a look at the destruction
of her home. I mean, I took a second look at my home while it was being destroyed, and I just drove past it for 5 seconds. I've actually seen one of my homes being destroyed. My childhood home, lived there for 26 years. I watched it be destroyed. Just after I moved all my shit up. You don't blame Lot's wife at all for taking a second look at that. God's just in meanie pants.
Yeah, Donald, I know you don't read the chat, but Crimsonite's kind of poking the bear with you.
Oh, yeah? Let me see. Is it worth me getting a headache for?
Oh, I hope you don't get a headache about it. He's just stirring the pot, so to speak.
Reading gives me a headache, that's the thing.
Why a pillar of salt?
Rematch debate. I've talked to Gavin many times since then, and he doesn't have any desire to have a rematch debate with me. He got smeared too badly the first time he knows it.
Is that
atheist to fit with their atheism in a formal debate with Gavin? sucks at debates. Any a 5-year-old atheist could defend himself against Gavin. Sorry, I may have interrupted somebody who was talking. You can finish up. Do y'all hear that whenever it happens?
You're clicking? Yes.
No, the noise the computer makes. Just wondering if Clubhouse could hear it. Because it's from Clubhouse. Sorry about the clicking. Oh man. Was it Cruising Night that was singing the goofy shit?
Yeah.
Honey Badger will not be scared. It's probably because Honey Badger understands that it's not really good to pick on people with brain damage. Gavin, I mean, as far as I know, he's never denied that he has brain damage. Every time I've asked him, he obfuscates. It's just picking on the mentally conditioned. I don't even know what to call it these days. How do I refer to this? I don't even know. The slow kicking class, how about that? The actually mentally disabled guy, that's the one. Mentally disabled. The actual mentally disabled guy in class, you can't do that. That's just being a horrible human being. Couldn't get the words out because my brain doesn't work.
You think all believers are mentally disabled?
No, that's not what I was talking about. I was talking about Gavin and Jen specifically has brain damage from boxing.
He's a New Zealand kickboxer that took a lot of shots to the head.
I mean, I've seen a picture of him. He's got cauliflower on both ears.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
You can't get cauliflower on your ear without brain damage also. So yeah, I don't really want to pick Gavin anymore. Every time I've talked to him, I've tried to ask him if he has brain damage. Every time I've talked to him, I try to ask him if he has brain damage. He just won't answer. So until he answers that question, I'm not really going to debate it. No, he doesn't care about honest atheists, otherwise he'd have an actual conversation with me. He just wants to inflate his own ego by hearing himself speak for 15-minute openings without being interrupted.
So would it be a stance, don't know that anybody in the room, that like the Bible or Christianity hasn't positively added to human history at all?
Human history, if it's not zero, it's very nearly zero. I mean, personal humans possibly, if they do it right, but they can't do it biblically. Like the best thing that Christianity ever got right was community, but they misused that community. So whatever they put their hands on is corrupted. We're seeing that in the government right now. 10 months of Christians being in charge and the fucking entire country's at war.
Yeah, I'm not gonna fight that. That's true. unfortunately. But like, I think sometimes we could also, sometimes people use Christianity to do things that they will do on their own. Right? And this one said that there are things in the Bible, but like, I also think like it has impacted in a sense. Like it isn't much, but there is some impact that it has made. Like, for example, this idea that you're created in the actual creator. Like if you look at Christianity, I know, but maybe like not all civilizations have that. Like I'm saying, like the Bible made that famous, quote unquote. Yeah, but that's Judaism. That's not Christianity. Right, that's Judaism. I know. Like, yeah, you're correct. Yeah, exactly. You know, but so it's Christianity now. But it runs through. I'm sorry about the Bible, Christianity. I'm just using it around. You know, yeah. More correct, right? See what he also showed up at some point. I just put on my glasses and started reading the chat.
He never left.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's just
cool.
He's not active currently.
I just put on my glasses to read the chat, so now I'm reading like who's coming, who's in the room. Oh, somebody has their hand raised. Hello, KJP, how are you?
Good morning, how are you? Good afternoon.
I'm always the same.
And there was something that was quickly said, I want to say by Melly, that I want to respond to, talking about the impact. Was that you, Melly? Like a lot of people follow it, and there's good virtues in it?
Yeah, he says that Christianity, the Bible in general, has done good things for humanity's history.
Yeah, to some extent, but I don't think that makes within the Bible true.
I don't think it's true. I agree. We weren't trying to verify anything. I was just asking if he thought there were anything, that has come out of the Bible. I was just trying to understand. Okay, his understanding on that. But of course, it doesn't prove anything. Yeah, he wasn't using it as like evidence for or against a particular god or his god. He was just wondering if we thought that there was any good that has ever come out of the Bible or Christianity.
Yeah, but I think the harm that's part of Christianity far outweighs the good.
Man. What? How are you? Hey. Do you want to say something, right? Yeah. Right? I feel like this is like what is God? Oh, okay. Never mind. I like to talk to theists about God. You like to talk to atheists about God? Or theists? I'm talking to an atheist, but no, to theists. Oh, to theists, yeah. Well, I'm a theist, I mean, awesome. Yeah. Which God do you believe in? Ooh, you almost got me there, huh? Don't know what that means. God, there's only one God, right? So which one is your one God? So that's a gaslighting question. But I got the answer for you.
No, it's not.
Oh, actually, not even an answer. It's more of like a correction. Oh, this guy's either a Christian or a Muslim, that's for sure. No, there's one God.
It's not.
I know, that's what they all say. No, you're laughing because you're triggered, but you're using it to offset your, you're not comfortable with the topic.
Dude, what's going
I'm not comfortable with this topic. Who said, look, dude, I'm sorry, he's trying to believe to offset their emotion.
I didn't catch what you said, which God?
I was talking to Donald, and then a bunch of you guys got triggered, of course. And you're using the laughing for so you're getting triggered.
No, I'm just asking you.
You see how that works? You see how I got you guys rattled up and shit? Out of these people, who do you think sounds the most emotional? I'm sure. Yeah, you guys are. No, you guys are forced laughing. That's a clear indication that you're bothered.
That's
My tone hasn't changed not once. My energy stays consistent. And you also need your supporting cast, which also doesn't help your, you know what I mean? It just makes me look stronger.
Let him speak. Let Trump say his piece.
Yes, please.
So there's one God. There's one God. There wouldn't be no point on multiple gods, right? That would be stupid. There's one God.
Which one now?
There's a creator.
What is it, Allah? Is it Yahweh? Is it Jehovah?
No. Those are names, right? Yeah, so those are names, right? Those are names. I'm answering the question, T, so please get your nipples softer than what they are now.
Wow, how did that
Yeah, like answer the question, bro. Like they asking you, like I'm a Christian, but like they asking you direct questions, bro. Like why you presuming?
He got picked out.
Hey, why you presuming like you know?
He's in the audience. He can come back up in a minute when he's ready to answer the
Yeah, just answer the question. Like you could say like Buddha, you could say like Krishna. There's a bunch of creator gods out there. You just mention the one they're asking you about, bro. If it's a Christian or it's a Bible one, just say the one. You can't just presume that okay, it's one God. Like everyone doesn't know that. Everyone doesn't follow that. What's wrong with you, bro? I follow that, but like they're pantheists. Like what you talking about, bro?
Well, if he's just a deist, if he doesn't know which God he follows, but he's saying it's just one God, then he's making up his own religion, isn't he? That's all it is. Come up. Come and tell us which God.
Well, you don't need a religion to have a belief in one God, right? You can just believe in the God. That's it. But the point is, there's talk of many gods. Other people who hold a belief in a God, they call that God their one God. So it's a fair question to ask. Which God are you calling the one God? It's not that hard.
No, yes, because there's monotheism, there's pantheism, and we have henotheism, where you believe in the one God, but you acknowledge that there are other gods. So it's not a stupid question. I mean, so y'all be making it hard for us, bullshit. And y'all, I'm talking about people who just can't answer questions or say, I don't know, you know?
Anybody, never mind. That's what they're right here. Never mind. Talk about it later.
Okay, somebody asked me the question so I can answer, so you can understand how you can answer that question. Somebody asked me the question.
Which God do you believe in, Melly?
Yahweh.
All right, thank you, Mel.
See?
Cool, thank you for saying.
That was El's nephew, by the way. Yahweh was the God of the breath of life.
Yeah, historically, from the Ugaritic text, El is the main deity, and then Yahweh comes in at some point in history, right? So Yahweh comes in at some point in history. I believe the earliest records we have is the Meneptah stele or something like that speaks of Yahweh. So, Yahweh started as a smaller group, and then at some point it gets merged in history, and then theologically you see it in the way Moses is introduced to Yahweh. He says El, but my name is Yahweh. So they actually merge the idea theologically, right? But later on, what you find is Yahweh. So that's why I'm able to answer that as Yahweh. I don't know why you're insulting
shouldn't be, because it was a pretty clear question, your ability of saying, of just not being able to answer or saying you don't know is a problem, because it shows that you're just pompous and egoistic. So, it's okay, it's all right.
Nelly, can you hear me?
Yeah.
You said you're a Muslim, is that right?
Oh, no. Christian.
Oh, you deny Islam? Yeah.
Okay, Islam.
Okay. Are you planning on having some special times when you die? Like, are you going to be doing anything unique when you're dead?
I have no idea, bro. That's what I'm trying to live right now.
Oh, wait a second. Hold on. You have no idea?
Yeah, I really don't know. I could give you theological answers. I could give you...
No, I'm just talking about you. Like you don't know if you're going to have special times when you're dead?
I definitely don't know.
Really? Do you think I'm going to have special times?
I don't know neither.
So you're saying that if I'm not a Christian, you can't tell me anything about my afterlife? That's crazy.
I really can't.
Okay, well, I guess
He just doesn't want to say that he thinks you're going to hell. He just doesn't want to say it out loud.
Well, I'm not saying it out loud. I just don't know. Like,
yeah, maybe he's serious. Maybe
okay.
No, and he's...
Well, he also accepts that like the Hebrew tradition doesn't happen after like in the earliest stage, which most Christians don't.
Yeah, maybe he's more reasonable. That's what I'm saying. He could just be like you're agnostic then, Melly, about the afterlife, right?
Yes. And the reason for this is like Donald just explained, right? I think he understands where you're coming from. Is the fact that the Hebrews didn't have that concept as we have it in the New Testament, and some of the extra biblical writings that we have added to the concept of hell and heaven, like Dante's Inferno, right? So that sort of separate down into the psychology of Christianity for some reason.
Right. Yeah.
So that lights my mind. So that's why I say I don't know.
Yeah. So by your lights, heaven might not even exist, is what you're saying.
No, the fact it might just be the abode of the Creator, right? And then where we go, I just don't know. It's not clear.
Right. As far as you know, heaven might not even exist, right?
Right.
Okay.
That's it.
Like the fallen age.
Respect. I've never ran into somebody that just held that belief.
And it's very Gnostic. It's a very Gnostic Christian belief.
Yeah. I'm very in early Hebrew circles, and those who I talk, that's mostly who I talk to. So, that makes sense.
In early Hebrews, I mean, the people like the rabbinic Hebrews, they're going to tell you that Sheol is just a grave, and there isn't really that for humans.
Yeah, I've heard that.
The only thing, Melly, that's to me the most inconsistent about what you said, everything else is fine, I guess, but it just seems like for all the bother, like what's the point if like you're a Christian and you believe all this stuff and someone asked me if I was good to go after I die, I would just say because then what's the payoff? What's the point? Like why even act like you care about what God thinks and stuff? Because either we're all equal, right? Like I'm an atheist and I'm not gonna have anything different happen to me when I die, or there is something different that's gonna happen to me when I die, right? So.
Yeah, I understand that it looks that way from your point of view, and what I could just say about that is that personally, for me, right, I do like I've studied a bunch of different things, right, and like what I find out is that some things might be true for one person, and it just might not be true for another person, right?
Objectivity.
Yeah, goes into our objective view of the world is something that fascinates me.
There isn't an objective view of the world.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. You're thinking of your perspective of objective reality.
Yeah, that's exactly not how like ontology actually works, right? It's not the case that like I have a view of the cat is on the mat and your view is the cat is not on the mat, and both of us are correct. That's just simply not the case. That's not how it works.
I can't say that in that same situation there's a dog on the mat. And if I said that in that same situation there's a dog on the mat, I'd be wrong also.
Right. I wasn't trying to be extra literal or literal with that.
We overanalyze every time.
Yeah. I figured that out, but disagree.
Yeah.
So you're not saying anything important here. You're just saying completely trivially true, which is that I like strawberry ice cream and you don't. That's all you're saying.
But chocolate. So that's why the next thing I was gonna say is that I don't go around preaching to people or things like that. I kind of keep it in my personal world.
You can't be a Christian then, because that's one of the tenets of your faith.
Only evangelicals. There is Christianity where conversion isn't a thing.
Absolutely.
What? Oh, okay. Freemasonry.
No, there's just like Mormons historically didn't convert. They married people into their religion. And then they wanted more money, so they had to start converting people. But in the beginning, they didn't like conversions.
That's what happened to Judaism. You were born into that.
Zoroastrianism also.
Yeah, but then they had to open it up because people were, converting to other religions, and they wanted to open it up so that their religion wouldn't go out of fashion.
And so that tradition carried over into Christianity in a few small sects. I think the Methodists are like that. There's not a whole evangelical. Except the Southern Baptists, they're very evangelical. But that's a completely different denomination.
The Pentecostals are evangelical as well. They go out and proselytize, hold their cross high. Yeah, Catholics will do it. They'll take a big walk through wherever they're going.
Yeah, the Great Commission is a part of the Catholic tradition too. That's why we have things like the Conquistadors and the Knights Templar. The Spanish Catholicism was a little different than European Catholicism.
Yeah, it's a little spicier.
Frank, come and tell us about Islam.
I hate talking to Muslims.
Frank isn't a Muslim, dude.
Somebody said Islam is Muslims. Somebody said come up and tell us about Islam.
Oh yeah, no, he talks about Islam, but he's not a real Muslim. He doesn't really believe it. Like 90% of these people, right? They talk about it all serious, but they don't really believe it.
You're assuming that there's no difference.
Oh, I love that reverse psychology, honey.
So, Donald, let me ask you a question. Is it scientifically true that there is good in the world? Just asking.
No.
Not really, no. That's not a thing in science, no.
Good and evil are humanistic properties. They don't exist inherently.
They're descriptions that we give actions that humans take.
And they change based upon where you come from, and they also
how about well-being?
as society progresses.
Do they have a what?
No, I mean, how about well-being?
It's also made up, yeah.
It's also made up. There's no inherent.
There's no inherent. So he's an atheist.
I in fact never once listened to a single word Sam Harris ever has to say, so I wouldn't know.
There's also
He's an atheist.
Kind of a goofball now.
We don't have preachers like y'all
also
do.
no inherent meaning to
That's what I said, honey. I think that rather than being Christian, I think he's more
That
of
was
a
a good answer,
theist.
so thanks, appreciate it.
Because he comes from an agnostic thing. He doesn't even know if Jesus is God. So that in itself should tell you.
No, well, Jesus is not, like, that's what I'm trying to explain to you, like, I understand a lot of Christians say that, but
Do you know who God is?
but if they, alright, so according to the Bible, it will be the creator of the heavens and the earth.
All you had to do is see how you did that. Though. This is what that's so weird. Like we said, do you know who God is? The answer is yes, right? You should just say yes. You don't go according to the Bible. He is the creator of the heaven and the earth. It's like, why do you guys are like little robots?
So whenever you ask me what gravity is, I'm going to say the curvature of space-time. I'm not going to say according to Newton, it's this. According to Einstein.
So, Melly, do you have a concept of what God is?
Yes.
You personally. Okay, so answer from your perspective.
Personally, I think.
Well, like I said, I'm not 100% sure of my perspective. So, my perspective will basically line up with, like, you know, what I believe the Bible says.
Just say it. Just say it.
Correct, right? The creator is the same thing I'm going to say. It's the same thing I'm going to say. But she was going to ask me something about Jesus, right? That's what you were going to ask me, right?
Yeah. I was actually going to ask you about God. I'd like you to tell me your perception of God, and did he come down to earth to die for everybody's sins so that people can go to heaven? Because typically, that's what Christianity is. So if you don't believe that, then you are not a Christian, because Christian means referring to Christ and Christ dying for our sins. Then what you are is you're a deist, a theist, or an agnostic theist.
That's fair. But like, if you look at Christianity as the religion we have it today, that was post Constantine. I personally believe it would look different from the second century Christians, right?
So you're not.
Let me just finish up. We can look at.
How would you know what century Christianity would look like, Melly?
Right, well, because we can see with.
Yeah, but how would you know? How would you know what it looks like? If you're going to say that today's Christianity is different to second century Christianity, you're implying that you have knowledge of the second century Christianity and you like that more, correct? But how do you know what it looks like?
Right, because I know certain subjects that were discussed, right? Because again,
you don't know, do you? You know about as much as that subject of that topic as I do. I wasn't alive then, you weren't alive then. We can only go by what's been told to us, so you
exactly. Okay. Of course, I don't have any issues with that. So what I'm trying to explain to you, right, is that something happened in the Nicene Creed where subjects about the divinity of Christ.
It wasn't Nicaea that happened. People make that mistake. Council of Nicaea, there were two of them, but
there were several of them.
It was in the Council of Constantinople that happened.
Right. There were several of these councils. Yeah, sure. There were several of these councils, but again, even if we look at the Bible itself, this idea that God came down from earth, right, to sort of die on the cross for everybody else. Again, all of these ideas is not found in the Bible.
Okay, so what is the hope for your salvation? Do you believe that Jesus died on the cross so that people will go to heaven?
Well, it will be debatable on if
Jesus died.
I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be honest. If you can't answer a question, if you can't answer a question with a yes, closed question with a yes, no, I'm going to have a problem for one. But two, I think that what you're doing is questioning your belief system because you don't have knowledge over your belief systems, and you're trying to err on the side of cautiousness by being agnostic, but you're also trying to imply that Christianity is something other than what it is or what it's supposed to stand for, which is a bit weird. It's sort of the thing that the Apostle Paul would do. He'd say, when I'm with the atheists, I'll behave like the atheists. When I'm with the Jews, I'll behave like the Jews. That's the kind of thing I'm getting from you. So you either believe it or you don't believe it.
Yeah, that's fair to say, and I wouldn't necessarily, because again, like you're thinking that I'm looking at this from a standpoint of me studying less. I'm looking at it from a standpoint that I know more than the average Christian, right? The average Christian just regurgitates what they've heard, right, about certain, especially theologies about, for example, Jesus being God.
Isn't that what
this idea, like you can find it several, it's not found in the Bible itself. It came after the Bible, like was after these texts were written. Like that's what I'm trying to make you understand. Like the book of John is the last book, right? Mark is the first.
Yeah, Mark.
If you study it closely, the way Mark is written, the personality of Mark, of Jesus in Mark, is vastly different from John. John is doing something John is interpreting Christ in a very
he's elevating Christ to God level. Yeah, I get it.
Yes.
I understand that.
This is where they are plucking some of these ideas from.
Okay, so let's get rid of the fact that Jesus is God, right? Do you still believe that Jesus died for your sins? Do you believe that Jesus died for your sins?
Yes.
Or even more importantly, do you think Jesus rose from the dead?
Yes, I believe that.
Okay, so if Jesus died for your sins, who made you become sinful? Yeah, I mean, why are you sinful? Yeah.
Oh, you know the concept of sin.
Yeah, why do you sin? Why do you need a savior?
I think the idea will come from the fact that there are things that we do as humans that are short of the things we can do, right? So
who created us?
God, the Creator.
Okay. Who created us imperfect?
No, he didn't create us imperfect. Something happened in the garden. Something happened in the garden.
So we were perfect. So my question is to you then, how can a perfect being do an imperfect action? It'd be like me saying God made a mistake. Does God make mistakes?
You might not like this one, alright? You might not like this one.
So you're gonna say yes?
No, I'm gonna say, right? He created. So this is it's actually I hate that I'm saying this because again in the modern lenses of things.
Tough, Melly.
I don't know what certain things. Hold up. In the modern lenses of things,
feminist bullshit, bro.
So I know that, for example, we can objectively say that man and woman aren't on equal feet in the Bible. So what the Bible tries to point out from the book of Genesis is that Eve, and then the Bible sort of explains this later on as the woman being.
Why are you upset with this?
Because she was trying to explain. She was trying to be a
legal story.
Okay,
No.
Okay.
I'm just getting to the point.
I'm just getting to the point. I want to.
Let me just get to the point, right? The basic point I was trying to get to is that the man
man was perfect, the woman wasn't, and this was where
so God made the woman imperfect.
through the man, some ways.
Okay.
That's like it sounds in the modern lens like that.
Because men don't. Sorry, go.
But of course, I don't hold to that. Like again, I don't know.
Why say it if you don't hold to it?
Sorry?
Why say it? No, I'm asking what you believe, not what you're told to believe or what's in the Bible. I'm asking what you believe. So if you're saying this X, Y, and Z, and then
you're asking me what I believe in the Bible, right? You're asking me a religious question, like, and why does my belief have to be? Wait, I don't hold on 1 second. Why does my belief have to be one thing? Why can't I have several perspectives, right?
So what you're telling me, Melly, is that you believe in things that you don't believe in. I mean, that is the definition of insanity.
It's not that I believe in things I don't believe in, and
you just said you don't
again, you're using that word too strongly. Again, you asked me something that I believe the Bible says. Now, if what the Bible says is 100% true, I don't believe that. I can't tell you that it's 100% true, because again, the modern lens doesn't just fit into my understanding of modern humans and where we've come and how we've basically been to just doesn't fit with that. But again, I don't think I should be ostracized for holding certain views. Because when I know that
who's ostracizing you? Melly, hold on a second. What do you mean the Bible is true? The Bible isn't a proposition, it's a narrative.
Right. Did I say it was true? I didn't say the Bible.
I wasn't asking about the Bible there. I don't know why you're
not sure about the Bible.
I'm asking you your opinion.
What you think.
Right. So again, I could also give you what I think. Again, I'm Igbo, right? So we have traditional values or traditional beliefs. We also have a creation myth. So if you ask me also what I believe about what our Igbo people say about creation, I could also tell you that. Now, which one do I say is true? I don't know. So
you don't know your own belief system? You don't know what beliefs you actually hold? It sounds like that's what you're saying.
You could say that, but I don't.
Okay. Hold on.
This is what religion does to a brain.
Hold on. So then why hold that belief?
Because again, I don't think that it affects my inability to understand other beliefs or not to act in ways that could be detrimental to myself or other people, right? So that part I believe on. I just have a love for not just reading the Bible, but I read a bunch of different religious books and stuff. So I really like reading those books. So
are you not through that position, Melly? Like, did you really just try and say to me that holding false beliefs doesn't hold consequences? Because that's ridiculous, right?
I mean, we believe in Santa Claus. There's a bunch of things.
How many believe in Santa Claus?
No, not me, of course, but
no, I don't. Wait, you believe in Santa Claus?
I do.
People do. People believe in Santa Claus.
No, they don't.
Children believe in Santa Absolutely. That's just because they're lied to by adults. But again, I'm just bringing that up as an example of like mystical.
Do you think the tooth fairy also?
It's a logical
creature. So when a child finds out that Santa isn't real or the tooth fairy isn't real, do you think they're ecstatic about that? Or do you think that it's quite deflating that this story was lied to? Especially people take the mickey out of you for stuff.
I think there's an abstract dimension to that. The Santa Claus could be broken down
It doesn't have to be a literal thing. We're broken down into you could look at it from a
The mythology of Santa Claus is a true story.
philosophical concept. You can look at it.
The mythology of Santa Claus is a true story. It's about Saint Nicholas, who used to go to the orphanages and give presents to the orphans. Saint Nicholas, correct?
Yeah, Santa Claus.
Correct. We don't believe that there is a man who wears a red and white suit that flies through the air with reindeer pulling him on a sleigh, saying, "Ho, ho, ho."
With elves at his factory and all year long, just so that they can be delivered on one night of the year.
That's right.
And you have to bribe him with milk and cookies, yeah, because he's.
All I'm gonna say, all I'm gonna say about this is if Santa Claus isn't real, why is the milk drunk and all the cookies are gone?
And the price.
That made Santa denier.
No, Santa Claus definitely. I'm not listening to you. I don't know how to sound like I'm saying Santa Claus was really jerking. Santa Claus definitely isn't real. I'm not saying Santa Claus before, but all I'm saying is that they're abstract.
Definitely isn't real. Go ahead.
Definitely isn't, but I'm talking about abstract concepts, right? That have
Which don't exist in objective reality.
Fair. That's true. That's absolutely true.
He's a good person. He's a Christian. He will be looking at his.
Oh, yeah.
Come on, bring Hochi up. Hochi will tell you what he believes.
Hey, Melly, really quick. I think you sound like a nice dude.
You know what?
I think that you're just kind of like a deist-leaning Abrahamic framework because of whatever it is emotionally that you're tied to.
That's a fair breakdown, and I appreciate that. That's a fair.
Get the fuck over it and look at objective reality, you dumbass.
For me, I think Melly is
Such a good sport here, man.
Yeah, I think
I learned a lot from Melly. I actually like his theology.
I think Melly has fused two different religions. So Yoruba spirituality and Christianity. I think that's probably what's happened here.
I think that Kyle was right. Melly has.
You correct. Not Igbo. Sorry, not Yoruba. Igbo.
Well, potato.
Yeah, no, I'm
saying those are.
Igbos come from Yoruba spirituality. It's Igbo is the word that is. I think it's something to do with like sacrificing yourself or something to communicate with things that are higher than yourself, something along those lines. And Christianity is pretty much like that.
Yeah,
Christianity is dying to yourself so that you can attain some sort of thing. So
which in itself is a powerful.
And it's very clever that when. Hang on, let me finish. It's very clever that when this was proselytized or evangelized to the Igbos, then absolutely they would have eaten it up because it would have had similarities. A bit like when Christianity came to the United Kingdom, they would make it very similar to the paganism that was worshipped here. The winter solstice, Easter, things like that. Easter isn't a Christian holiday. It's really not. Neither is Christmas. That's the winter solstice. Easter is the celebration of new life. But because they're very similar, Jesus represented new life. The association there, people buy into it because they're already primed to believe in it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah.
No, it doesn't really make sense because there's a lot of people. There are a lot of people that are raised Christian, raised Catholic, including myself, who turn away from God because they don't like the way that they're being introduced
absolutely nothing to do with it.
Someone like me, can revert back into Christianity after coming to my own understanding of Jesus Christ. And
guarantee you that church hurt is like less than 1% of atheists.
Think of it like learning a new language.
Yeah, and
Somebody in church, they have to learn a new language. It's like English, but it's like another English. Like it doesn't take, then you could like go back to speak a native tongue. It's just not a bad thing to go back to church if you haven't instructed anyone. Yeah, it's
alright. It's not like you're saying that church was the reason that they were atheists.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know the percentage, and I think it would be pretty foolish to deny that there are some people who have left the church because of that. But I think the percentage number for that specifically compared to other reasons is way lower than say like reading the Bible in full, looking at the history of how the Bible was compiled, right? There are a myriad of different reasons why people leave the church, and to say the only reason that people leave the church or leave religious institutions and become non-religious is because they're hurt or they want to sin. I'm not saying they're doing that, I'm just saying if people do that, it becomes a very, very dangerous straw man of why people actually do leave religious institutions.
Very much agree. And a lot of people who go through the church hurt and leave that church don't leave with the religion, they just go to a different church.
I don't know if that made any sense what you just said. I mean, but if you really think about it, when somebody finds a church that they like, for example, I found a nice church that I really like, and that's what's contributed. That's what contributed. No, that's what's.
I mean, it's just like I have
a consistent thing. You know what I mean?
And I found gravity that I really liked for it to be true. And when I found that theory of gravity that I really liked, that was the one. That was the one that was true.
No, it's probably another thing as all the previous churches that Ochi attended, people, criticised or condemned him for something. But this church are probably, more affirming to Ochi's delusions.
False. I found a pastor who is very, who understands the Bible and
he's got the real Christianity. All the other Christians are wrong. That pastor's got the real Christianity. I agree with that.
You guys are ridiculous.
That's why I like my pastor.
He's got the real Christianity I agree with.
So your pastor is still with the Holy Spirit, isn't he, Ochi?
Ochi's so bad. My pastor has a good understanding.
But he's still with the Spirit, though, isn't he?
And a good interpretation of the Bible.
But it's the Spirit that leads him.
He's got the interpretation I agree with.
The one I really like.
The one
that ignores all the shit that I don't like.
Why can't we all have a different kind of relationship and understanding of God and God? Why can't that happen?
I bet his interpretation is literally the foundation of it is steeped in hatred for gay people. Ochi, am I right?
No, you're embarrassingly wrong.
Okay.
And what I mean is that the Bible is not always meant to be interpreted literally. There's different ways to interpret different stories.
According to whom?
According to the truth.
No. According to whom I asked. The truth is not a person. So who are we asking here?
God.
No. We're not asking God because you're not God. We're asking you, is this your opinion?
It's not my opinion.
Then where did you get this information from?
From being spiritually.
Okay, so now you're just going to talk out your ass, right?
Yeah, it just magically appears in his brain.
So, I mean, obviously.
Just say history. Just say history, because
in history you can point that the Jews had different sects, so different ways of interpreting information. You have like the Essenes, the Nazarenes. At some point they had the Maccabees. So yeah, that's how we should interpret that.
God is the greatest, and these atheists low-key do believe in God.
Is this
what
what
they think that they're better than God.
This is where he's just
They think
I low-key believe in it.
Do you know what breaks in last
Which
night?
low-key fictional character do I low-key believe in?
He's projecting right now. So basically, as a Christian, he thinks Loki and Thor, he is, he's projecting because as a Christian, he believes that he is saved and everyone who doesn't believe is not. So he is better than everybody else. But now he's going to say that atheists think they're better than everybody else, which is just not true because what you're doing is you're projecting your own worldview onto other people.
Just because you believe it doesn't mean others have to believe it too. So don't project.
He did something worse.
You did say that, though, G. You said,
well, he assumed our mental states don't be secret. God, watch this. You secretly don't believe in God, and this is a front. See how stupid that is?
Yeah, but you don't do that anymore. You don't have access to anybody's mental
So
state.
he knows. So then answer this question. Answer this question. What do you believe?
I believe in things that align with the reality.
So Jesus was answer the question.
I didn't believe that like that,
I believe in things that align with reality. Now what?
Okay, like what? So then what do you believe about
Tires are super durable.
why
I believe
That's not hard.
why is reality?
I believe my sense of it.
What is reality?
Brain dead person, dude.
I have a very simple explanation for what reality is.
Reality is the world in which we live in, right?
It's everything that exists.
Yeah, I believe in things that are aligned with the world in which I live in, right? I believe trees exist. I believe the planet Earth objectively exists. That's what we live on, right? There you go. Now what?
Objective reality is everything that exists if you removed every mind.
Exactly.
That's objective reality.
It's not instance.
Does the world exist without mind entering?
Yes, and I said that. Of course.
You aren't aware of that it exists.
You can't.
Back in the old
There
days.
is no move. That's the point. There is no move.
It's not yet.
Hold on. Yeah, no, Lucy, that's not what we're saying, right? If humans, or everything that lives, ceases to exist, gravity would still exist. There's just nobody here to interpret it. If humans, since we literally just talked about this a couple seconds ago, if humans and every living thing cease to exist, the solar system would still be a thing.
The solar system existed prior to other living things. So regardless of us, if we went extinct, that's irrelevant. The fact is, it existed way before we did.
Can the world continue on existing?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Yes. Coach, are you serious?
You work in the legal profession, brother.
There were 9 billion years of universal history before our solar system even existed.
Coach, it would follow if Earth existed prior to our existence, it does not need us to exist for it to exist. So by you asking would it exist if we didn't exist is asinine.
I agree with
Good.
I don't think that a universe exists without mind entry.
Oh my God.
That's goofy. How can a
something that doesn't exist yet. How can you enter something that doesn't exist? If the universe can't exist until the mind enters it, then it mustn't exist for the mind to enter it.
It exists. What did he say?
But the universe doesn't exist until the mind enters it.
No way, dude. For real?
That's what he said.
No, I want to hear you say it. What did he say, Richie? I understand that I'm speaking at a much higher frequency that you guys cannot understand.
You do realize higher frequency?
What do you mean a much higher frequency?
Lower that frequency, my eardrums can't keep up.
It means you might hear a little
Like a dog whistle?
It means
It's just such a high frequency, we can't hear the truth.
You guys are low vibration. Low vibration.
No, it gets the name calling because
How is that an insult? What does that even mean?
it's not an insult, but I'm just saying, people think that that's going to hurt me because it's going to hurt him. Again, he's projecting his own things that he thinks are going to hurt us. Oh, hey, Jenny.
What does that even mean?
Seriously.
Low vibration, that means what? My eardrums can't vibrate at the resonant frequency responsible for the truth?
When you don't want to accept the truth, and you don't want to know the truth,
Look, you just love.
I agree, but that's projection on your part, though.
You don't want to know the truth. You make it up as you go along.
if you want to find something wrong, you always can. That's how you got those vibrations.
So I have two things I want to point out. Right, you keep going. It's the truth. You haven't given us any reason why it's the truth, and you just keep stating it's the truth. Second of all, this is a serious question. Are you trolling the shit out of us right now?
Yes. It's not. This is literally what people believe, and they affirm these things because it makes them feel good to be more superior. So these people are low frequency. It means that he's on a higher frequency, that he's better than.
Correct. Yeah. That's where I am. I'm at a higher frequency. Yeah. So that's why when I pray to God, He hears me.
Does God answer every one of your prayers with a yes, Hochi?
Yeah, Hochi's a troll. He says he works in like the legal industry, like he does something with like paralegal services, or he's like an up-and-coming attorney, or he's studying for the bar even, or something like that. I just remember. So he has been controlling.
Objection, relevancy.
You guys are unable to comprehend the truth.
Objection, hearsay.
He's just not that. He doesn't have a dynamic language. He's not very charismatic about this. Like he just runs out of material and then it flops. That's all.
Objection.
Yeah, that's
Badgering the witness. Objection, argumentative.
That's right. Fuck off. Badgering the witness, exactly. Badger the attorney too. Oh, Jesus. And then there's Justin. I mean, come on. It's like, what is going on here?
Hi,
That's
Justin. You're just in time, aren't you, Justin?
I'm not really fringe theology. There's a bunch of them.
So unique believers.
There's like 3 fringe competing theologies. Larry that wants to reign. Holy shit. Well, if cats are 4.
Kelvin.
And Justin just washed out immediately. He's like, I can't deal with a bunch of other theists of fringe positions like me.
Yeah, everyone's got their own unique deal, huh? It's pretty amazing to listen to.
You know, every single one of us.
Yeah, we're all
angelic paper effect. We all think we know everything, but we know pretty much much next to nothing.
Exactly. The more you know you don't know anything.
Yeah, you don't know anything either, do you, Ochi?
Well, we can be pretty sure that God is like someone's fingerprint. It's like a unique psyche-symbolism that's why they're all unique. Everyone's God concepts are sort of like fantasies of the ego or some other shit language.
One thing that Ochi does know is that he's unable to prove God exists. That's one thing he does know.
Not to you.
Well, he's never been able to prove it, Ochi, so I'm going off of past evidence.
You have to find God on your own.
So then God doesn't exist. So then we'll do subjective.
That's why I was saying it's like a fingerprint. People are just defining it.
Excuse me. If we were to prove that God exists, then we really need to have to
bring it up to the higher frequency.
So if you could go and do a different one, you gotta try this thing, bro. I'm gonna admit it. Let's and try it and just come back a fresh new guy, you know, and try a different way and do that shit.
No, that's the perfect angle.
No, you're really not. You know, dude, I actually agree with Ochi though. Like thinking, wait, he's right. We do have to define God for ourselves.
Right, we do, but I mean,
it's what we do though.
I'm just saying, the overall presentation has been like just going down for a while, kind of like Barth. Like Barth actually used to be funnier, right? Ochi used to be funnier.
Darth is actually very smart.
Not Darth, Barth.
Not Darth,
Darth isn't very smart. Darth isn't very smart, to be honest.
Oh yeah, Ochi's way smarter than Darth. Ochi's smarter than a lot of
those people
I just enjoy slapping atheists around.
You don't know how to do that. You enjoy learning the interesting takes from various other types of theists. That's what you kind of said, but like you missed the opportunities, bro. Ochi, why you do this?
You gotta do this better. Like there's so many ways you can do this so much better.
No.
No. That's so amazing.
Have you ever considered passive demand avoidance, Ochi? Go look that up.
I like it. So what did you say that was?
I'll be damned if I think it's
passive demand avoidance.
We're just like going to the law and saying you gotta dance with them.
No, without thinking about them.
There's gotta be a way to interrupt so we can stay up. Sorry, see.
Ochi, I've been talking, like, so I don't know if you know this, but I've always been talking about, I want to get paid on Clubhouse and just do this shit, right? So I've been actually charging consulting fees for theists to learn how to do this better. So if you want to...
Don't do that. They might learn something.
We could talk about that and you could become part. It's really cheap. It's way less than I want to get paid, but I'll do it for you just to help you because you're pathetic.
Only because most theists are broke.
It would be like honey's equivalents to legal aid.
Real apologetics 101.
Taught by an atheist. I mean, yeah, but it's like, dude, I could totally help you, Ochi.
Why is that anytime a theist needs to learn something, they always come to the atheists? I don't get it.
I know, why is it the atheists know more about the doctrine than the theists?
The atheists know more about everything than the theists. Anytime a theist needs to learn about nature, they go to the atheists to do science.
You guys are arrogantly stupid.
Ochi, how
No, we're just accurate.
How was there a day and a night? Ochi.
What was that?
I said, how was there a day and a night, well, 3 of them, without the sun and the moon?
I don't know. I don't know how that's possible.
The thing that determines what's night and day not existing makes every day possible.
Exactly.
They're just ignorant. You can't explain anything with your God.
You guys think that you got me like in a top show or some shit?
No, I'm just asking.
No, it's just showing your ignorance, that's all.
So you don't even understand how dumb you sound. Why did you ask me that?
Oh, so you're rubber and we're glue, and everything we say bounces off of you and sticks to us?
No, I don't think he's stupid. I just think he's willfully ignorant, that's all. Because it makes him feel like good, and there's nothing wrong with that, as long as you're honest and say that that's the reason why you follow it. But yeah, I think that the sun is what emits light, and the earth revolving is what causes day and night to happen, because a shadow is cast when the other side of the earth is away from the sun. So for there to be day and night, you need the sun. But you can't have 3 days and 3 nights without the sun. The sun was created on day 4, but light and darkness were created on day 1. How?
And you can't tell me that it was God is the light, because then if God is everywhere, there would be light everywhere, and there would be no difference between night and day, so there couldn't be night and day.
And if God is everywhere, then it would also be light all day. There would be no night. There would be day.
It'd be day 1, and the light was there, and the light was there day 2, and the light was there day 3.
You also want a macro, macro small, right? No, micro small. Also on a micro level, I'm in my basement right now. One half is lit up, I'm working. The other half is completely dark. If God is light, why isn't my other room lit up?
Well, he's not in the world anymore.
I tell you why. Because light is faster, quicker minded than God. It travels at a faster pace. I mean, God, is supposed to be everywhere and in everything, but,
what is hell?
Doesn't know.
James, what is hell?
Fiery lake.
It's the absence. Most Christians now will tell you it's the absence of God, who is not absent anywhere.
Yeah, it's stupid as fuck.
The one I hear the most is not absence, but I hear separation from God. That's what I hear.
If God is everywhere and in everything that exists, how can you separate yourself from God?
You can't.
But you can, the theology.
Hold on a second. Let me get out my Bible. Hold on a second. I'll tell you how you can separate yourself from the all-present God. Hold on a second. Get my Bible.
Well, I mean, just doing that, you exist. That's better than the God thing.
Is telling a lie always a bad thing? Hoochie.
No.
No. I don't think books say. What's that?
The answer is no, right? Just no, right?
No,
just no. No, okay, cool. No, you know, because you have background noise.
No with clarification.
No with clarification.
Why?
Yes or no question.
What do you have to clarify, OG? We already know.
Yeah, so lying is not a bad thing when it is a bad thing, and it's always a bad thing when it's not a bad thing.
No, you can't lie. Hold on. Not according to your Bible. The Bible says, I think it's Paul who says, and it's weird because Christians always like to point to Paul as somehow superseding Jesus. Paul says you can lie. You can lie if and only if you're winning souls for Christ. But Paul says,
yes.
Because Paul says, I forget the exact verse.
He has an argument with Peter. He has an argument with Peter, and Peter challenges him. He says, how can you say that what I'm doing is evil? If I'm winning souls, for Christ by telling a lie, that's a good thing, surely. I think what Paul was trying to do was what Jesus tried to do when it came to working on the Sabbath. He was like, well, it's a good thing to work on the Sabbath, even though God said don't work on the Sabbath, which is going against God's plan. It's all very ludicrous.
No, Jesus tried to use the example with David. I believe they asked
asked him, and he said, was it lawful for David to eat the showbread? Because the showbread was meant for priests, and David was not a priest. So I think theological example with that.
Yeah. Was it lawful for David to roll on the floor kissing Jonathan, crying and laughing and doing probably ungodly things?
So there's a lot of unlawful things David did. And so
I mean,
the Bible makes sure to definitely record that.
God's power, you know?
Why does the Bible record, if it were just about the good men, it would have just recorded the good things. But it made sure,
to keep people compliant and living in fear. God can kill anyone. And it can be the smallest.
Anybody can die at any time, that's true.
No, but God, only God takes the spirit. I mean, even Jesus said, into thine hands I commend my spirit. So, come on.
The statement you made about this idea of God not being in hell or something like this, see, Christians made that up.
God is going to be in hell.
Because I think Psalms 139 verse 8 says, if I ascend up to the heavens, you are there. If I make my bed in Sheol, and Sheol could mean like the land of the dead, you are there. So like this idea that whatever the land of the dead will be.
Well, he refers to it also as Hades, doesn't he? He refers to it also as Hades, which is a very Greek concept because Hades was the brother of Zeus. In the book of Revelation, it says, that Hades was even thrown into the lake of fire, the underworld, and death. Death was thrown into the underworld. I mean,
that's borrowed from the Ugaritic text where the god Yam actually defeats death.
Melly, I'm going to look to you that you don't really believe any of this stuff. The only that you say you believe that is because you're afraid of dying. Am I right?
I'm definitely not afraid of dying. That's where you got that wrong.
Okay. So you don't fear death in the slightest, no?
Absolutely not.
Okay. So then, why do you believe in an afterlife?
Like I said, I never told you I do. Right? I don't really care. All I know right now is, all I actually do know right now that is whatever life I'm living right now. So
do you believe in the afterlife?
It's possible.
No, I didn't ask whether it was possible. I'm asking you a yes/no question. Do you believe?
He's answering back. I'm telling you exactly how I see it. It's possible.
He's agnostic.
Yeah,
he's agnostic to the afterlife.
No, he does. Even if it was or it wasn't, even if it wasn't nothing,
I'm not asking Maggie because I know I'm asking if he believes.
Listen, I don't have no problems with nothing just being pure darkness after death. Because again, you can find that in certain Hebrew ideas.
What's happened, Maggie? But do you
this is not a black and white thing. The Bible itself is not even black and white.
Why is it so difficult?
So he's answering accurately. He's like, he doesn't know if hell exists. I'm asking you exactly. He doesn't know if hell exists. I just muted everyone.
Yeah, you muted.
He does not listen. Enigma. He does not know if hell exists or not. He is agnostic to hell.
Okay, I don't care what he's agnostic to, Donald. I'm asking what he believes in, which has no knowledge.
He does not know. He will never answer any other way besides he does not know. Remember? Yeah, he thinks there might be a heaven, but people don't go. He doesn't believe it. God knows this is perfectly, because that's exactly what I meant with heaven.
So you don't believe it.
This is like never change his answer. This is like you're going to meet your dog. This is like you're going to meet your dog and your grandma,
and everybody's gonna be chilling with some gold and stuff. Listen, I don't know. It might be some people do to feel good. It might actually be it might also actually be the case. I don't really care. All I care about is living life like I will right now.
But Melly, if you
Again,
do
but
not
I
know
entertain these ideas, you know.
And name attention.
yeah, if you do not know something, then the default position is to say that you don't believe it to be the truth. Correct?
Correct. But you don't know neither. So, okay, so let me tell you this now. And ask you, do you think there is an afterlife? Let me ask you this question. Let me just ask you this question.
Yeah.
Do you think there's an afterlife?
No.
How can you prove that?
I don't know. Because it's a subjective opinion. I don't think that you should say.
Hold on. 1 second. What did you say?
I don't. It's a subjective belief, and looking upon
you see.
Looking
Now,
upon.
you need to say yes or
No,
no.
listen.
Just say no.
I said no. I do not believe that there is an afterlife. There is no evidence to suggest that there is. No credible evidence, at least. Everything else is just hearsay.
Okay, really wait.
Somebody has died and came back. Like, you couldn't possibly.
No,
for you myself.
Eddie, hold on a second. I don't think you were listening because she started by saying no, and then you were pressing her like she hadn't. Like, what's going on here?
He's not distinguishing between agnosticism and unbelief. Like, I could say, this is why I say when people talk about God and they say, oh, I'm agnostic, it's uninformative. You can say about anything. If you ask them in the now, and you say, hey, do you currently believe a God exists? And they say no, right? Because they don't. Even if they're agnostic, right? They're an atheist. At least right now. They can change their mind tomorrow or later on today, right? So right now, he has these thoughts. Just leave it there. Like, you don't know, dude. We're cool. That's it. There's no burden on Enigma. There's no burden on Enigma to show you, oh, there's no way heaven exists, or the reason why she believes there isn't a heaven.
Yes, there is. That's all I'm saying. That's what I'm saying to you.
So, earlier you said something very interesting, Melly. You said it's possible. How did you measure that possibility?
Yeah, what other universes or gods have you studied to indicate that it is a possibility that there is an afterlife?
Okay, so the possibility of an afterlife, I think it's just rooted in religious beliefs. And
that's not why I asked, Melly.
And a possible idea that
Melly, that's not what I asked.
Consciousness itself.
Melly, hello. That's not what I asked. Enigma asked you, do you believe in an afterlife? And you said it's possible. We're not talking about religious concepts here. We're asking what you believe. Now I'm going to ask you, how did you measure that possibility? How did you measure, like some other universe in which this is the case, in order to measure it in our universe it is the case? That's a ridiculous claim, you realize, right?
Yeah, but I come from a place where I may have seen things, right, that may have convinced me that there could be a kind of afterlife, right?
That's not informative, Melly.
Yeah, he will never give you a reasonable answer about the afterlife.
That's not informative.
Right, ideas about.
Melly, I'm just going to ask the question again. How did you measure the possibility?
No, just through other people's experiences about.
You took someone else's word for it and ran with it. You didn't actually measure the possibility.
Of course, how could I possibly measure the possibility of
that? Don't say stupid shit like it's possible.
Then I still think it's possible. I still think it's possible.
Why don't you think it's possible? How do you think something exists? I'm trying to show that there's not a combination. You have absolutely no evidence for it. You've never measured
that you never even thought through, why would you think that?
Because everything doesn't have to be logically palatable.
Well, then you can't.
I understand that. Like, reality is everything is
not. Like,
you guys are trying to
does everything need to be logically palatable, right? Some of you know what logically palatable means, right? That's just like a conjunction of words there. The question is, why would you believe something so stupid when you obviously haven't measured it?
I mean, do you measure everything that you hold to be true?
Whenever I make a claim,
Are there concepts that could be measured?
What are you doing?
Yeah, you've been using that for right.
Whenever I make a claim,
Can I just see?
let me
Yeah, go on.
Whenever I make a claim that something is possible, I back it up with like a Bayesian probability.
Okay, check this one out.
Melly, what the fuck are you doing? Seriously, dude, control yourself. Like, you have no self-control whatsoever. In the middle of saying something, you start unmiking and talking. What's going on here, dude? Whenever I provide a claim, I'm happy to provide the receipts. Period. End of discussion.
At least when I go to I hear you, and that's fair. That's actually fair.
Yeah, maybe.
And listen, I also believe that it is possible for someone to come back from the dead, because I do believe Jesus did that. Now, can I prove that? Of course not. There's no way on this planet that I can ever measure that. But I believe that.
So you believe that for you just innately fiction for no reason, right?
Would you convict somebody? Would you convict somebody because there was a possibility that it could be true?
You broke up there at the beginning.
Would you convict somebody of a murder or some sort of crime because there's a possibility it could be true?
Of course not.
No, you wouldn't. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I think when we start talking about what is possible, we can go into the realm of silliness. You know, is it possible for the green fairy to exist? Is it possible that a fire-breathing dragon exists? Yeah, we can't be a deist.
Right.
Rather than saying that you're a Christian, and completely changing the whole religion of Christianity, which isn't really that difficult because everyone does that anyway.
Christianity is a unique Christian.
Yeah.
That's most Christians. Most Christians think that like they're the ones that have it right and everybody else has it wrong. We know it's not every single Christian we were speaking have it wrong.
Oh, we? Okay. I thought you were talking about me. Okay.
I don't know. The atheist side that we're just talking about. Every Christian is a unique Christian, has things that really.
I mean, I used to have that.
You have a unique Christianity.
I used to have that understanding, but at this point, I can tell you right now. Otherwise, I wouldn't sit here talking to you guys, like, you know.
Right, that's why
And again, nothing you guys like I said before, like, I'm gonna leave this room and come back and still hold to and I still enjoy talking to you guys, because again, why can't people have conversations, you know, regardless?
Oh, no, it's fine, though. We figured out that we're a group of one with your own scripture. You got your own little religion going. It's just you in your own little world. You don't follow the Bible, right? You've got your own ideas about this stuff, right? You're not going to you sit on your high throne and go, this is the truth, right? And I've got no receipts to back it up, but yeah, I mean, that's fine. You can just
like for example, like famous things you hear people say, like Enigma tried to say, like Jesus being God. Like, that's a famous thing. But biblically, that is simply not the case. It's not the case.
Well, I'm in agreement with you and disagreement with you, because the Bible is totally contradictory on that subject. So there we go.
No, but you have verses that can be translated in a way where it can be implied that that's the case, but there's really nothing in the Bible about that.
Yeah, not really.
Just made that shit up.
exactly. Like when they say, for example, like when Jesus said, like you and I are one. Jesus also says, Father, can you make them one with me as you and I are one? So that right there breaks down every idea of it being one person that was reincarnated into a world. You know, like it's not really one in the sense of like unity. Not being one in essence, like the Trinitarians teach. Because the Trinitarians teach that Jesus Christ and God are one in essence. All of that is theology. Is not found inside of the Bible, because Jesus himself makes it very clear. And even John himself, the book of John, right? We could have some.
But the point is that you use the logic for that. You check that and say absolutely perfect sense. But when it comes to something else, you don't logically track and you go by your feelings or how you feel or what you think you feel or what you think you know or believe or whatever. That's the disconnect that I used to have as well when I was a theist. It's quite freeing to be able to look back at myself and say, oh my goodness, I was such a hypocrite back then, because I was saying yes, logic is, you know, this and that, but then holding on illogical things which made no sense. I'm so embarrassed when I was a theist. I really am.
I understand what you're saying, and this idea that beings are supposed to be, like, I just don't think, like, the knowledge of the Bible that I have, for example, it isn't just the general knowledge that it is just one book that was written from beginning to end in the same. Let me finish. In the same procession, and that this book was supposed to be, the people writing it had in mind that we in 2025 would somehow listen to it. Like, no, that doesn't make any sense, right? But when I look at these things, right, I can understand like that they are. I don't know if you guys have heard about something called the supplementary theory, you know, or you know the documentary theory that also posits that the Bible or the Torah may have been put together by different sects like the Yahwists, the Elohists, and so on.
They were, and they were also added to and taken from different sects and different religions. So,
right.
Yes.
So the idea of things theologically contradicting, listen, people have the Talmud itself, which you know.
Okay.
The Talmud itself has debates that have been going on for thousands of years. So again, like I don't think like this idea. You guys are minimizing just the nature of theological content. The last thing I will say. Let me just say the last thing. If you look at the Nordic people. In terms of just theology, or in terms of religion, right? Because I look into that too. I'm interested in Nordic.
I have my Nordic myths, book of myths on the shelf right over there.
Actually,
book of the dead, book of the dead.
Oh, that's hard. Okay, you should definitely get yourself the Enumelish if you don't have. I think you could leave it.
I don't have a copy of it.
Satanic Bible is a good one as well.
Yeah, that's cool too. So if you look at like the Nordic, the Odin himself.
The annotated Bible, was that close enough?
Oh, the annotated Bible, that's cool. That also now incorporates the book of Kitover. So there you go.
Yeah, I mean, Odin himself, if you look at the Nordic mythologies, and if you look closely at the personality of Odin, he's a very contradicting figure. Right, so like I understand that
contradictions.
Yeah, but the Nordic actually dwelled in this. Like this is actually like what makes them very different from Christianity in that sense. Right. So okay, that's an example. Go ahead and name.
So I have a couple of questions quickly. Do you believe that God wants to have a relationship with us?
Yes.
Okay. Does God
does is because he's God.
I don't know.
You're not gonna agree with that because even in the Bible, God doesn't.
Thank you, Donald. Thank you very much, Donald. Donald actually helped us to know a little bit more. I'm just in this room listening. Donald.
Really cool. A second ago, you were perfectly capable of speaking for God, right? And now we ask you like a related question, and you're like, I don't know. Well, it turns out the whole reason that you said yes in the first place is just because you're talking about what the Bible is. So funny. Right? I mean, it's dumb, right?
And he was discrediting the Bible, saying that he doesn't know which parts, how the contradictions are true. But for me, an all-knowing, all-loving being that wants to have a relationship with its creator, it could logically stack that he would make sure that any doctrine or communication that gets people to him is going to be perfect.
But I do believe you can have a conversation with God without the Bible. Like God could have a conversation. God could guide you. Like you could have. What do you mean how?
Yeah, tell me how.
I mean, he gets converted if you can teach him how to talk to God.
Yes, how? How? Please.
No, okay, not literally, of course.
Oh, literally.
You were
Of course, now, hold on. What's this thing? Like, hold on. Wait.
Just imaginary talk to God.
Imaginary. It's all fucking in your head.
No, I mean, people have, people claim to have, intuitions that guide them, things that are greater than themselves, it's not like, and I don't think you need a book to guide you.
What's the song about, is it?
Like, that doesn't even make sense. Like, even, like the people of the Bible times didn't have a book.
Yes,
like the Torah didn't have
they had the Old Testament.
No, the Torah. Like,
they had the Torah and the Tanakh.
And they didn't answer you?
No, the Tanakh is the other. Okay, let's try again. Okay, does God always get what he wants?
Yes.
I don't know because, like I said,
you don't know if God gets what he wants or not.
Because again, there are two views about this. I can read you somewhere in Isaiah where it says, this is God speaking. He said, I planted a garden or something, and I was surprised that it didn't yield fruits. So these people actually called like.
You're talking about Jesus. You're talking about Jesus when he was hungry.
No, not Jesus. No, in Isaiah.
Okay, yeah.
The book of Isaiah, which is happening. So it's actually like this. The difference will be like the Calvinists, which the Calvinists think that God is.
How does Isaiah prove that God doesn't get what he wants?
Because there are simply different views about.
Because I cannot speak for knowledge, I need to rock good and deep good and and ramen and poetic and all these things. I don't know. I have to say something.
But why do you think that, God doesn't always get what he wants? Where does it specifically say that God doesn't get what he wants? Because if God is all-knowing and he knows the past, present and future, everything that he does in accordance with creation, if there is such a thing, is what God wants to happen anyway. He knows what the outcome's going to be and he's going to use it.
Well, you're using if God is all knowing, he knows
So is God
all of these are universal ideas, right? Like,
are you a universalist?
If you look at the picture of God in Genesis, if you look at the picture of God, what was it?
Genesis is not a universal idea. He's not committed to any of that vision.
So God is not all knowing. He's all-knowing. He's not everywhere.
So
what is the use of having this God in my life?
Right. So if you look at earlier representations, anthropomorphic pictures, images of God, right? Especially in Genesis and Exodus, right? We have the images of where we have this image. I'm trying to explain to you, ask me a question, right? I'm explaining the question to you, the answer to you.
But I need to stop you, Manny, because
No, like if you decide what you want to God say or not.
No, I do want to, but you previously said that you cannot rely on the Bible because people have added to it, taken bits out. There are contradictions that come from different sects. So we've already established the Bible a good source or a good point of reference to get to a logical argument. I would like you to show me where you would go to other than the Bible.
Again, I think you've interpreted what I've said about the Bible.
Okay, so
the fact that I explained the documentary hypothesis or talked about it doesn't mean that you know it still can't be or the certain core messages, right, aren't ran through. Like I'm not saying that because I'm not saying that because different people came up to write the book, it means that, you know, for some reason I don't hold to the book. I never said that, right? I only
so you do hold to the Bible then. Okay, so forgive me for my
parts of it. He only holds to parts of the Bible.
So which parts of the Bible do you hold to?
I want to know what this is. If I were to choose, I'll go with the just full Torah. If I were to choose.
Okay, so great.
But again,
Let's go for Torah. Let's go for Torah then.
Okay, so this idea of God, of God knowing things, is not really found. Knowing things before they happen or things like that. You don't see that in the Torah.
Everything. He knew things because he made prophecies. He didn't know everything.
Yeah, I can give you several examples where God, at first, he says there's a sound. I believe this is coming from some Sumerian text or something where Enki and I think either one of them goes down, right? So this idea of him going down because he doesn't know what's going on. And then the thing with Sodom and Gomorrah, he's speaking with Abraham, and he tells Abraham, I'm going to go there to know, right? On the third one, in the garden, he didn't seem to know why they were not dressed. So like you see
where they were to begin with.
Where they were and all of that. So like the image of God generally to the ancient Israelites wasn't this super highlight real, you know, I know everything, you know, I'm inside. Those pictures weren't there.
That's not true, Mally. No, gotta stop you right there. Isaiah 46.
Isaiah is later on. I'm talking about Torah.
Yeah, that's a lot later than Torah,
right? That's not Torah. Isaiah is not the Torah?
No.
The first chapter of the Torah.
Right.
Yeah, so the Pentateuch, the first 5 books, is the Torah because that is the law that was given to Moses. Everything else after that, the 34 books after the first 5, that is the Tanakh. Then you have the New Testament. Yeah.
Yeah, those are the laws and prophets. Is what they are.
Which 5 books are those in the Torah?
Numbers, Leviticus, Deuteronomy, Exodus, and Genesis.
Got it. Thank you.
Sorry. Trying to talk over again. I'm not feeling very well, so I'm taking some pills.
So Mally laughed.
So does God know everything that happens in men's hearts? Or what they're thinking?
Okay, what was the question?
Does God know what people think or feel?
Yes, he does.
According to the Torah?
Yes, because he's God. That's why we call him God. I think she was talking to Melanie. Oh, I know. I was just giving in.
I think Mary left.
With their answer because these people never answer.
I'm here.
I greet them up.
You know, it's all good. But according to the Torah, which are the
would it be to assume that you are more following of Judaism than you are Christianity?
So like verses where God is.
Would you say that you follow Judaism more than you do Christianity?
I wouldn't necessarily say Judaism. I just have respect for.
Oh my goodness.
I just have respect.
Okay. Do you believe in the New Testament? Do you believe in the New Testament?
Of course I do.
Okay, so it's not just the first 5 books then?
No, of course not. I respect all the books, but I understand.
Really?
But I understand. Listen. This is something I understand that there is historical context. Historical context to this book.
You literally think that the Red Sea was parted.
I don't know about that. I think
That's in the Torah. What about the fact that Joseph could interpret dreams?
Oh yeah, we don't have evidence.
Like fortune tellers.
We don't have evidence for any of those.
No. Okay, so why do you say then that the Torah is pretty much perfect if you don't believe the things that are in it?
No, I don't say it's perfect. I just say it's the earliest.
It doesn't matter whether it's the earliest or not.
Oh yes, it does matter.
No, it doesn't. Okay, so the idea that the Earth was flat is earlier than the idea that the Earth is a spheroid. Does it matter that the earlier hypothesis came out? No. Whether something is old or not has no credibility to what the truth is.
Yeah, that's to the topic of flat earthers and stuff. Yeah, I've been getting angry. I've stopped talking to flat earthers. I've stopped. Even if it's in the Bible, I don't see the earth as flat. That's crazy work, right?
But that idea is an older idea than the world being a sphere.
Yeah, but that isn't like I wouldn't say like it's a theological question. I think that's more of like a physical.
It's not theological.
Scientific.
How is it not theological if God created everything?
Yeah, I mean God could have created the universe too. What are you talking about?
Do you know what? I think you're having a little bit of a disconnect.
Yeah, because that's a physical question too. That's not a theological question. A theological question is like, am I going to go to heaven? That's a theological question, right? A historical question is like, did God create the universe, or did God create humans? We know the answer to that. The answer is no. God doesn't exist.
Yeah, the God of the Bible definitely can be disproven. The God of the New Testament can be disproven. The God of the Book of Mormon can be disproven, and the God of the Quran can be disproven. The gods that are mentioned in the Book of Gita can be disproven. The gods of ancient Greece, that mythology, can be disproven.
You know what? That's
they were a pantheon.
Yeah, you guys are very fit to old religions and stuff, so it is what it is. We're not all wrong. And that's it. That's it.
Yeah, I don't think that there is any kind of religion that has been proved true.
Do you see this Courtney Nicole down there? Read what she wrote. I don't think it's such a poet. It's not even a real person. It's an atheist or it's some bot.
Who's disproving anything in the Bible or the true and living God, Jesus Christ? I pray you have an encounter with him. Do you know what, Courtney? I would love to have a chat with you because you seem like a reasonable person. You seem quite empathetic and you want people to learn about God. So I think you should come up and have a little chat with us. No, I'm serious.
I mean, I invite people. You can also raise your hand.
Yeah, I'm serious too. I think she's.
Oh yeah, this is the Christians y'all love. Oh yeah, y'all gonna love this one right here.
She has 3 friends. Her PTR says, "This is like Jesus Christ. This is like a total bot."
It could just be that they're new to the app. That doesn't matter. Or it could just be that they're popular.
See, this is why I don't believe you. Because if I was a person that advertised myself as such, branding myself as a God disciple and all this, I would just pop right up and freaking start speaking some truth.
Yeah, I want to know God.
When I'm in a Christian group, and they start saying some bullshit about the Big Bang Theory needs God to happen, I pop right up and start telling them that they're wrong.
The Big Bang was actually a down from theist, wasn't it? For the idea of the expansion of the universe.
I think so.
Yeah. Courtney.
Talking to theists about physics is probably the most entertaining thing in the world.
Come talk to us, Courtney.
They get everything wrong, just like every other time we ever talk to a theist, they get everything wrong. And I just get to talk and talk.
If he wants to know him, I'll help however I can.
I mean, hopping up on stage would be a big help.
It is not serious. There's no way.
Hopping up on stage would be a big help. I would like to know him. Hopping up on stage would be a big help.
She might not know how to do it. Send her an invite.
I'll invite
someone. Oh, okay.
When I invited you, your screen changed and it said, you've been invited, accept or decline. Spoiler, if you want to come up, you have to hit the one that says accept.
Actually, we may not be told that. I love me.
Enigma though, do you understand that there's an evolving image of God in the Bible? Do you understand it more now?
You can't possibly teach me anything that my professors at Exeter University didn't really teach me about the Bible.
Fair point.
No, that's fair, but if you knew that, you wouldn't say like, that all big Bible believers think that God knows everything at all times and all of that stuff.
When did I make that claim? When did I make that claim?
I think that's what she said.
We try to ask you your opinion, dude, and you just do this, and now it's funny. See, this is almost gaslighting, really, because you're not aware of what you're doing, but that's what you've been saying the whole time. It's like you're dodgy and like you defer to other people's ideas, and we're only looking for like your assessment. Like what's the feedback, right? Like if you ask me questions, I'm just gonna tell you what I think because I'm willing to just go, oh, I didn't know that. No, I'm changing my mind right now. Right?
Yeah,
but I'm going to give you what I think right now.
Yeah,
and my assessment.
Yeah, well, my opinion on the question was no. God doesn't know everything, and then I explained to you the importance of like how I've reached that conclusion. When I was saying
what doesn't God know?
God doesn't know what you would do till you do it.
Does he know about usually or confusion?
Does he know that?
He knows all this stuff. Then when it came to humans, he's all like slipping now, right? Because their minds are so complex.
So can I ask, if he doesn't know what happens inside of humans, how did he say to Moses in Exodus that he was going to harden the heart of Pharaoh?
Yeah, I mean, he has like plans. You know, God has plans and the ways he has like to fulfill those plans. But it's dynamic. You know, this is what I think, and it's what the Bible is what I think. Based on how the Bible relates.
Okay, so you're just repeating the Bible again.
But it's what I think, though.
This is the argument that Courtney says. Courtney has been information. You have to have the Holy Spirit to be able to interpret the Bible as well.
Absolutely not. When I read the Bible cover to cover 3 times, I was a Christian.
Yeah. I was, I was a Christian when I read the Bible the first time, and then the other 5 times after that, plus all of the times that I referenced in my studies, I was an atheist because that first reading of the Bible made me question everything.
That'll do it. You know me a little bit.
And it was hard. It was a hard road. I went from being a theist to a deist to a pantheist to spiritual. And then I was like, what am I doing with myself? I'm just, this is ridiculous. And then let go of it all. And I felt so much better. And you have to remember, I came from Catholicism. And in Catholicism, condemnation and self-hatred is what's taught to everybody to keep people compliant.
Anyway, keep me alive.
Lord, give me the Holy Spirit so that I can interpret the Bible. I ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Oh Lord, are we praying now?
Well, I don't have the Holy Spirit. I don't feel different.
Thomas, we need to pray. Didn't we already go through the prayer thing doesn't work? I thought we already went through that. Luke 11:13. Well, how about Leviticus 21 where it says you can sell your daughter to her rapist?
Right, because then you'll have the Holy Spirit in ya, all up in ya. You know what I mean?
Verse 7 is that one, Donald. Verse 7. Verse 20 tells you how you can beat your slaves, even to death, as long as they don't die within a day or 2 of the beating.
When you say you're a Catholic, were you like that?
I'm not giving you any information, Joanna, you're a doctor. Yeah, going around telling everyone where I'm from, but, I don't like that. You could have apologised.
I apologize, I didn't know it was a secret. It's such a big area, I don't think anyone could find you, and it's nice to see.
I still wouldn't do that to anybody on here who has said, yeah, it's just not the done thing, come on.
Not familiar. But yeah, it's nice to see you, that thank you.
I accept your apology, please don't do it again.
I'm not familiar with
No, I'm glad you left the calendar, says his daughter burning, not selling her to your rapist. Deuteronomy that has the. She's burned alive in Leviticus for sex.
Yeah, and any of the surrounding inhabitants of Israel, you got to go out and force them to be your slaves. If they say okay, they become your slaves, and if they say no, then eradicate them all and take the women as sex slaves and
Just the children, the female children.
Yeah, if they please the eye. But it's not for everyone, even the animals. I mean, what did the animals do wrong?
Well, any survivors might be able to feed on the animals, right? Can't have that.
I think the best one for me is, if another place is worshipping another god, you have the right to go in and rip open the pregnant women's bellies and dash the fetuses on the ground, even though abortion is wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not. I see it says rocks, but I could be wrong. That's not.
Yeah, the rocks, the ground, the rocks. You're right. Hosea 11. No, 13:16.
You're taking that out of context.
Of course, yeah. How else are you supposed to take it then?
it's like the perfect Christian response to me. That's what they will say. You do not. You don't. 9 times out of 10, the context makes it work.
I'll write that off. That's what I do. I'll write that off. Put it in
It's like 80% of the Bible.
Amen. Well, let's roll with what we got. But like the whole
or we can just throw out the rest of the 20%.
That's why you can see me like people could hear me talk about the Bible, and all of a sudden, when we're talking about Zionists or whatever, right? I have a serious issue with people being oppressed, so I could talk at one point about that, but then I could switch immediately to talk about how much I definitely hate extremism, right, wherever you may be found, because you think you're the chosen people. Like, please, miss me with the
problem is that Christianity being violent wasn't the extremist section of it for the vast majority of the time. It was the majority of it.
He's talking about right now. But the problem is,
also the national Christians in America, right? They're doing the same thing. The Islamic extremists are doing the same thing. They think they have
most fundamentalist religion.
They think they have a superior view of the world.
Would you say that the Torah is a radical religion?
James, you don't say that.
No, but would you? Because it was written by Orthodox Jewish people.
I mean, just look at their culture. Like the fundamentalist Orthodox or something.
Yeah, it is, and that could be one point for just with the evolution of it, right? You see how it sort of calms down, even the language itself, is very rough in the beginning. Towards the middle of the Old Testament, it begins to calm down a little bit, and then you see what happens in the New Testament, where there claims to be this sort of overall of world views of how you should quote unquote treat people. So yeah, I would say that. I would definitely say that in the sense of the time it would be compared to what we have today. Like there's no way in hell. Like I told you guys before, like the whole story with Abraham hearing a voice, and the voice telling him, "Oh, take your son." I've told Christians this to their face, and they think I'm mad. They think I'm crazy, or I don't know why they think that, but I don't care actually. But when they say go kill your son, like I've thought about this. If I have a son, there's no voice. Even if I heard a voice, audible, right, and telling me go do this, I'm not going to do it. I'm simply not going to do it. And
one of the few Christians I've heard actually say that, so I'm actually pretty proud of him.
Yeah, he's always
I understand that people. I just let people sort of, because again, I understand I was there at some point, but then people grow, and then I let them sort of be what they are. But I just tell them exactly who and what I am. So in certain, especially when we talk about situations like that, I have to make it very clear that that's not happening, right? That's not happening. So in that context, absolutely, it's more radical. So that's why I'm against radical ideas of thinking that you can believe all you want, right? But it shouldn't endanger or influence someone else's life. They should have autonomy over what they believe. That's just it. And
Sorry, did you say that people should have autonomy over what other people believe?
No, what they believe, not what other people believe.
Yeah, well, you do have autonomy over what you believe, don't you? We don't have any blasphemy laws anymore, do we?
I mean, thank God, right?
God still does.
Thank God. Actually, saying that, we are very, very close to going back to blasphemy laws. So people in the UK, if they Islam, or anything to do with Islam, it's considered a hate attack now. So yeah, it's getting quite hairy scary in the UK.
It's not much better in the US.
I hear you. I hear you. And like me coming from Nigeria, like I said, if you're watching the news.
Yeah, my dad comes from Nigeria.
Yeah, so like so many things are happening where people can't be, especially in the north, people can be open to what they believe. And I don't believe, like, I just don't know. I think human beings are different because I don't know. There's nothing in me, like, there's just nothing that you can say something about anybody. Like, why should I think that it's just hard for me to think of even like someone else, even you say something about Muhammad or someone and you get killed, like that's my brain can't even process that, Like you can say anything about Jesus, like what the hell? You have a right to say whatever you want to say. Like that's how I see it anyway.
Wish more patients felt like you. Just fell into the atheist trap, another unwitting, unknowing victim of reason,
That's funny. So there's nothing I'm more like I'm gonna leave here and still have like my conversation. But again, like I said, great conversation. I'm still here. It means that I'm enjoying it. I might leave at some point, but I'll be back. You know what I mean? Like I'm not like those type of people that just like don't conversate with people like we do in real life anyway. Like people that work with have different beliefs, don't believe. Who cares? Like at some point you should be just able to have a conversation. Like, damn.
Ali is going to leave here still professing to be a Christian, but he's already demonstrated that he's not. He's probably an atheist.
It's sort of heretical for a Christian, but just another welcome change. Whoa, that's good.
Yeah, Mehdi sounds a lot like a Muslim or following Islam because he doesn't believe that Jesus was God, and he also, believes in the Old Testament God more so, and I would liken that more to Islam than Christianity.
But I would say like he's the son of God though. So like most Islamic people won't say that.
Yeah, son of God. Son of God meant prophet for the time. Do you think that Jesus was the prophet?
No, he was definitely more than that, but he's just
okay. What was he then?
He was a divine being, right? Some kind of divine being, but he wasn't God though.
He's a divine, is he an angel?
Also, he could be like a messenger of God.
We all he's not God because we're all.
He's not God. Like that's the one thing. That's the one thing I'm driving Islam because the whole Trinitarian thing, that's a whole Greek thing, you see, and all of that. That comes from, certain kinds of Greek philosophy.
No, it's Mesopotamian. It's again, El had 3 sons who were in a trinity position because it was sun, the moon, and the sky. And they were the Al-Shaman and Malakba.
Yeah, sure, but those weren't him though. Like, if you look in anywhere in Sumeria, there's always a chief deity. There's always a supreme deity.
So is Jesus a demigod? Is he a bit like?
I don't know how you want to explain. I don't know how you want to explain it. I don't think he is.
Is he like one of the Nephilim?
I don't know.
Do you know what the Nephilim are?
I just know he ain't the most high God though. That's all I know.
Okay, but do you know what the Nephilim are?
Of course I do.
Okay. How did they come about?
Where the sons of God met with the daughters of men. Genesis.
Okay, what is a son of God?
Yeah, so Son of God, according to certain Hebrew translations, the earliest Hebrew translations believe the Son of God were angelic beings, and then later on you have people like Rashi talking about the Son of God being actual just men of a noble man. So
you do realise that the archangels were taken from that Mesopotamian pantheon, and they were turned from God's children to angels, the divine purpose.
You talking about the 70 sons of El? Oh yeah.
No, I'm not talking about that. El had 3 sons. He had brothers, he had a wife, he had a hooker, he had, again, it was a very humanistic variation, a bit like the Greeks, a bit like those pantheons were very humanistic in nature, and then they wanted to get pulled away from that, so they made God.
Right, but those 70 songs is literally in the Ugaritic text. The El literally has 70 songs, which was 70 deities.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but that's including all the other gods.
Real gods, you know. Jesus wasn't God, man.
So Jesus wasn't God. Is God God?
Yes. I appreciate that, Bernie.
Who created God?
No one.
Oh, that's a lie, honey. Humans created God.
Who did? Oh, I mean, that's just an infinite universe. I mean, who created God?
Right.
Who created the person who created God? All humans, you could either say God created himself, or you could just end it at humans. However you want. Hey, man, we here, right?
Well, if a character from another pantheon was taken to create your God, then it's less likely to be true, isn't it? Because you're taking from another religion and making up a story about your own.
I mean, it's more of a polemic. You know what that is?
No, it's
basically when you use.
It's a monolatry, basically.
What was it?
A monolatry.
What's that?
So it's a religion that recognizes multiple gods, but you're only allowed to worship one of them.
No, I said polemic, not polytheism.
Okay, so
polemic is trying to use cultural ideas, right? So it's like trying to make an argument, like taking other cultural ideas and turning it on its head. So like you see that happen with like where they took stories and they were basically trying to answer those stories and to say this is what actually happened in the story. So you see that happen like a lot of times. Somebody could make that argument for the Bible to say we took from all of these different
people are like, where do we come from? We don't know. We'll make something up to make ourselves feel better.
Yeah, because I think the questions of existentialism, these were questions that were at that time, right? And someone could argue that it's still at this time, although you guys seem to know everything, so maybe the rest of the world, right? So the rest of the world has this like existential
delusion. They have a delusion, and I'm part of that delusion.
Where we ask questions, and these questions are asked like for thousands.
We can ask questions, but when we make assertions about questions that we have no knowledge of, that's being deluded.
Yeah, sure. But then we have if you look at these questions and these answers,
This is assertion, not assertion. Sorry.
Right. So what you will come to is that you want to make an argument that all of these different cultures were basically asking different questions theologically, and the Bible. Someone could argue this, that the Bible is trying to answer those questions theologically by using their own myths. So that would be like the polemic context through that. So like that's why you see like there's a flood, he borrows from different places, and then he tries to make one congruent story, through their own lens, of course, right? So, because again, if you look at the history of Israel, Israel was under Egypt for so many thousands of years, historically. So
not historically, just in the Bible.
No. Historically, I'm not even talking about like what the Bible said. I mean, I'm not talking to you about when the Bible says Israel was in Egypt. No. I'm saying historically, Israel controlled that region that we know as Canaan. This is before the late Bronze Age.
You're talking about the Egyptian government of that area?
Yes, before the late Bronze Age, you have something called the Amarna letters, where Canaanites, satyrs are writing to Egypt and calling for military help because from the north, the Syrians are attacking. So this is a way, so when we have the Bible beginning to formulate around, give or take, 800 BC, give or take, right? But before that, what we have were smaller settlements. So yes, there was a lot of influence in that context, like as to the other external beliefs that were always moving through that place, like the place of Canaan. It wasn't just one constant place. There were so many religions through trade that moved in and out of Canaan due to the control that Egypt had in for so long. This is what I believe. This is how I believe, like the Egypt story. I don't even think it's a literal story. I think what they were probably trying to do was just write a story, right, that was simply going to explain all what happened till after the late Bronze Age. Because whatever happened in the late Bronze Age, so many civilizations got destroyed, and nobody really knows what really happened. But for some reason, Israel, we still don't know, but Israel formed after that, as we know, right? So they could have been possibly right to
like the steppe area.
Yeah, they could have possibly right in trying to insult Egypt in the sense that Egypt controlled that region, but no more. So it was sort of like a metaphorical story for we are now our own people. So they had to write it in the sense of we were under Egypt and we went into Egypt, blah, 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 blah.
You have a pretty good understanding of the actual history, which is more than I can say in most Christians. So are there any other thieves on stage that want to have a conversation or in the audience?
Yeah, I'm a believer. But what's this room all about?
I like to talk to thieves about God.
Are you one of them atheists?
Yeah, I'm one of them atheists.
All right, well, you're tearing this country apart.
I'm not the one doing that, by the way. It's the theists that are doing that.
Listen, there's a lot of radical leftists tearing this country apart. They're godless.
No, the radical leftists in this country are not godless. And there's no radical leftists in this country. There's only radical right.
Oh, I beg to differ. There are radical lefties who are not right.
Come on, Donald. Donald.
Okay, so, which are the radical leftists?
Oh, Palestine Action are radical leftists.
Who?
Palestine Action.
That's radical left? Okay.
Definitely radical left.
So in the United States, who are the radical left? atheists?
I would probably say that would be the feminazis.
And how many of those are elected officials?
Oh, thousands. Most of them are lesbians.
Alright. So who was the first person? Was that just a joke too?
I'm sorry. Are you calling me Jew?
No, I'm asking if you were joking about the radical left thing.
Well, that's a fun question. See, you guys are I can understand what's going on in this room.
Do you?
What's going on in this room?
See, now you're trying to gaslight me.
I'm bad, Joe. You gave me a headache to reach out.
I was gonna laugh so hard. I couldn't keep going.
But it's fun.
I think there's extremists on the left and right. I think the right's extremist is more physically deadly, dangerous for sure. For sure. But then if you look at the left, we have like the cancel culture that's sort of eating itself. Right? The cancel culture did great. So you hold on. The cancel culture was great. Call out many pedophiles and all of that stuff, great. But then it began to eat itself in the sense that people who even never really did anything, many people from different races, not just black, white, were falling under, the microscope was basically set on people, like even the people themselves who were going for the cancel culture thing, got cancelled themselves.
Not just cancel culture, it's the people that tear down statues or they throw paint over paintings and destroy them. You know, the destructive people that call themselves activists, but they're extremists. They don't know that's facts. Well, I understand that you have oppositional defiance disorder, Nelly, so anything I say, you're going to say no. It's fine.
No, I actually said, no, that is facts.
I know,
Because
that's
actually,
right now.
no, I said, no, that's true.
I know, and I'm gaslighting you.
Oh. Okay.
Oh, no, it's too easy. Sorry, Jay, did you want to say something?
It's like, goddamn, I didn't say that.
Are there any Christians on stage even? There aren't, huh?
Yes.
Who?
Me.
Melly. Well, we already said Melly. Melly's
No, me. Not a Christian. He's,
I am.
Muslim.
You're not Melly.
I am a Christian, thank you very much. Don't tell me I'm not one.
Well, can I ask you a few questions just really quick? I'm going to try to be quick.
Yes.
Literally
I want to take a lot of your time. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Is your God real?
Yes.
Does he affect my life regardless of what I think about him?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to just say, I know he never forces anyone to do anything against their own free will. But if he did, it would be well within his rights. He would be justified in doing so. It would be morally correct, and it would be good. Don't you agree?
Yes.
Okay. Does your God want me to go to heaven?
Yes.
Does your God ever fail at getting things he wants?
No.
Okay. So I'll be going to heaven, right?
If you be good. Be a good boy.
We already covered all this. He wants me to do all those things, right? To go to heaven, right?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yes.
Question. Right. So then I guess I'll see you there, right?
Yeah.
God wants me in heaven, it doesn't matter what I keep.
Yeah.
I'll always look in heaven.
Awesome. Hey, look, she did it. She's
Honey, bring me a bottle of rosé. Bring me I'm saying. I just want to know what our life is like. We're gonna meet in heaven. I want you to bring me on the road day.
I'll bring you a cat.
What on the road day?
Spring day, maybe.
I'll bring everybody a golden calf. How about that?
All I'm saying is that eternity's going to be a wonderful time if I can't smoke weed.
Bring a bottle of champagne.
Yeah, honey shows up.
You won't usually.
Seriously though, saying I'm a Muslim, I don't know if you were joking though, Enigma, but saying I'm a Muslim simply because I'm telling you what the Bible says
No.
about Jesus
You
Christ.
just don't align with Islam.
He's the Son of God. He's the Son of God. He's Islam. No, I align more with how the Bible explains. Even David himself is called the Son of God. Right?
David is not in the Torah.
David is not in the Torah.
No, he's
What are you talking
not.
about? Jesus is not in the Torah neither.
No, I know, but you disregard all of that. You said you only go by the Torah, the first 5 books of the Bible.
You take the time.
I refer that historically more than other books. But to say that someone isn't a Christian, don't see Jesus as God, I'm telling you right now, logically, I'll just say so. Like you should Jesus is not God, and I'm a Christian.
He doesn't like singing because it gives him headache.
Right?
Johnny, stop. You're talking about the rebel.
Johnny Storm, you seem to be a Christian too, also, right?
Yeah.
Johnny.
Why do you believe God?
Johnny.
I think it would require more faith not to believe.
Why? It's all breaking up, robotics, people off max.
I don't know if you don't.
I said it would require more faith to not believe in God.
Yeah, I believe in God now.
Wait, you really believe that? You think that as an atheist, I have more faith than you, a Christian?
Yeah, you have more faith in your creation story than I do in my creation story.
It's not believe in the creation. Nothing's ever been created, so that's
If an atheist didn't believe in creation, and an atheist doesn't think they're existing right now.
No, I just don't think anything's ever been created.
You're telling me my parents.
Exactly. Your story of origin, I don't know who's talking altogether. Your story of origin, is it me now?
Are you telling me then that my definition of how I was created by my mother and father fornicating and producing me isn't true?
No, I'm saying your immature question is terrible. I'm talking about how you would assume humans were existing on this planet and the creation of humans. You require more faith in your evolutionary process.
Okay, so if I relate to this means faith can be used to come to the wrong conclusion about reality.
Why evidence of evolution is great for that?
If you have evidence of evolution, I have questions.
Well, you just say you have faith and not
Sure, go ahead. You have an evolutionary biology.
Alright, here we go. Here, are you ready? This should require This first question should require only maybe 4 or 5 words if you know what you're saying. As we know, evolution says that mammals come from reptiles who first came from fish. Tell me the reptile that mammals came from, and then tell me the fish that reptiles came from. I'll wait right here.
Okay.
Yes, that is evolutionary facts. Yes, there is. She's not ready for the conversation. Let's get the guy that said he knows about evolution. Come here, boy. Talk.
Wow, kind of a dick move.
Are you referring to Simpsons?
Yeah,
I want you to tell me which one is your link that went from. We'll start from the beginning. Because I'm not even going to go before fish, because I'll be on everything fine. We'll go from the one that went from fish to reptile, from reptile to mammals.
People say,
we came from monkeys. We came from monkeys.
8, grade 8. They're not ready.
We didn't come from anything. We share a common ancestor according to science. I want to know which mammal came from the snappies, which came from the reptiles, which came from the fish. Break it down for like 5 years old. You got
We are grade 8. We didn't come from them. We are.
Yeah, see, that's that.
We come from bacteria.
You want to know that evolution says, I'm just saying the thing you have. Starting with your reptiles and evolved into a mammal, and then I can keep asking you some more simple questions to see which fish turned into a reptile.
The question here, are you asking about synapses?
I'm asking you, what is your missing link from reptiles to mammals and from fish to reptiles? Yes, there is. No, evolution says that they one evolved to the other.
No, I'm sorry, Johnny, there is no missing.
They're not missing. Slow down, Johnny.
So what is the name of the species? Name it.
Synapses.
Synapses. He's been telling me this
Yes.
whole time.
I'm saying this don't go
No, you didn't. Because I first said this is one what is it?
Fish reptiles and synapses.
Hold on. I think you're right. I said for fish to reptiles.
You said
Why right now? No, I said that was first, and then I said before that. So that's why I didn't say it. So that's why I didn't say it. Answer it now. For fish to reptiles, what is the link?
Fish reptiles. That's TikTok. So TikTok is from fish
You hear
reptiles.
how he's regurgitating what AI says? This is the faith you require. Because there isn't one fossil, there isn't one artifact, there isn't one skeleton, there isn't one
Wow. Slow down.
Hilarious.
You asked a question and I answered it. Right?
It's 100% fact. You require way more. Your question is just a regurgitation of some.
Child, slow down.
He's not regurgitating anything. Teasing.
100% he's
I answered
regurgitating.
your question. That's all I did. I didn't
He's literally named the species. We're talking about.
Okay, again, I answered your question, right? I said I sought clarification. Are you inquiring about synapses, and what would you like to know about them?
You are getting debunked right now. You right now just hold on. I'll show you right now. Because we know right now that there was a mammal that went into the water and became a freaking whale. Okay? It was a 3 years ago. There's no synapses that connected to that mammal. That's a debunking question.
Yes.
That's strike one. That's strike one.
So the smallest unit of evolution is not the individual. So a mammal did not go into the ocean and become a whale. That would be a horrible misrepresentation of what evolution actually describes. In fact, the smallest unit of evolution is the population, not the individual. So saying that one individual went into the ocean and then became a different species is to completely misrepresent the entire evolutionary theory.
And also, those are two different, organisms that did that. But
how do you do those gifts, Enigma?
Press and hold your picture. And then at the bottom it says gift.
Yeah.
And then you
Oh, cool. Yeah.
on a computer.
Okay, so the Pachytus wasn't a land mammal, it was a species, right? It was a population of animals that went back into the ocean. So again, there wasn't one single individual that went into the ocean and then became something else. There was a population of the Pachytus, right? And that is what went into the ocean, is this population, and over the course of about 50 million years, became speciated into other species.
Well, but there are connections to that mammal and other reptiles. That's silly.
Of course, there's connections between us and bananas, for crying out loud.
But it would be, again, population. You need to start saying population.
All right,
he never made it past that for me to answer a second question.
Let's bring it back up instead of doing this chat nonsense. You have to participate and not just yell at everybody. It's annoying. You're the only one getting emotional here, Johnny.
Yeah. Johnny, be good.
You only asked him one question and they answered it, so I don't know what you're on about.
I invited you, Johnny. Maybe someone else has to do it. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm glad you said as well.
Come on, Johnny, have a conversation. Don't be a baby. Don't freaking yell at us every 5 seconds.
Put the armor of God on so you don't feel triggered.
Gird your loins.
God damn, I'm trying to find some shit. It's pissing me off. Fuck, man.
Fancy.
That fucking friend's daughter, right? She's like, what, she's 12? And the shit looks like it's for 5-year-olds, and she's into drawing. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Isn't there like something that's like a proper sketch pad with these dumb characters on it? And on top of that, Hello Kitty's not a cat, it's a fucking girl. Look at this shit. Hello Kitty's not a cat.
She's a fairy.
Yeah, Hello Kitty's not a girl.
Yeah. Yeah. They got enough
It's a
access
bit like
to
Janet from The Good Place. Janet from The Good Place is not a girl.
Yeah. Oh, man. Just kill him.
But if it's not real, what's the point? It's a girl.
Molly, you need to figure out whether God exists or not before we can have a further conversation.
You clearly didn't know a lot about like how the Bible was put together.
Oh yes, I do know.
She's very knowledgeable about how the Bible was put together. Just from what I've heard, she seems very knowledgeable.
You were the one that said it was the Council of Nicaea that constructed the New Testament. It was actually the Council of Constantinople.
No. It said the Council of Nicaea was where certain.
Oh no, you didn't.
I like the Council of
He did say there were other councils. He knew there were other councils.
He did. He knew there were other
Council
councils.
of Trent is the best one.
Yeah, I know that. It's the first complete.
Now, what's this Tokidori shit? Is this related to Stan real characters? It kind of looks similar. And that's like a proper sketchbook. Tokidori, you heard of that in this thing?
Rivers, my head is literally bleeding right now.
What?
With the conversations that I've had today. Nelly, bless him, he seems like a really reasonable believer. He's well informed, he's reasonable, but there are some little things that make me want to bash my head against a brick wall. He doesn't know if God exists.
Don't do that.
No, but I wouldn't. I'm not going to do self-harm. You don't have to worry.
The brick wall is far too precious to injure
Yeah.
my head.
The brick wall, needs to stand.
Why would you get upset hearing that? I mean, I'm overjoyed hearing that shit.
I'm not
It's
upset.
like they don't know whether that.
It just
No,
feels like
like,
to itch my brain.
Now I'm talking to someone who may be more risk adverse. They're not gonna just feed me any whim or fancy they have. They're thinking more about probability.
There we go. Appreciate that.
Probability or possibility?
Well, you could
They don't know how to tell the
parse it
difference.
however you want. Yeah, there is a difference, but just for simplicity's sake, it's more risk adverse to abstain typically. Or like if you watch prey animals stop and freeze and look around, they're not just gonna run or fight. They are just collecting a bunch of data,
Or play dead.
holding their cards close to their hands, or holding their cards to their chest, actually.
I have a group of possums that come here on I shine the light on them, they just freeze and fall over.
I don't really think it's a big deal that exists or not. Yes, that.
Sorry, what did you say, Manny? I missed what you said
I don't really think it's a big deal if God exists or not.
Okay.
Because I don't think it's really gonna change anything.
You could just say you don't think God is a threat or a real concern. Like, oh, God existed, but it didn't like make a difference. You still went to heaven or whatever. Religion, the afterlife. God was just there and saw it happen or something. Like, oh shit, Melly's in heaven. You're God. Well, that's what people do in the name of their God that concerns me.
You know what? I agree with that. too. You know what's going on?
See what I mean? Bro's theology is actually on point. It's hard to hate. But then I'm like privy to the worst of it, so it's you know.
I don't hate people that, are agnostic in their approach even, because that would require a lot of energy, and I don't have it.
Some of their actions. Actually, the more fundamental.
I blame Donald Trump for a lot of this.
I mean, he has disrupted the world, community on a world scale. It's insane. He's lost 40 senators, Congress people are going to be resigning before or just after the next midterms because of their relationship with Donald Trump. 40 people losing their careers over one man. And that's just a direct result of all the indirect shit that's happened, like him bombing a bunch of Venezuelan fishermen. The body count is now above 100. And now we're invading the country. We're saying that if you don't give us back the resources that you don't owe us, we're going to invade. It's very weird. I don't know how that works. We're seizing their vessels and stealing their oil and killing their fishermen. We're restricting the fucking airspace, right?
You have to remember that Donald Trump is the Antichrist.
Oh, yeah. I think it's people with the Antichrist character is supposed to be represented.
Yeah,
People say that stuff. Oh my goodness.
You know, if that's true, then the atheists in our culture are the prophets of the real God. Like, we don't even know it, but God's using us and probably glorify us in heaven. Be like, you didn't believe me on earth, that was actually passing the test. You should keep your leaders accountable. That's how you ended up with the Antichrist. It's because Christians didn't hold their leaders accountable, but the Christian God actually says, I wash your feet as Christ and die for you, so you can hold me accountable. It's fucking crazy. That's you could spin Christian theology like almost completely on its head. And still right, because that's how they do it. That's how it's built. Yeah. Or should do the same thing for Judaism, because that's how it was built too. The Christians learned it from Israel. Yeah, I can get super crazy. Like an atheist man here is going to say shit like, Donald Trump is not the Antichrist. He's a type of the Antichrist. He's a midrashic foreshadowing archetype. He's an archetype. He's just like Goliath or many other, Antiochus Epiphanes. There's been lots of Antichrists. The tribal the Old Testament prophecy for Donald Trump. I bet you money. Anybody, I bet you money. We can go through the Old Testament and find prophecy for Trump. It's like saying from the book of Nehemiah too. It's like Christians, the Bible's right there in your church, but you bury it on your idol worship of like humans, and you're looking for glory in the here and now from the biased confirmation of your politicians. It's like that's sin.
Romans 13 does say that God will put leaders in charge, but only like as punishment. Like if you aren't following the way of God, God will give you over to like false Christian leaders that are like pretenders or showmen. They're hirelings. They don't really care about the flock. They're just there to make money. And Paul is like warns about that. The epistles are full of warnings about bad leaders that you have to, like in a structure, you have to take them to account and actually question your pastors and should them.
Somebody needs to write in AI to go through.
You know what's crazy?
Something great.
What you just said about like Paul, like I think like they were talking about the immediate situation that they were going through, especially at the time or probably like 20, 30 years in front. Dealing with like what happens in 70 AD. I believe there was a whole like anxiousness around that time, and even after that time, because even the Jews themselves believed that something would happen. Josephus tries to sort of claim in the antiquities that something happened.
Did your mic get quieter again?
Sorry. Josephus claims that something happened in 70 AD. Right? I don't believe a word of Josephus. So there was this idea that something was going to happen because of how the Romans were treating the Jews and the early Christians. The fact that many of them got.
You don't believe anything in Josephus?
Sorry?
You said you didn't believe a word of Josephus.
No, not when he says like, in the antiquity of Jews, we're talking about like, there were like chariots in the sky in 70 and all that stuff.
Okay.
Like, but the historical stuff told me was like when he was like people write stuff and sometimes they write stuff, it is what it is. Right?
I get it. I thought Josephus was more pretty much a straight arrow, but he does use some typological language.
Yeah, he does. He's talking about like the scorpions, the Roman soldiers looking like scorpions. Like, cut it out. Like, cut it out. Like, you were probably talking about something.
Well, you know when Emmy knows better. That's why it's easy to spot them.
Because like just
squirting with a water bottle like a cat.
Like people in the modern world, like for some reason, when they started with the whole Antichrist thing, they first thought like several emperors. Emperor Nero was the Antichrist. Well, it didn't start with him. It started with, with a couple of them before that, right? But like Julius Caesar, and so like a bunch of them they thought. So like I'm not surprised that that stuff keeps happening too.
Well, the Romans were assholes. I mean,
yeah, they were. I mean, in the beginning they were, and then they changed their mind.
I mean, when I went there, they were toned down a bit.
Is Johnny here still?
No, we don't get to hear his question, but to the atheists.
We invited him up a couple of times before he left. But it's probably going to be something stupid like evolution is false, therefore God.
These stupid people believe in dinosaurs.
That just feels like it's bait. Every time it feels like bait. It's not a defense of another proposition like the God theory. It's just attacking something else that is unrelated. It's like, well, your explanation doesn't fly with me. It's like, well, that's what you're saying, though.
It's such boring phrasing, too. Like, what do they mean when they say, oh, you believe in dinosaurs? Like, what? What do you mean, believe?
Believe. Gone and seen about them, right? Where the fossils are living.
It's literally like, I start by believing things, but then I become convinced, and then I become certain by degrees, and it becomes margins of error, then it becomes like projections of revenue. It's like, how certain are you is
within traditional my time to Maliki.
Hello, Moto.
Take one. The left, the line one. Okay, yeah, I'm right here. I just want to say, I don't, know what y'all are talking about at this point. I was coming in to address the room, Nicki Minaj on the right side of history. I don't know if you guys moved on, but I wanted to address that statement. I do not think she's on the right side of history. I think she's being a pawn and playing a pawn. If anything, I don't think it necessarily she's even playing a pawn. I think there's something she wants out of this administration. I don't know, just to protect herself from being deported. I don't know if she got the word that they're going to start targeting celebrities that are immigrants and getting them out. I don't know what information she's privy to, but I guess there's violence against Christians in Nigeria. That is a fact. However, if you do your research, you'll learn that it's more nuanced than that. You'll learn that there's radicalism in Nigeria killing both Christians and that this has not, the Trump administration is not going into Nigeria for the purpose of noble work. Trump doesn't even identify as a Christian. He's not even a Christian. He said it out of his own mouth. They're going in because Trump wants access to rare earth minerals, because America has to compete with China, and China is abundant in rare earth minerals, and as well as China has positioned itself to take advantage of rare earth minerals in certain African countries, and that has given China a strategic advantage over America. And so the Trump administration, in its typical way, and it's not only just the Trump administration, but America in its desire to play imperialism and bully nations and exploitation, they want to go into Nigeria, places like Nigeria. And, Nikki is just being a tool for their propaganda, for their... Yes, next Q is going to be perverted 10. After perverted 10, it's guava. After guava, there's nobody else.
You didn't hear me at all.
I thought it was also the person in the queue.
You didn't hear me at all.
No, the person that you just heard speaking was speaking because I said you can perverted 10, it's guava. If you would like to add yourself to the queue, copy and paste the queue in the chat.
Oh, I was on the queue in the chat.
It's the newest one. Let me check the chat.
Like, I'm literally in the queue in the chat, so like, I don't know what queue.
No, that's orange, that's messing it up.
Oh yeah, that's orange. I'm only focusing on the ones that are. You look at the ones that say knowledge, because Rich is pissed off that you've been not allowed to speak to it, so you can fuck around with the queue. Yeah. If you look at the ones that have been posting, those are the ones. Copy and paste your name to those that are. I just put it down. So kick on it, copy it, knowledge, written, lava, hopefully popcorn. Now if you add to that one, put yourself next. I'm at the guava.
Okay, so I'm after Blabla in the queue.
Let's see, the latest one that I see after the one that I posted, it says kick on it, copy it, knowledge, written, lava, then it says beam. Now the one after that one, it says sugar. Are we all on the same page?
No, because I was on the queue in the chat.
Alright, you don't see me now?
How about this? I see it now, yes. The right there.
Alright.
So, Sugar Buddy, let me ask you, where in the queue, where in the chat did you say that you go after perverted 10 or after love? Where did you do that?
Yeah, so in the queue that was in the chat that I saw, I was after 10. Like that,
Where
he
did
said.
you guys all that?